of the group says that's really annoying and says they're leaving for now, but they'll remember this. Furious, Chan says that next time he shows up, he'll break his arms. The group gets into the car and drives away. Kim takes a deep breath and asks Chan if they can go now. Looking at her, he says it'll be a problem if the police question them. Calmly, the girl says they won't show up. She was only pretending to be on a call, and that she thought Chan didn't want to be bothered by those men. Chan wonders if he should think she's smart or just stupid. Someone is staring at him from afar. Chan approaches her. It's Unsel, who looks at him angrily. Getting closer, Chan says that if she keeps acting like that, they're going to take advantage of her and toss her aside in the end. Unsel pushes him and yells, asking who he thinks he is to talk to her like that. The girl looks at him with intense anger. Chan turns around and walks away. As he walks off with Kim, Unsel yells that he's an idiot. The boy feels pain in his back, though he wasn't hit that hard. His body is really weak. Kim asks if it hurts a lot and if he wants her to call an ambulance, but the boy says they should go eat. Then he asks if she likes tonkatsu, and Kim is surprised. Then she smiles and says yes. The next day in class, the teacher gives a lecture on humanity. It's a philosophy class talking about great Eastern philosophers. Chan is very bored by the class and the teacher's rambling. He dozes off, but Kim wakes him to let him know class is over. Lying on the desk, Chan thinks he'd rather pick up a gun and head to the battlefield than sit through that class. Someone rumbles behind Kim. It's several boys who have surrounded her and Chan. He asks what they want. One of them introduces the group as being from the first and second years. They hand him an envelope saying it's the weekly payment. Chan is confused and asks who told them to do this. The boy tries to explain and looks in the direction of Lee's seat. Chan gets furious and tells the boy to take the money back and stop doing what Lee tells them and not to hang around in large groups. Tiger Chan lies back down on the desk and tells them to get lost. The boys agree and leave. One of them stays behind. Annoyed, Chan asks if he has something to say. The boy says the PE teacher called him to the guidance office. Chan realizes it was Daeru who called him. He goes to meet his friend. Daeru says he heard Chan got into another fight. The boy complains that rumors spread too fast and says it wasn't a big deal. Seriously, Daeru asks his captain to stop getting into trouble. He's not a kid anymore. Mocking, Chan asks why he's saying that and who was the one who got into the most trouble in Africa. Daeru complains that they're not in Africa anymore. There are security cameras and phones everywhere, and at this rate, Chan's going to get expelled. Chan says it wouldn't be bad to get expelled. Tired, the man complains that Chan is too stubborn and tells him to hear his request before leaving. Chan asks what it's about, and the man says there are 4 students at school who are suffering serious bullying. He wants Chan to take care of them. Tense, the boy says that if he does that, once he leaves, things will get worse. It shouldn't interfere. Then Daeru says he'll let Chan skip class and asks if that motivates him. The boy asks how he'd do that, and the teacher says he just needs to attend morning classes if he's registered as a student athlete. Even if he sleeps in class, no one will bother him. Besides that, he needs to train. If he returns to Africa in his current state, he won't survive more than a week. Chan becomes thoughtful and confirms there are 4 students. Daeru confirms. In the school hallways, Chan walks tensely. Unsel stops him and says they need to talk for a bit, but Chan walks right past her. She gets angry, then yells asking if he's ignoring her and saying what happened to her was his fault. Chan is confused. Trembling, the girl talks about the guys from the previous day. The boy looks at her serious and tells Unsel to follow him. Kim watches the whole situation. She's worried about the boy. On the rooftop, Chan asks Unsel to speak. She says they told her to bring him there. Otherwise, they'll cut out Lee Hojin's tongue and send her to some island where she'll be sold to a brothel. Chan tells her to go to the police and asks if they're not just 5 minutes away from there. Desperate, the girl screams that if she does that, they'll go after her family. Then she promises that if he goes to meet the men, she'll do whatever he wants. Turning to her, Chan asks if she's sure she'd do anything. Trembling, the girl says yes. Chan stands in front of her and reaches his hand out toward the girl. The girl is crying. Chan understands that in the end, she's just like them. Wiping her tears, Chan says she looks terrible. She should clean her face and stop wearing makeup. Seriously, he tells her to also wear her uniform properly. Unsel is confused, and Chan asks if she didn't promise to do anything. The girl asks if that's all, and Chan asks if she wants to do something more. Unsel says no. Then Chan tells her to call them right now. She starts to say something. Chan asks if she doesn't have their number. The girl says she does, but she can't call. The boy tells her to call anyway. Unsel stares at him and agrees, picking up her phone. She scrolls through her contacts and stops to find the right number. The man sees Hugh Unsel's call on his phone. He answers and asks why she's calling and if she suddenly grew some balls. Chan grabs her phone and says this is Kang Chan speaking. The man is surprised. He says Unsel must have already explained the situation. She will tell him where they are and Chan must go there right now. Seriously, Chan says he's busy until the weekend. They should meet on Monday. Angrily, the man starts saying Chan is in no position to negotiate. But the boy says if it's not Monday, he's not going. The man looks at the phone frustrated. He looks to the side. There's a silhouette of a man there. Then he asks if Chan will really show up on Monday and the boy confirms. The man says fine, but he can't run away. Chan says he won't, but the man should stop bothering Unsel. After ending the call, Chan gives the phone back to Unsel to thank him. He starts to leave, but Unsel asks for his number in case he needs her for something. Chan thinks that if Smithen were alive, they would have been soulmates. The boy nods and agrees, telling her to meet him Monday after school. Then he leaves, leaving Unsel there. She's speechless. Time passes. Chan is walking down the street. He thinks about everything: France, training, 4 students getting bullied, Unsel, and the gangsters. It's all too complicated. Kim calls out to Chan and runs after him. The boy greets the girl, calling her Snow White. She asks if she can go with him, and the boy agrees. Both walk in silence until Kim speaks to him. Shy, she asks if he likes Unsel. Chan is confused. Blushing, Kim says it's because he was with her earlier. Looking down, she says she can't even put on makeup to look prettier. The boy is shocked and speechless, trying to understand what she's talking about. Then he says Kim misunderstood. There's nothing going on between them. They were just talking about the fight from the previous day. Excited, Kim asks if that means he's not interested in her, and Chan asks why he would be interested in her. He gets confused and asks why she's saying such nonsense, while Kim thanks God. Suddenly, Chan understands. He asks, concerned, if Kim likes him. The girl turns red. She looks away and nods, then turns her face shy. Chan wonders if this is serious. The boy thinks he's 29 years old. Chan and Kim are sitting on a park bench. He looks at her, and the girl is staring at him with a shy smile. Then she asks if he wants to kiss her, but Chan asks why she'd say that so suddenly. Getting closer, Kim asks if he doesn't want to. Backing away, Chan says they're still students. The girl starts to look sad. She lowers her head and says that their classmates do it, and Chan wonders if there's no middle ground and if all students are like that. Breaking into a cold sweat, he thinks he needs to deal with that situation first, so he says that if she gets first place in the next school test, he'll kiss her. Excited, Kim agrees and says she's always been in first place until now, which makes her confident. even put on makeup to look prettier. The boy is shocked and speechless, trying to understand what she's talking about. Then he says Kim misunderstood, there's nothing going on between them. They were just talking about the fight from the previous day. Excited, Kim asks if that means he's not interested in her, and Chan asks why he would be interested in her. He gets confused and asks why she's saying such nonsense, while Kim thanks God. Suddenly, Chan understands. He asks, concerned, if Kim likes him. The girl turns red. She looks away and nods, then turns her face shy. Chan wonders if this is serious. The boy thinks he's 29 years old. Chan and Kim are sitting on a park bench. He looks at her, and the girl is staring at him with a shy smile. Then she asks if he wants to kiss her, but Chan asks why she'd say that so suddenly. Getting closer, Kim asks if he doesn't want to. Backing away, Chan says they're still students. The girl starts to look sad. She lowers her head and says that their classmates do it, and Chan wonders if there's no middle ground and if all students are like that. Breaking into a cold sweat, he thinks he needs to deal with that situation first, so he says that if she gets first place in the next school test, he'll kiss her. Excited, Kim agrees and says she's always been in first place until now, which makes her confident. The girl stands up happily and says that finally Chan will have to kiss her. Chan is left speechless. The girl stands in front of him intimidatingly, growing huge and wanting to kiss him. The boy tries to run away from her desperately, but there's no escape. Suddenly, he wakes up from the nightmare of a giant Kim trying to kiss him. Chan is in his house. He's confused about what just happened, then wonders what kind of crazy dream that was. Looking at the clock, it's already time to go to school. Chan walks out of his room in his uniform. His mother is surprised. He passes by her and says he's heading out. The woman asks where he's going. Chan says to school, but she replies that it's Saturday, so he has no reason to go to school. The mother asks if his head is hurting. Chan gets nervous and says he's in his final year, so he's going to take extra classes, and the mother is shocked. As Chan leaves, she wishes him a good day. On the streets, Chan reflects that the world has become really convenient since now they don't have to go to school on Saturdays. Chan calls Daeru and asks where he is. The man mocks Chan about the excuse of extra classes. Chan asks what else he could have said, and asks where they're going. Excited, Daeru says they're heading somewhere in the mountains to relax and eat boiled chicken surrounded by nature. The car speeds down the road. It parks in front of a house in the woods, and Daeru says it's time to eat. Daeru drinks a beer. Chan complains that only he's drinking and asks for a bit, but the man says he's in a school uniform, so he won't drink. Angry, Chan says that Daeru shouldn't drink either, since he'll be driving. Calmly, Daeru says they have a driving service in Korea. Chan comments that he's already Korean to the core. Smiling, Daeru says he's been living there for some time, unlike his friend. So Chan asks if he likes it, if he's satisfied with his current lifestyle. Daeru stays silent for a moment, and comments that the important question has arrived. At first he felt like he was going insane, trying to act and live like someone he wasn't. He screamed in desperation and his wife tried to calm him down. His daughter also came along. There was a reason he was able to endure it. His wife and daughter. Daeru worried about who he'd leave behind if he suddenly disappeared. Besides, if he went back to Africa in that body, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Chan looks at him seriously. The man says that since the universe was crazy enough to give him a second chance, he started thinking he should live properly. Smiling, the MC says this country is really nice, very peaceful. Daeru asks if he should really be saying that after getting into a knife fight 2 days ago. They both laugh. Chan gets serious again and says he's going to meet with the gangsters on Monday. His friend is shocked and asks where that's going to be. The MC says he doesn't need to know, and Daeru asks if it's not unfair to keep secrets between them. Then Chan says he won't tell because otherwise Daeru will follow him that day. Outraged, the man says that Chan's body is that of a regular student. He can't fight as well as before. Annoyed, Chan says he'll handle his problems on his own and tells his friend not to get involved. Daeru stays quiet. They both eat until the man calls him captain and asks how many people he's killed up to that point. Chan is confused. Daeru asks if it wasn't more than a few hundred. Chan says there's no way to know and asks why he's bringing that up all of a sudden. Seriously, Daeru asks Chan not to go and says that if he can just look the other way and ignore these problems, he could fit into that peaceful world. Chan watches for a moment and thanks him for the concern, but he knows the man knows him well. Once they finish dealing with that incident, they should return. At night, Daeru drops Chan off at home. The boy announces he's back and heads to his room. There, he closes his eyes and imagines the enemies. He gets ready to fight them. There are several, all with knives or bats. Chan hits them with punches to the face. He moves faster than the gangsters and uses dodging and counterattacks. Suddenly, he gets hit. Someone stabbed him in the back. As Chan gets distracted, they all start hitting him. He screams in pain, then falls to his knees on the ground. The boy is panting. The image of those men starts to blur. His body can't keep up with his mind. It's weaker and slower. Chan wonders if he can really win against them. Someone calls for Chan, asking if he's asleep. The boy puts on a shirt and says no, inviting his mother to come in. He's sitting calmly on a chair and asks if she shouldn't have gone to bed too. The woman says she was just about to, then asks if the boy will be busy the next day. He looks confused. His mother asks if he remembers her friend Songui and says they decided to have lunch the next day and her friend will bring her son. It would be nice if Chan went too. Chan gets nervous. Tense, the mother says he doesn't have to go if he's busy. She looks visibly sad. Then Chan says he has nothing important the next day, so he'll go. The woman gets really excited. The next day, they go to the French restaurant they scheduled, and Chan blames himself for not training. He looks at the name of the place and concludes it must be high class. His mother is nervous and tells him to go in. They both enter the restaurant. It's a huge and fancy place. The woman looks around searching. Chan signals to her. Sitting at a table is a very cheerful woman with a boy beside her. His mother greets Xiangui. Something catches Chan's attention. Two girls are speaking in French about how handsome Chan is. The boy gets happy, feeling flattered, then greets Xiangui. Her son replies in French. Chan wonders what's up with that idiotic accent. He looks at the boy, who smiles at him. Songhui starts giggling, making Chan's mother embarrassed. He takes a deep breath because he understands how this is going to go. Sitting at the table again, Songhui says her son, Da-sik, has very qualified private tutors and she'll recommend them to Chan. Laughing, Chan's mother says she'll look into it later. Then Songhui asks how Chan's grades are. His mother replies that they're good. The woman gets upset and says that since he attends a regular school and not a prestigious one, he should be top of his class. Chan's mother is left speechless, embarrassed. Da-sik calls the waiter in French. The waiter asks what he wants and the boy asks for a glass of water. The staff serves Da-sik. Songhui, egocentric, says her son learned to speak French thanks to his excellent school and that she looks for restaurants like that to educate him properly. Chai, Chan's mother, says that he can also speak French. Then Songhui asks which prep course he's attending or if he has a private tutor. The woman replies that he learned online. Mocking Songhui questions her. She and her son start laughing. She says that's hilarious and asks if her friend is joking, then mocks, saying Chan must be a genius. Then she says sarcastically that no one should spend money on private teachers if they have the internet. Speaking in French, Chan tells Songhui not to overdo it. The girls at the table next to them are shocked. Songhui and her son too. Even Chan's mother is speechless. One of the girls at the nearby table shyly asks if Chan understood everything they said. He replies in French that he didn't mean to eavesdrop, but yes, his attention did turn to them. Then says he doesn't intend to go on a date with them, so they shouldn't let their imaginations run wild. The girls get really embarrassed. Trying to ease the moment, Chan says the idiot in front of him can barely speak French, and the two ladies didn't understand a word. Nervous, Sang-Wee's son says that Chan is probably just trying to greet the girls at the next table. Very excited, Chan's mother says he learned French on the internet and starts telling a story about when they got a call from France, and he handled it. One of the girls at the nearby table says in French that it's impossible Chan learned the language online. Chan smiles and asks if the girl understands Korean, then asks her to go speak to his mom so she can brag, and he'll owe her one. The girl says that's an interesting offer. Then she stands up. The group of girls stands in front of their table. Chan's mother asks what's going on, and he replies that they had fun talking to him and wanted to greet her. Chan introduces them as Michelle, Saiso, and Cindy, and his mother asks him to give the girls her regards. They start talking again. Sang-Wee suddenly gets up, and Chan's mother asks if she's leaving already. Laughing, the woman says it's late and she almost forgot Dasik has English class that same day. Chan's mother says goodbye to the woman, but she tries to leave as quickly as possible. Chan thanks the girls and tells them they can go back to their seats, but one of them says she's not leaving. The boy is confused. Smiling, she says he owes her one. Nervously, he asks what he can do for her, handing her his phone, and the girl asks for his number. The girl says he must know what she's talking about since he eavesdropped on their conversation. He knows they're interested in him. Chan gets nervous. Smiling, Chan tells her to stop joking. Leaning on the table, the girl asks if she looks like she's joking. Then she asks if he's the kind of man who goes back on his word and breaks promises. Chan realizes he's cornered on Monday. Chan is in an enclosed space training. He remembers what the girl said about him going back on his word and gives a little smile. Someone asks what he's laughing about. It's Daeru standing seriously in front of him. Chan stands up and says it's nothing important, then complains that he can barely lift his arm after a short warm-up. Daeru comments that's why he should stop and call the police. The boy chuckles and his friend complains. He says at this rate, he'll be going to France with a crutch by his side. Chan says that when it's all over, they'll start a sports club so that after he leaves, the students can defend themselves. Smiling, Daeru agrees and says that will make it easier to buy training equipment since they'll have the club budget. He could even be the supervisor. Then he remembers why he's there and complains that Chan's become weak and his opponents are gangsters. In French, Chan recites the French Foreign Legion's motto, saying the Legion is his homeland. Daeru repeats, the Legion is my homeland. Chan tells him to finish the sentence. The man shouts that they never retreat. While getting dressed, Chan says Undul and Lee Hojin are two idiots, but he promised he'd go. He'd rather get stabbed than break a promise. Daeru looks at him silently serious. The man says he loves his wife and asks the captain not to make him go to jail for waving a knife to save him. Wiping sweat from his face, Chan says it won't be necessary. As Chan walks away, Daeru complains and tells his friend to stop being stubborn and let him go along, but the boy refuses. Then he asks if the man remembers what happened in Mangala. Daeru complains that he's bringing that up now. The school bell rings. Chan leaves serious and walks toward a black car. A man inside the vehicle asks if he's Kang Chan. The boy nods and is invited in. They go to a building, go down a staircase, take elevator. Chan observes everything. They're in a fancy and mysterious place. Chan sees 6 rooms on the left and 5 on the right. They enter a room with a table full of gangsters and food. Chan looks at them, serious. The man at the head of the table tells him not to look down on adults and to sit. Chan sits down tense. Smiling, the man says he likes the boy's look. Many of them suggested quietly getting rid of Chan, but he has a different opinion. Someone brave like him should be kept alive. The man says Chan is too young to drink with him, so he'll be brief, then asks what he thinks about joining them. Otherwise, he might regret his decision for the rest of his life. Chan laughs, angrily. The man asks why he's laughing. Staring at him, Chan says he'll also be brief, then tells the man to stop interfering in his school. Chan says he doesn't care what they usually do, but they shouldn't involve innocent kids in their criminal activities. Furious, the man says he's disappointed. He thought Chan was brave, but he's just a coward. Gripping his chopsticks tightly, Chan says the coward is telling him to get out of the school. One of the men lunges at him, cursing, but Chan dodges the punch, then strikes the man's hand with his chopsticks. He screams in pain. The leader orders the other men to grab the boy. 3 of them charge at Chan, cursing and saying they're going to teach him some manners. But one by one, the young man manages to strike them down. The 3 end up defeated as Chan stands over them staring. Then he looks at the leader. Full of rage, the man glares at Chan. He charges at him, but the young man dodges and grabs him by the neck. Meanwhile, the man yells that Chan won't get away unharmed. Someone kicks the door open with a loud bang. Chan is startled. Several men appear, holding knives, bottles, and metal pipes as weapons. Laughing, the man Chan is holding says it's over for him now. The boy shouts that if they don't want their boss's neck to snap, they better stay back. One of them charges anyway. Chan kicks him away. The man is sent flying. The others shout for everyone to get Chan. They all begin attacking the boy. He dodges and one of their blows hits their boss in the face. But Chan feels pain in his arm and wonders if his strength isn't enough to hold him. The man yells for them all to finish off the kid. Chan takes a blow to the face. Then he delivers a kick that sends the man flying. The boy runs, stepping over the man. He leaps over the gangsters, kicking those in his way and pushing off the walls to run through the air and escape. Everyone is stunned, and Chan makes it out of the crowd. But he ends up getting struck from behind. They all start attacking at once. The boy tries to defend himself and thinks he should be in his real body. He screams as he tries to fight back. The men keep yelling and Chan strikes at whoever is in front of him. Many fall to the ground injured. They're bleeding and gasping for air, but they don't give up. Chan is exhausted. Someone yells for the men to move aside and walks through the crowd. There are 2 men, one of them asking why everyone is getting beat up by a brat. Chan realizes those 2 are different. One says he'll give the boy a painful death and turn him into dog food. The boy senses that this is the look of a seasoned killer. Both men prepare with their knives and sword, but then a loud crash echoes. Everyone turns around and sees a man standing there. It's Daeru, wearing a mask and holding a bat. A gangster asks who he is and charges at him, but Daeru swiftly knocks him down with one strike. Everyone is stunned. Chan is confused. Daeru just stands there. More gangsters begin charging at the teacher, but he's ready and starts fighting them. Then Chan realizes what's going on. That masked man is his friend. Smiling, Chan mocks him, saying Daeru is just as stubborn as he is. One of the assassins asks who that man attacking his people is. The other replies that doesn't matter, just another body to bury. Looking at Chan, the swordsman says things are about to get busy. He charges at the boy with his weapon, saying he'll end this quickly. With extremely fast movements, Chan manages to dodge the attacks, until he's hit in the thigh. He feels an intense pain. Meanwhile, the other assassin appears from the other side, saying he's there too. With a swift movement, he manages to cut Chan's shoulder even as he tries to dodge. Smiling, the man charges forward, saying the boy is way too slow. He lands a few more blows to the boy's stomach. Chan tries to defend himself, but he's covered in cuts. The MC grows tense from the injuries. Charging him with his knife, the man says this is the end. But Daeru sees it all. As the man closes in, the teacher yells for Chan. The boy remembers the day he died, when the enemy troops numbered between 350 and 500. Daeru asking him what that meant. Him shooting at enemies during the ambush, and also how Smithen died after being hit. He had yelled at his friend, asking who he was. And the man said he was the god of Blackfield. The knife stops just millimeters from Chan's eye. He caught the blade with his bare hand. The assassin is stunned. He uses his other hand to attack with another knife, but Chan manages to grab his wrist. Furious, the man wonders how that brat can be so strong. Chan says says the real nickname his enemies gave him was God of Blackfield. Staring at the man full of rage, Chan says he's going to end him, then headbutts him. The man stumbles back from the impact. Quickly, Chan gets ready to punch him, and lands a blow to his face. Wounded, the assassin collapses to the ground. His companion is left speechless, but Chan is already charging at him. With a swift movement, he hits the man's face, who falls to the ground unresponsive. Chan stares at him. He's trembling on the floor. The boy gets ready to hit him in the face. Meanwhile, he keeps staring at the man. Chan prepares to strike his jugular, but Daeru yells that he can't kill him. Chan halts his blow inches from the man's neck, and looks at his friend, and stands up. All the gangsters are badly injured staring at him. Daeru keeps looking at Chan, who tells the men they're hide in the rooms if they don't want to die. They stare at him, and begin silently heading to the rooms. They all hide. Chan leans against the wall. He's panting heavily and wounded, then ends up collapsing to the floor. Daeru walks over and says he thought he'd never see him again. Smiling, Chan asks where he got that ridiculous mask. The teacher replies it's from a little monkey popular among kids, then tells them to get out of there. Chan says if they leave like that, someone will call the police. Daeru tells Chan to stay there for a bit because he's going to check if there's someone who can cover them. Chan searches his pocket, but there aren't any cigarettes in his wallet. Something catches his attention. He hears footsteps around 20 people and wonders if they're reinforcements. A group of men approaches. Chan tries to stand up, but his body can't move. The men stare at him, and one steps forward from among them. He smiles at Chan and says he had his doubts, but the boy really is a student. The man tells one of his men to go check the situation inside, then introduces himself as Guangtek. Everyone knows him as the guy from Sinsadong. He came because he heard the parking lot group had fallen. Chan asks the man if he has a cigarette. One of the henchmen behind him yells at the boy, telling him to show respect when speaking to Guangtek. The boss, furious, yells at him, asking who told him to speak to Chan like that and if he thinks he can take the boy in a fight. Someone shouts for them to get out of the way. It's Daeru, walking through the crowd behind Chan. The man asks if the boy is okay, and he nods. Guangtek laughs, saying the whole situation is hilarious. A student and a guy with a monkey mask. One of the henchmen comes back, saying the parking lot group is done. Although no one died, 5 were seriously injured. The man asks if that's all and says he's leaving, telling the henchman to deal with the aftermath. Then Guangtek says that since Chan and Daeru wanted to handle things quietly, they can go to the hospital that takes care of his people. Chan stays silent, staring at the man. At night in the hospital, there are guards at the door. Inside the room, Chan is lying on the bed. He groans in pain. Daeru appears, smiling at him and asks how the boy is doing. Then says Chan got a few stitches because of a nasty knife cut. Chan asks what he's talking about where they are. Daeru says the boy passed out as soon as they got into Guangtek's car. The boy remembers the fight like a huge flashback and says it was embarrassing. Chan asks how long he was out and Daeru says it's already 1 in the morning. He told the boy's parents that he'd be staying in his place, but they asked Chan to call them. Daeru asks if he wants something to eat, but Chan says he just wants a smoke. Guangtek walks into the room asking if Chan is awake. Chan asks if the man has cigarettes and he grumbles. Then asks if Daeru is really his teacher at school. Chan confirms. The man stares at Daeru. Chan says he trusts his teacher and that he can listen to the conversation. Guangtek sighs and agrees, then says that thanks to Chan he profited this time without doing anything. There won't be anyone in Gangnam who stands against him for a while. Smiling, he asks if there's anything he can do for Chan. Serious, the boy tells him not to involve the school. Just that. The man says he likes the kid, so he'll give him a warning to lay low for a while. Rumors about him have spread and many will try to find him. Stressed, Chan says he'll handle it on his own. Guangtek gets annoyed and says he recognizes that Kang Chan is a special guy, and it's true that he profited from that incident. Chan asks what that has to do with anything. The man says that just as he recognized the boy's talent, Chan should respect his status and opinion. Outraged, Chan asks what he's going to do if the boy doesn't want to do that. They stare at each other with deadly intent. Guangtek gives a little smirk and says that Chan won and they should forget everything and be friends. Daeru tells him to get rid of his people outside first. They don't need protection. The gang leader asks what subject Daeru teaches and he replies physical education. Smiling, Guangtek says he figured as much, but he won't send anyone away. Those men from Ulsan are special. Then he says he'll leave for now, but Chan can ask anything he wants from the men outside. He says goodbye. Chan tells Daeru he should go, but he says he can stay and work from there. The man takes the chance to ask if there's anything going on between Chan and Kim Mayong as she sent him messages all day. The boy says she's just a kid. Tired, Chan asks when he'll be discharged and Daeru replies that the doctor said he has to stay at least a month. The boy thinks to himself that he'll need to stay in bed for at least a week, but he can't tell his parents he'll be sleeping at his teacher's house for a whole week. Chan says they should tell them he had a car accident. They went out for dinner to talk about his future, and on the way back, it happened. He needs to say that one of the guys outside caused the accident. Daeru leaves saying he'll tell them that. Chan's mother calls out for him. The teacher tells her not to worry that he'll recover soon, but the woman is in despair. Chan moves his arm to show that it's not as bad as it looks. His mother says they'll transfer him to a bigger hospital. Car accidents can have lasting effects on the body, but Chan says there's no need. He thinks he can't tell her he was stabbed. Then a doctor enters the room. The man asks how Chan is feeling. The boy says he's fine. His mother introduces herself and the doctor says the boy's wounds aren't as serious as they look. His treatment is progressing well, so he just needs to eat and stay hydrated. The woman says she's thinking about transferring her son to another hospital. The doctor agrees and Chan panics, wondering if the doctor shouldn't be aware of his situation. He says the director of the other hospital is a friend of his. He can call there, but he thinks it's better for Kang Chan to stay here. In big hospitals, the patient-to-doctor ratio is overwhelming, and in a life-threatening emergency, a large hospital would be better. But in Kang Chan's case, he doesn't need complicated surgery, just observation. He concludes by saying that's his personal opinion and the final decision belongs to the patient's legal guardian. Although the director of the other hospital is a busy man, he answers all his calls. The doctor asks if she wants him to call, but Chan's mother says there's no need. She'll wait for her husband to arrive so they can talk. Chan notes that the man is clever. Then the doctor asks if Chan's mother can step out for a moment so he can talk with the boy. Since he wants to change the dressings, he thinks it's better if she stays outside, and the woman agrees. She leaves, saying she'll be waiting outside. The doctor starts removing the dressings and says the stitches are beginning to come out normally. It usually takes 2 weeks, and Chan asks if he'll need them redone. The doctor says he actually heals very quickly, and he's never seen anything like it before. Chan thanks him for convincing his mother. The doctor asks if the boy knows why he's doing this. While he was studying abroad, his brother became a gangster and started using knives for violence. But once he was taken to the ER after being stabbed, he lost a lot of blood, and when he found out his own brother worked there, he refused to be treated. In the end, he was the one who had to announce the death of his own brother. Chan is left speechless. After finishing the dressing change, he says he heard Chan is good with his fists, like he has a request for him. The doctor says he can go there or send people whenever he wants, but he must not kill or be killed. The doctor says it's hard to keep doing his job when people die. Chan asks why the man doesn't just stop doing it. Smiling, the doctor asks what would be the point that wouldn't reduce the number of deaths from beatings. The boy asks what if things go wrong in his job, and the doctor replies that money isn't a problem for him, and if everything fails, he'll move to another country. Chan says he understands and thanks the man. The doctor laughs and says it should be him saying that since he barely treated the others and still saved a good amount of money that time. The boy laughs along along and says he made a good deal. Then the doctor tells Chan to keep in mind that if he shows up dead, he'll sell his organs for money without telling his parents. Smiling, he leaves and tells the boy to get some good rest. Chan is tense. 1 week later, Chan is already home. He puts on his school uniform and leaves his room. The boy's mother asks if he's awake and says they need to talk. She asks why he's in uniform, and the boy says it's to go to school. His mother says the doctor told him to rest for a few more days. Chan says he's fine and can go to school, then asks what the paper in her hand is. The woman shows him a check for 50 million won. Chan thinks a wine take went overboard this time. Nervously, Chan says they can return it later. His mother agrees, saying that kind of money is suspicious. Putting on his sneakers, Chan says he's heading out. His father comes out of the room and asks if the boy wants a ride to school. Chan agrees. They leave the apartment together. The boy wonders why his father is being so energetic. In the car, the atmosphere is tense. His father is serious. Then he calls him and asks if there's anything he wants to tell him. The man says that if his answer is no, he won't ask again. Chan gets tense, then says yes. There's something he hasn't told him. The boy confesses that he got into a fight. He explains that the guys at school were being backed by some gangsters. His father becomes thoughtful. Chan continues, saying there were complicated matters, but they're settled now. Some people were injured, but no one died. Seriously, his father asks why he said it was a car accident. Looking down, Chan explains that his mother would worry too much. They both sit silently in the car. Chan apologizes. The man asks if Chan knows his mother sacrificed a lot for him. Chan looks confused. He sees a photo of himself as a baby in his mother's arms while she was hospitalized, then confirms he doesn't know the details, but something must have happened. During her labor, she had to be rushed into surgery. She was in very bad shape and had to rely on machines to breathe. Chan's father says the boy doesn't need to worry about him, but he must never make his mother cry. Chan agrees, and his father thanks him for being honest. They both stay silent. At school, Chan walks through the hallways and greets Daeru, who asks, startled, what he's doing there. Chan tells him not to worry because he got permission to come back since he recovered very quickly. The boy comments that's good, but strange. Daeru says he's always been a strange guy, and the boy asks if anything has happened lately. The man says some rumors have been spreading through the school. Some say he's on the verge of death, others that he's already dead, and one lunatic said he saw him arrested by the police. Smiling, Chan says there must be a lot of happy people right now and wonders if he should go take a look. Daeru looks confused, and Chan brings up his request. The man gets excited. Chan tells him to give him the names. In the first-year classroom, a boy with glasses is eating. There are several insults written on his desk. Someone appears behind him and slaps him on the head. The boy looks confused. It's another student who asks if there's a problem with him. Frightened, the boy with glasses says no, and the other mocks him while sealing his food, saying his blood will clot if he eats too much meat and then he should eat more grass. The boy with glasses thanks him nervously, afraid of getting hit. Then the other asks why he's not eating. Next, he shoves a bunch of food into his mouth violently. Everyone in the room laughs and mocks the boy. The bully keeps stuffing food down the boy with glasses' throat. He looks like a monster while forcing him to eat quickly. Chan knocks on the door. The boy who's bullying the kid with glasses asks who's barging into the room, but he panics when he sees it's Chan, then bows and welcomes him. Chan asks who he is. The person starts introducing himself, but the MC says he doesn't want to hear it and asks if there's a Gijin there. A boy looks confused, and Chan asks if Gijin isn't there, saying he heard he was supposed to be in that room. Then they point at the boy with glasses, saying he's right there. Gijin trembles in his chair. Chan approaches and asks if he's Gijin. The boy is speechless with fear. Then Chan tells Gijin to come with him, and the boy asks why. Everyone is shocked that the boy with glasses spoke to Kang Chan like that. Chan stays silent, and the guy who bullies Gijin yells at him, asking if he's lost his mind. He gets close to the boy and demands to know how he dares speak to Kang Chan like that. Sternly, Chan tells him not to interfere. The guy backs off. Chan leans on Gijin's desk and says they need to talk. Gijin gets nervous. Chan smiles at him, then grabs the boy by the arm and pulls him outside, telling the boy to stop making excuses and follow him. Gijin is terrified. Then Chan stops because he notices everyone is watching. Smiling, he tells them not to worry. Everyone shrinks back in fear of Chan. In another classroom, the girl is sitting with her head down quiet. Chan stops in front of her and asks if she's Chesoyan. He's with Gijin by his side. The girl says yes. The boy introduces himself as Kang Chan from the 3rd year and says they need to talk for a bit. She panics when she realizes who he is. Confused, he asks if she's busy. The girl quickly stands and says no. He leaves the room with Chesoyan and Gijin, wondering who's next. A group stops him in the hallway. The girl hides behind Chan, terrified. He notices her panic. Chan asks what's going on, and one of the guys in the group introduces himself. After hearing him out, the MC tells him to get lost. But the boy wants to say something. Chan complains that he's blocking the way, so the boy steps aside, apologizing. The group wishes Chan a good day and lets him pass. In the gym, Chan has gathered a group of students and is with Daeru, starting to explain why he brought everyone there. Then he says he wants to create a sports club and the teacher will be the supervisor. Everyone looks confused. Chan asks if they have any questions. Gijin asks what kind of sports they'll be doing. Then Chan says physical training and self-defense. Maybe some feel hockey. Chesoyan asks why he's inviting them. Chan thinks for a moment. The students get curious. Then the MC replies that he wants to be friends with them and spend time together. They are speechless. Daeru clears his throat and says they're not being forced to join the club. They should only stay if they want to. But it'll be good for them if they join. Whoever wants in should sign the document already there, and lunch is arriving for them. Threateningly, Chan says this is going to be fun. The mood grows tense. Daeru tells Chan not to look at them like that. This isn't Africa. Chan says he's trying his best. Then the man asks why a girl is there. The girl greets everyone and introduces herself as Kim Mayong from the 3rd year. She'll be the club manager. Cheerfully, she asks who wants the application form. Daeru asks if Chan is crazy and why he brought a girl who's going to a prestigious university there. Chan questions if his friend really thinks he brought her there. Turns out they met in the hallway and she started crying non-stop and didn't want to leave him alone. Daeru complains and tells the captain to deal with her, but Chan asks to let her stay. She's being nice to everyone anyway. Someone knocks on the door and asks if he ordered tonkatsu. The teacher confirms and asks the guy to put it on the makeshift table. Someone is peeking through the door crack. Chan notices, but the girl runs off. Then he calls her. She looks back and Chan asks why she's wandering around. Angrily, she says she's not. Chan mocks her and says that if she's not, then she should leave. The girl looks at him nervously as he walks away. Then she calls Kang Chan and asks if she really can go. He replies yes. Blushing, she asks if she doesn't look suspicious. Chan says that if she wants to do suspicious things, she's free to do so. Then he closes the door and goes back inside. The girl stays outside looking in. Then she lowers her head and swears. On the school field, the teenagers are running and sweating. Chan is leading them with excitement and tells them to keep going. But the group is already exhausted. From a distance, someone is watching. The girl stares seriously at those people. After running a lot, everyone sits on the ground trying to rest. Excited, Kim arrives with soda for everyone. Gijin thanks her for the drink. He downs a can, comments that he survived the day's training. Stretching, Chan asks if they can now begin the official training. The group is shocked and Chan doesn't understand, so he asks if they have any questions, and Gijin wants to know what they just did. Calmly, Chan says that was just the warm-up. It's not good to start training without warming up first. Everyone panics. They're exhausted. A boy takes a ball to the face. He falls to the ground. Chan comments that he shouldn't have taken the ball with his face, then asks if he's okay. They're just playing. Daeru says Chan didn't aim at the boy's face on purpose. The MC prepares to say something, but remembers he has to pretend to be just a student and apologizes to the boy. Seriously, Daeru says they're at school. Chan says he knows and asks if they can continue the game. The teacher throws the ball to the boy. With a dark look, Chan says he'll show what happens when he actually aims for someone's face. Smiling, Daeru signals for him to go ahead. With all his strength, Chan throws the ball at his friend. Daeru is ready to receive it, then kicks it back with a powerful shot. Chan runs toward the ball and kicks it back to the other side. Quickly, Daeru sends the ball back again, and Chan keeps returning it. They keep this going for a while, with the ball flying back and forth. The boys in the group reflect that this is an extremely terrifying club. After training, they go wash their faces to cool off. Chan is happy and says he thought his body was weak, but he was wrong. Compared to those boys, he's in great shape. The teenagers gossip among themselves. Daeru comments that they're going to break those kids if they train like that every day, so they should limit it to twice a week. Unsel, who had been watching from a distance, approaches. Her heart is pounding, then she calls out to Kang Chan. The girl comes closer and Chan asks what she's doing there again, and she says she wants to join the club too. Everyone is left speechless. Chan replies no. Unsel starts asking why she can't join. Then Chan asks why a third-year student would want to join a club when there are exams to study for. The girl yells that it doesn't matter since she's not going to university anyway. Besides, Kim Mayon is also in the club. With arms crossed, Chan says she has good grades, unlike the girl. Unsel lowers her head, then looks at Kim with hatred. Kim feels bad. Unsel leaves. Chan stays silent. At the end of the day, he's walking home with Kim. She asks why he won't let Unsel join the club too. She seems sincere and determined. Chan replies that she doesn't fit in and will spare the others. The light turns green. Kim tries to say that might change if they spend some time together, but Chan walks off. The girl is left standing there with a sad look. Chan is walking down the street when he receives a call from an unknown number. He answers. Someone asks if it's Kang Chan and introduces herself as Michelle, speaking in French. The boy is confused. Then he remembers the number he gave when he was at a French restaurant. Chan asks why she's calling and the girl questions why he's asking that. Then she asks if he's really going to play dumb after attracting the attention of three beautiful ladies. Chan asks if she knows he's still in high school. Smiling, Michelle asks if he knows she's French. Chan says he's not in the mood for jokes, and the girl replies that she's not joking and he has to keep his promise. Then she asks if it can be that day. The boy says he can't because he's recovering from some injuries. Michelle responds that that's sexy. Confused, Chan wonders if the girl is crazy. Then he says he can't today but can on Saturday. Michelle agrees and says I love you in French before hanging up. Frustrated, Chan hangs up the phone. The boy heads home angry. He gets home and enters the apartment, then announces that he's home, startling his father, who says on the phone to continue the conversation later and that he'll arrive as soon as possible. The father asks if Chan got out early that day. The boy confirms. He asks who his father was on the phone with. The man says it was just a client from the company, then tells Chan to take a shower and get some rest. Chan walks off but thinks to himself that he's sure his father is hiding something. Chan's father is standing in front of the coffee table. He looks deep in thought. The boy approaches, startling him, then asks if his father wants to go out for a bit and says he's going for a walk. His father says he's fine and tells his son to be careful, but then he changes his mind and says he'll go out for a bit too. They can enjoy a good walk together. Chan smiles. It's already nighttime, they're walking peacefully. Then Chan asks if something's wrong. The man asks what he's talking about. Chan stops and says that if his father says nothing's wrong, then he won't ask again. That's exactly what his father told him in the car earlier. The man gets nervous and puts his arm around Chan, saying his son caught him. Something did happen. He was planning to import French cars and sell them here. At first they would buy 50 cars, and if it worked out, they'd request more from the French company. This way, the risk would be low. But an outside factor interfered. The man asks if he knows the Xiujiang group. They set up a motors branch and offered to parallel import the same cars. Chan thinks they probably got jealous of his father's potential strategy. Then he realizes he thought of that man as his father without hesitation. Chan's father continues, saying he was contacted from France earlier. They secured the monopoly, but only if they buy 500 cars with each order. At first glance, it seems like they're being considerate, but they made that offer knowing they wouldn't be able to meet that demand. If they back out, the company might close a deal with a bigger corporation. Chan asks which model he wanted to export, and his father replies, Schiff. The boy wonders if those aren't the extremely luxurious sedans. 500 of them is a lot. Then his father concludes, saying they can either give up the money spent on the 50-car contract or pay for 500 and try to sell them. The loss is nearly the same. Tense, the man says he's sorry. The money he borrowed using their house as collateral was spent on those contracts. If they don't deal with this, things could get difficult for them. The man apologizes for showing Chan his pathetic side. Chan looks at him and says it's okay. He's fine with all of it and asks his father to take good care of his mom. The man says that's what worries him the most. He tries his best not to make it obvious. Chan says it was pretty obvious. Lowering his head, the father says that honestly he couldn't hide his expressions after hearing some new information earlier. The French executives who were supposedly coming next week are now arriving this week. Chan reflects that they want to get rid of them quickly. Chan asks if they're arriving tomorrow or the day after. His father says they're coming tomorrow, will rest for a day, and then meet. The boy starts to speak and asks if he could go with him, but the man says he'll try to handle it alone. Chan says he knows his father is aware of how good his French is. He could translate. The boy quickly stands up and tells his father to try everything he can. If things still don't work out, even with them working together, then there's nothing more they could have done. He stares at the man, who looks back at him surprised. Then the father says all right, even if the results aren't good, he wants help until the end. But for the sake of Chan's mother, they should act normal and keep this between them. The boy goes home. His mother asks where his father is. Chan says he told him he'd stay outside a bit longer. The woman gets worried and says that's strange. The boy enters his room and reflects that there are moments when people need time for themselves. His phone vibrates. He answers. On the other end, Michelle calls the boy Cheney and starts complaining, but then says she called at a good time. Michelle asks if it's because he missed her. Chan replies that they'll have to postpone the plan for a week. Frustrated, the woman says he's asking for too much. He says it's because of some problems at home. The woman says then they'll meet on Monday and she won't compromise any further. Chan sighs and says okay, Monday it is. Hanging up, the girl says that's a promise. She's happy to talk with Chan. The boy reflects on Michelle. He turns on his computer and starts searching, thinking that there must still be some money in his old French account. There should be more than 150 million won. Chan says his account hasn't been updated for online banking. He barely remembers the number, and no one's going to believe he's the legendary Kang Chan. Daeru asks if that's not wrong. The boy agrees and says even so, the nearest branch is in Hong Kong. He'll try calling on Monday. Daeru says he's worried about the boy's mother. Seriously, he says they need to do everything they can to handle this. Sunday, at the Namsam Hotel, Chan and his father arrive by car. The man says there will be 2 executives and 1 translator from his company. He's going to honestly say Chan is his son, but that he's there as the translator's assistant. Then the father calls Chan and thanks the boy. He's left speechless. As planned, He'll help him with the negotiations. It'll be an interesting experience. They both enter the hotel. The father points and says they're already there. Chan is shocked. Someone approaches. The boy starts sweating. A man stops right in front of him. Chan remembers the military officer who commanded them in Africa and ordered them to kill Masalan. That man is him, Charlin. The boy wonders how this can be real and how the man is still alive. Charlin extends his hand to Chan and greets him in French. The boy is tense. His father greets the man back. Charlin looks behind him where a man is greeting a girl. He calls the blonde man Smithen and tells him to behave since they're in Korea. Smiling, Smithen turns to Charlin. Chan is even more surprised by his presence and wonders what's going on. His father asks if something's wrong, but he says no. Then his father says Chan should greet them. The boy says in French that his father is the CEO of Kangyu Motors, Kang Da-Gayong, and that he is Kang Chan, an assistant to the translator. Charlin introduces himself and says Chan's pronunciation is very good, and that the way he speaks sounds familiar. Charlin introduces Smithen, the sales manager of their Asian branch. Chan grows more and more confused by the whole situation but asks in French if they should head to the table. They gather around. A staff member asks Charlin if he would like to place an order. Smithen keeps staring at the girl, but Charlin snaps him out of it, and the man regains his composure. Then Charlin asks if Kang Chan's a common name in Korea. Chan stays silent, serious. The man asks if he spoke too fast, and his father looks at him. Seriously, Chan answers that it's a common name and asks if he knows someone with the same name. Charlin says he only asked because it's a cool name. Then Chan says he's also familiar with both of their names. But Charlin doesn't understand what the boy means. The staff member brings drinks to the table. While drinking, Charlin says they'll now start the real conversation. The translator tells Da-Gayong, Chan's father, that he wants to talk business. So Da-Gayong begins to speak. He says it would be difficult for them to accept the sudden proposal, and he was hoping Charlin would modify the contract terms for the 500 cars. The translator relays to Charlin what Da-Gayong said. The man sighs, and calmly says they won't modify the terms, but if he wants, he can sign the original contract for 50 cars, but the competitors will be able to import them too. Then he comments that healthy competition benefits everyone. Chan reflects that this is something Charlin would say. Da-Gayong says they already paid half of the contract value. According to him, if they pay the rest, his company will gain half the rights for the ships. Charlin says that indeed, he'll have a monopoly on rights, but only if he prepares the facilities to meet headquarters demands, fully expanding the workforce. Excited, Da-Gayong says they already have contracts signed with workshops across the country to use as facilities. They can prepare the other requirements immediately. Charlin comments that the monopoly on rights will only apply to vehicles purchased by Da-Gayong's company, and they made the same proposal to the competition. Da-Gayong is speechless. Meanwhile, Charlin sips his drink calmly. One of Da-Gayong's team members shouts that this is outrageous, and if they keep this up, they'll take legal action. Chan reflects that it's pointless to face Charlin with that kind of attitude. The man places his glass on the table and asks about the legal action, and if he should take that as the true intention of Kangyu Motors. With his hand on his head, Charlin says this is shameful, and to make one thing clear, he stands up and says that they were the ones who declared war first. Charlin stands and leaves. Someone asks him to wait a moment. The man turns around. It's Chan, who asks for a little more time. Charlin replies that nothing is more worthless and a waste of time. Chan says he's not asking for much, he needs 1 week and 1 night. Mocking him, Charlin says Chan has no authority to make any decisions. The boy looks at his father. Da-Gayong asks if he has a plan. Chan says no, but it's better than giving up everything. A man tells Da-Gayong that if they don't find a solution in a week, there will be nothing more they can do. Maybe they should apologize and try to renegotiate. Chan says those people will only intensify their attacks if they retreat. Da-Gayong puts his hands on his head. Charlin silently watches everything. Da-Gayong says nothing for a few moments. Then he lifts his head and asks for translation. He says that here and now Chan's words are his words and his decisions will be his decisions. Chan smiles. The man behind him complains, but Da-Gayong is firm and repeats that they should translate. Chan thanks his father. Charlin smiles and asks if 1 week will really be enough, and if Chan can't pay for the 500 cars in a week, will he also give up the rights? Chan smiles and says he doesn't need to worry about that. Charlin asks what the boy meant by 1 night, and Chan replies that he'll see. Smiling wickedly, Chan says he's looking forward to it. Smithen and Charlin glance at each other confused. Da-Gayong's team is visibly uncomfortable. Charlin comments that Korea is quite a strange country, and Kang is very similar to someone he knows. Chan asks him for an answer. Does he accept or not? Smiling, the man accepts and asks when the night will be. The boy says they'll contact him soon about that. Charlin shakes his hand and says they should contact him at least 1 day in advance. Chan and Charlin stare at each other. If those guys are really who he remembers, they'll be easy to face. Charlin says they're leaving and says goodbye. The men with Da-Gayong desperately ask what they're going to do now that Charlin has justification to attack them, but Da-Gayong disagrees. They create a situation that wasn't expected. This is a significant development. Everyone is in shock. Da-Gayong leaves and calls out to Chan, leaving everyone behind. In the car, the man calls his son's name and asks if Chan is really his son. Chan is confused. Then he asks what his father means. Da-Gayong asks if he's still going to say he learned French on the internet. Lowering his head, Chan says that even if he told the truth, his father wouldn't believe him or trust him. Smiling, Da-Gayong says he understands and changes the subject, asking Chan not to ask the gangsters for help under any circumstances. The boy agrees. Da-Gayong says it's still a secret from his mother. Chan agrees. His father leans his head against the window, lost in thought. He's deep in thought, and Chan notices. The boy sends a message asking someone to meet him later. When they arrive home, Chan tells his father he has something to do and will return later. He says he knows someone who might be able to help them. Serious, the father repeats not to involve any gangsters. Chan agrees and tells him not to worry. Da-Gayong enters the building and leaves Chan outside. The boy walks away serious. He remembers the battlefield. When he was shooting at enemies, it was all very intense. Daeru called out to Chan, and the captain told him to hang in there a bit longer. Then he started climbing a wall. He ran across the rooftops of nearby houses, leaping from one to the next. The enemies grabbed a bazooka and tried to hit Chan as he advanced, but the boy thought it won't be this time. He jumped down to the ground, catching his enemies off guard. Quickly, Chan started taking them out at close range. He set a car on fire, burning someone alive. There were countless shots, everything very intense. Amidst all the groans, fire, and smoke, Chan reports over the radio that the zone is secure. His team approaches. Daeru smiles and asks why Chan always has to show off. The captain tells him to do a better job next time, but Daeru mocks him. Chan asks if there were any casualties. His friend says 4 were lightly injured, no deaths or serious injuries. Chan says that's good, but asks where Smithen is. Daeru looks around. Only now does he think of it. He was somewhere else, with a civilian who was trembling in fear. Smithen tells her to stay calm. He's not going to kill her. Even so, the girl tries to back away, but the man insists. Chan is looking for the man and finds him in that situation. Smithen looks at the captain, frightened. Chan becomes furious at the scene and curses Smithen. Trying to cover himself, Smithen says Chan arrived just in time because he found the survivor. Furious, Chan yells at him to shut up and punches him. He screams, asking who Smithen thinks he's fooling. Every time he tries to pull some crap, it shows all over his face. Then he punches Smithen again, shouting that he's worse than an animal and asking how he's any different from those kidnappers. Getting beaten, Smithen screams for Chan to forgive him just one more time. The boy is sitting on on a bench, serious. He reflects that Smithen, as a businessman, had the same expression he used to have on the battlefield. Someone asks if Chan has been waiting long. It's Daeru in a car. The boy says he just got there and suggests they go talk somewhere. His friend tells him to get in the vehicle. They drive off. Daeru asks what happened. Chan says it was Smithen. The man doesn't understand. The boy says he saw him with Charlene. Daeru asks if those guys are still alive, and Chan replies that if he met them, it means they are. The man asks where the two are now. Chan says at the Namsan Hotel. Angry, Daeru says they should go there right now. Chan tells him not to go yet and asks his friend to listen to what he has to say. Those two got successful careers at going cars. Daeru bursts out laughing, then realizes Chan isn't joking and says they should go. Chan asks why Daeru keeps insisting they go. Then the man says to suppose Smithen survived after they died, but he's way too dumb to be a manager at a big corporation. Chan comments that he thinks Daeru is dumb too. The man keeps yelling that those two probably stabbed them in the back. Daeru says even a blockhead like him can see that, and he doesn't get how Chan hasn't realized it. The boy says there may be circumstances they don't know about, they need more information. Daeru says Chan can ask whatever he wants asterisk after asterisk, he smashes their faces in. Chan tries to explain that they've already arranged a meeting for the evening. Daeru gets pissed and tells the captain to do it his way. He hits the gas and says he'll do it asterisk his asterisk way. The boy yells at Daeru. The man looks at Chan, startled. Chan tells him not to do anything until the proper plan is made, then says that's an order. Daeru falls silent and apologizes for overreacting after hearing those bastards' names. Chan says it's okay. It's not the first time he's seen him like that. Daeru asks why they don't ask Wine-Take for help. The boy reflects that it's a good idea, they could help a lot both with information gathering and in a fight, but he made a promise. So he tells Daeru it's not a good idea, and asks if they've gotten so weak that they need the help of gangsters. Daeru smiles and says he understands. Chan reflects that there isn't a concrete plan at the moment. If they could isolate one of them, something might be possible. Chan's phone rings. It's Michelle calling him. So he starts to think, and gets an idea. Chan answers the call with a smile. The girl asks if he managed to take care of that problem he had. Chan says not yet, that it got a bit complicated. She says he sounds cheerful, so she thought he had solved it. Chan says it's all good and asks where they should meet. Michelle replies that she's not sure and doesn't mind the place as long as she's with him. Smiling, Chan suggests a hotel. Michelle loves the idea. She comments that he was so direct it surprised her. Chan says he'll pay for dinner and asks the girl to bring her friends too. Excited, Michelle asks which hotel and what time. The boy says the name, Namsan Hotel, and sets it for 7 p.m. Michelle starts picking out her outfit excitedly. Daeru asks what that was all about. Chan replies that it's a French woman. His friend mocks him, saying Chan is very confident and calm. Then Chan tells Daeru to use his brain. Their opponent is Smithen. Daeru gets the idea. Chan comments that now it's time to throw the bait. He calls the hotel and asks to speak with the guests in room 1901 and to say it's Kang Chan. Smithen answers in French and Chan says he wanted to talk about their meeting, then asks what he thinks about Tuesday night. Smithen asks him to wait a moment. Chan reflects that he probably doesn't have the authority to make decisions, then gets confirmation from Charlene. Smithen returns and says Tuesday at 7 p.m. is fine, then asks if they'll meet at the lounge. Chan confirms and says he has an evening appointment the next day with some ladies at the hotel, so if Smithen sees him, he shouldn't take it the wrong way or mind it. Smithen says he understands and that he's jealous, then says goodbye. Daeru comments that wasn't the reaction he expected and asks if his personality has changed. Chan says he was probably with Charlene, so he had to fake it, but his mind is likely full of tomorrow night and beautiful women. Daeru agrees and says he wouldn't change. The boy asks Daeru to go to the hotel the next day with the car. Michelle and the others are so attractive that once Smithen sees them, he'll go after them. After all, he's not the type to stay alone in his room. He'll definitely be wandering around the club. As soon as the opportunity arises, they should bring him to the car. Daeru agrees and says he'll find a safe place to take him and that he'll personally have a little chat with Smithen. Chan asks if he'll be okay. Angrily, Daeru asks if he really thinks someone like Smithen could beat him. The boy says he's not in his old body and that Smithen can't be underestimated. He even beat Daeru once in arm wrestling. Everyone was cheering for them. They bound who they thought would win. The two glare at each other with hatred as they struggle to win. Daeru says that was with his right arm and with his left he always wins. Chan says his body's not the same, but Smithen's is. The man tells Chan to relax, that he hasn't been slacking off all this time. Chan asks why they're worrying about all this now. They'll deal with Smithen the next day when he takes the bait. If things don't work out, they'll have no choice but to kill him on Tuesday. Daeru comments that if they're lucky, they could take care of the squad and Chan's father at the same time. Chan says that would be nice, but they don't need to try to forcefully resolve both at once. He starts a sentence about rushing, and Daeru finishes it. They both laugh together in the car. Daeru confesses he's nervous. Chan says he is too. The boy is deep in thought. If Smithen has preserved his old skills, it'll be a much harder fight than with those gangsters. At night, Daeru drops Chan off at home. He says he knows a few places where they could take care of Smithen, and Chan should choose one. The boy says it's fine for Daeru to choose. His friend agrees and says goodbye. The car drives off. Chan enters the house and asks his father what he's doing. The man replies he's making chicken soup. Chan is confused and his father says his mother isn't feeling well. After he spoke with her about the situation, she's been lying in bed and hasn't gotten up. The next day, Chan and Dad Gayong are in the car. The boy says he contacted some people who know executives at Going, and they'll look for a solution. Dad Gayong thanks his son for the help and says he's been working hard, but gives him a warning to not get involved in illegal activities. Chan agrees. His father drops him off at school. At the entrance, he runs into Daeru. They smile at each other. In class, Chan is dying of boredom. He almost falls asleep several times. Later, he trains with the club members on the court. They run exhausted, and Chan stays super motivated. Kim yells to encourage them. Unseo watches from afar. The school day ends. Chan walks down the hallway serious. Someone calls out to him. When he looks, it's Kim, who says they should go home together. But he says he's not going home yet because he has some plans. The girl asks with who, and if it's with a girl. Chan says it's with Professor Seok Kang-ho. The girl says then she'll go with him. The boy replies that she can't. Kim tries to say she's the club manager, but he's already gone. Kim watches him tense. Chan goes down the stairs, and someone calls him again. It's Unseo, who says they need to talk. The girl tries to say she wants to join the club, but Chan cuts her off and says they'll talk later because he's busy today. Unseo gets mad and curses at him. Chan goes to the PE equipment room. He enters and Daeru is already there getting ready. The boy asks how he even has a tie, and Daeru replies that it's best to go all in when you're starting something. Chan says he shouldn't dress like that, and Daeru looks confused. Then Chan tells him to do as he wants and asks if he brought his clothes, telling him to hand them over. Daeru replies that he can change in the car, but Chan says it's way too cramped. Crossing his arms, Daeru comments that his reputation could take a hit if someone sees him taking a student in a suit to his car. Mocking him, Chan asks if he's scared. Daeru says it's terrifying. Then he pauses and adds saying it's not Smithen who scares him. Chan says he knows. At the Namsan Hotel, they park the car at the entrance. Daeru says he'll be waiting for Chan in the underground parking lot, but the boy says Smithen won't recognize him so he can stay in the lobby cafe instead. The man complains saying the coffee there probably costs between 20 and 30,000 won. Chan tells him to pay anyway. Putting a hand on his head, Daeru says his wife is even more terrifying. Seriously, he says that Smithen isn't. Chan sighs. Daeru says he'll stay inside with Chan, then tells the boy to get out so he can park the car. Chan gets out of the vehicle and walks into the hotel. Inside, everything is fancy and spacious. He wonders if Michelle Michelle isn't there yet since it's almost the scheduled time. Someone greets Chan very formally. It's a man who's staring at him. Chan asks who he is. He replies that he's Seo Do-seok and that they met the other day. Seo Do-seok is the gangster who was with Oh. The man says he works full-time at the hotel, so if Chan needs anything, he can ask him. But the MC tells him to get lost. The man agrees and tells Chan to take care, then walks away. Chan wonders if that place is also a gangster den. He sits on the couch and reflects that this is troublesome. Someone greets him, calling him Chaney. It's Michelle with her two friends. Everyone around is stunned by how beautiful the three of them are. Chan becomes serious. It's time to start the evening and catch Smithin. Chan lifts his head. Michelle says in French that he looks hot. One of her friends says it's because the clothes are luxurious, and the other replies that the colors match and that Chan has great taste. Daeru sees the boy from afar. He stops and looks for a moment. Chan signals for him to stay in that area. Daeru nods back. Michelle asks who he's looking at, and if he's going to keep disappointing them like that. Chan apologizes, then asks them to speak one at a time. His brain can't keep up with all of them. Michelle agrees, and says her first question is what the plans are for today. Chan says they should head to another place first. Daeru is seated, looking at his phone, and watches Chan heading off somewhere. Chan looks at him. At a table, a waiter serves a few dishes. Chan says they haven't ordered anything yet, and the waiter replies that they were instructed to serve the full course meal for free. Chan looks confused. The waiter says they'll be serving a house's exclusive dinner, and if they want anything else, they can just ask. The boy agrees and tells the waiter to go. Michelle asks for the wine menu, and the waiter says he'll bring it. Looking at Chan, Michelle comments that he must be pretty important. The boy denies it and says he just knows someone from there. Michelle is looking at him sweetly. Chan reflects that the gangsters probably arranged all that, and it was a bit unnecessary. The girls toast. Michelle asks if Chan doesn't like drinking. The boy says he's still a student and reflects that even so, mentally, he's almost 30. Mocking, Michelle asks if he's the type to follow the law and says that's unexpected. One of Michelle's friends comments that the wine is delicious, and it'd be hard to find something that good even in France. Michelle takes a sip to confirm. The girls laugh and chat while drinking. All three are 26 years old, they live in the same area and quickly became friends. Michelle is a magazine editor. Cecile works for a security company, and Cindy is a freelancer. Chan reflects that he feels comfortable talking with them even in his current situation. His phone rings. Chan apologizes and says he has to take the call. Michelle smiles. The boy wonders if it's Daeru, but if it were, he would send a message. When he checks his Okwainte, Chan answers. The man says he heard the boy is at the hotel all dressed up in a suit, and Chan replies that it's none of his business. Oh asks the boy not to be so rough and says he just wants a friendly relationship with him, and if Chan needs anything, he can talk to Seo Do-seok. Chan hangs up. Michelle comments that Chan is acting a little strange and he looks confused. She crosses her arms and says it seems like he has other business to deal with and tells him not to underestimate a woman's intuition. Chan reflects that it wouldn't be bad to reveal some things to her, as long as it's not everything. He says she's right, and explains that there's an American named Smithin at that hotel, and if he comes by, he might join their table. Michelle asks if Chan brought them there because of that. He says she's not entirely wrong, but one asks if it's because of the recent problem he had. Chan says it's not just that, there's something he needs to confirm personally, and he apologizes for it. Michelle gets thoughtful. Her friends glance at each other. Chan is serious, waiting for her to say something. She raises her finger, and says that since he was honest and even apologized, she'll let him off without punishment. Her friends look at each other and smile, and one of them says it would be fun if another person joined the table. Chan thanks them. The girl starts to say that with more people, they could form pairs. Chan receives a message. Daeru says that Smithin is there. Chan feels relieved, and sends a message saying they'll go to the club, but Daeru asks Chan to wait. Daeru sends a message that says Serpent Venomux. Chan reflects that it means poisonous snake. It's the French gang. Smithin is talking to members of the French gang. Chan asks if Daeru is sure, and the man says he checked the tattoo and confirmed the presence of 3 people. Members of Serpent Venomux have a red snake tattooed above the left thumb. Daeru fought some of them in Paris. Chan wonders why they're there and whether they're acting as bodyguards for Charlene and Smithin. Daeru suggests abandoning the plan. Gang members weren't part of it. The boy reflects that Daeru isn't wrong, but there's no chance those members will be gone by the next day. Besides, they may have to face Charlene tomorrow. Chan clenches his teeth and wonders if there's ever been a time when a battle went calmly according to the original plan. He sends a message to Daeru saying they'll go ahead with the plan. The man gets tense and confirms, saying the guys are moving and heading to the club. Chan gets stressed. He doesn't even have time to think. Smithin and the gang members enter the club, all with serious, menacing faces. Michelle looks at Chan, worried. Her friends are tense too. Chan is trying to stay calm and think of something. He reflects on what his advantages are and what the problems are. The boy becomes serious while thinking. Seo Do-seok enters the place they're in and asks if Chan called him. Then the boy says there are 4 Westerners in the club and asks if Seo Do-seok can evacuate the others and close the door after he enters. Seriously, he says Seo Do-seok might not be able to control the situation that night. Seo Do-seok says that's not a decision he can make on his own. He needs to contact Chief Oh Gwainte first. Chan agrees. Oh answers quickly. Chan says they don't have time, so gets straight to the point. The club needs to be shut down that night. Oh Gwainte is confused, but the boy says again they don't have time and asks if it's possible or not. Then Oh Gwainte says he only holds part of the shares, and a big decision like that involves consulting the other shareholders. Chan says that if he does this, he'll fulfill a request for the man later. He just needs the club shut down right now. Oh Gwainte stays silent. The boy yells his name. The man asks if he'll really do anything. Chan says Seo Do-seok is with him and will speak to the man. Seo Do-seok says that Chan is asking to let the 4 Westerners stay inside and evacuate the rest. Then he says he understood and hands the phone back to Chan. The boy calls for Oh on the phone. The man says they'll do as Chan wants, but if things get out of control, it'll be a problem and he should bring some of his men. The man says that for now Seo Do-seok and a few others are there, so Chan should take them, but he'll send some stronger men who should arrive in 30 minutes. Chan reflects that if Oh Gwainte's men can handle the French gangsters, their chances of success will increase. The boy is thoughtful, but agrees and tells them to just close the club. Oh Gwainte replies that they're already doing it. Chan thanks her. Worried, Michelle asks what's going on and if something's wrong. He replies that he'll be honest with her and says there are members of Serpent Venomux in the hotel. Seriously, he apologizes and says he didn't expect things to get this complicated. They should stay there for a while and leave when they get the chance. Michelle says they can help somehow. Chan responds that she won't be able to do anything with that frightened look on her face. The woman is speechless. The boy says that one day he'll have to return to France. If she draws attention by being involved with him, things could get messy. Chan stands up and says he'll leave first. He walks away saying they'll talk later. Chan speaks to Seo Do-seok and says he's leaving those 3 girls in his care and asks the man to handle his request as quickly as possible. Seo Do-seok tells him not to worry. Everyone watches as Chan walks out of there. He thinks to himself that this is the moment where things get interesting. At the hotel, several people walk around laughing and chatting. Chan tells Daeru that they should deal with the gangsters first. They go down the club stairs. Chan says they should take advantage and catch 2 of them off guard to start with the upper hand. Daeru agrees. The man says he left the tools in the car and asks if he should go back to get them, but Chan says there are things downstairs that can be used as weapons. Daeru asks what they'll do if the guys are armed. The boy replies that this is Korea. they wouldn't be carrying weapons. A few girls come up the stairs, annoyed. One of them complains to the others about being told to leave so suddenly. Chan mentally thanks Oh Boingtik. They arrive at the club. Since it's still early, there aren't many customers. Daeru draws Chan's attention. The men are sitting in the middle of the club. Chan says he saw them and tells his friend not to rush. They approach the group. Smithen notices their presence and greets Kang, who speaks to him casually. Smithen says he came because he had some free time and wanted to relax. Then he asks if Chan hadn't said he was coming with a few beautiful ladies. Chan says he contacted them earlier and they're still on the way. Smithen says that's a shame and asks if Chan would like to start the evening drinking with him. The boy asks if that's okay and Smithen invites him to sit. Chan and Daeru sit down. Probably Smithen is being polite because he's expecting the women. Chan picks up a drink, smiling. Smithen asks who the guy with him is. Chan replies that he's the one who introduced him to the ladies, Mr. Siuk. Smithen laughs and says he gets what Chan means. Then he speaks in English to Daeru, greeting him. The man looks at the drink offered to him and takes it, but stays serious. Smithen smiles at him. They keep drinking. Little by little, everyone in the club leaves. Smithen comments that he's a bit disappointed. He thought Koreans like to party, but the place is quiet. Everyone left. Chan laughs and says it's because it's still early. Then he says Smithen will see soon enough. He'll be a big surprise. The club door is closed. One of the bodyguards says something's wrong. Chan yells for him and Daeru to attack. The man smashes his bottle into someone's face. Smithen panics and tries to make a run for it. Chan and Daeru strike the other two gangsters. They're fighting the men. Chan finishes one of them with a broken bottle. Smithen watches them in desperation. Chan glares at him full of rage. Smithen runs. Something catches Chan's attention. It's one of the gangsters heading to attack Daeru. But Chan acts faster and hits the man with a bottle. Daeru runs after Smithen. He jumps on him and grabs him in midair. Both crash down. On the floor, Daeru is on top of him. Smithen is furious, his face pressed against the floor. Then Daeru starts punching him repeatedly. Meanwhile, Chan fights the gangsters further back. He lands several punches on the man who tries to defend himself. But eventually, Chan lands one square in his face. The gangster is thrown backward. He puts his hand inside his blazer. It looks like he's reaching for something. Chan gets worried, wondering if it's a knife or something else. The gangster pulls a knife from his suit. Chan thinks that at least it's not a gun and notices the man is standing awkwardly. He doesn't seem like a pro. The man points the knife at Chan, but the boy deflects his arm and punches him in the face. Chan grabs the man's wrist and shoulder. Then he twists his arm behind his back. The man falls to the ground in pain. Desperate, he begs Chan to wait. But with hatred in his eyes, Chan breaks his arm. The man screams in agony. They dealt with 3 gangsters more easily than expected. Now only one remains. Chan is shocked when he looks. Smithen has Daeru locked in his arm, holding his neck, threatening to break it and kill the man. Chan thinks Daeru was too confident in himself. Smithen comments that this can't just be about the contract. The boy observes Smithen moving his neck in the way he does when he's confident he can win a fight. He needs to get inside his opponent's head first. Chan asks if the man still didn't notice even after hearing his name. Smithen says he knows that name. The boy steps closer and asks how he survived and whether he betrayed the squad members. Smithen looks confused. Chan asks if he still hasn't figured it out and tells him the man he's holding is Daeru. The man asks who the boy is. Seriously, he says he's Kang Chan. Smithen freezes. Chan says he's the Kang Chan who held him when he thought he was about to die and beat him up when he left the battlefield just to cause trouble. Smithen's expression turns to one of desperation. That's the god of Blackfield, Kang Chan. He remembers when Chan found him harassing the surviving girl and beat him hard and yelled at him when he was about to die and told Chan he didn't want morphine. Chan shook him, asking who he was, and Smithen said he was the god of Blackfield. The man says that's impossible. Chan says maybe those who met undressed deaths pushed him back to tear off the traitor's head. Smithen complains, saying he didn't even want to go to Korea. Then he comments that it seems like Chan's body isn't the same anymore, and he doesn't need to tremble in fear because of a weakling. Chan says that if he's that curious, he should go check for himself. Smithen says that if he's Kang Chan and the other guy is Daeru, and the boy can't get any closer or he'll risk his comrade's life. Chan thinks that it seems like he started using his brain after joining a big corporation. Daeru begins to regain consciousness. Chan thinks he's an idiot and should have given a sign if he was awake. Smithen swears and twists Daeru's neck. Chan charges forward. He extends his thumb and strikes Smithen in the eye. The man screams in pain, then releases Daeru, who falls to the ground unresponsive. Chan looks at Smithen, serious. The man trembles with pain in his eye, then says that before it would have felt like being attacked by a storm of fire, but now it's just an insect sting. In fact, he should be praised for managing to do that so well with such an insignificant body. Chan reflects that the fact Smithen didn't pass out from his punch shows how weak he currently is. Smithen gets ready to fight and charges at Chan. He prepares to punch him, but the boy is faster and hits him in the face, then follows up with another blow. Chan is serious and plants his feet firmly on the ground. He turns and lands another punch to Smithen's face. The boy throws several punches and Smithen begins to defend himself. Full of rage, he prepares to throw another punch and hits Chan. The boy defends with his arms but is sent flying. Chan reflects that he's at a disadvantage and his only option is to aim for vital points to turn the fight around. Smithen laughs and says Chan is different from the god of Blackfield he once knew. Chan dodges his strike and hits him in one of his weak spots. The boy reflects that he's doing well, but gets punched in the ribs by Smithen. He feels terrible pain. Smithen says that won't work. Chan thinks that if he gets pushed now, he'll die. He moves quickly and punches Smithen in the face. The man loses his stance and Chan lands another blow to his face. Smithen glares at him with hatred and punches the boy in the stomach. Chan feels excruciating pain and counters with an elbow to Smithen's chin. They keep fighting and knocking each other back repeatedly. Smithen kicks Chan. The boy tenses up while trying to defend, then throws Smithen far away. The man loses his balance, and Chan prepares to attack him. He punches him in the stomach with all his strength. Smithen screams. He's badly beaten. Chan charges at him and braces on his knee to strike him with a knee to the chin, then follows up with an elbow to the head. Chan drops back to the ground. He turns towards Smithen and kicks him in the face. The man finally collapses to the floor. Chan is gasping for breath, so is Smithen. He breathes heavily on the floor. Chan grabs him by the collar. The man groans, saying it's happening again. Furious, Chan says they should end this already. He punches Smithen in the face repeatedly. The man trembles in pain, defeated. Chan comments that there's still one left. Smithen is terrified. Chan prepares to land the final punch. The man screams. Chan hits him a few more times while the man yells. He's finished on the ground. Chan walks out, holding his ribs. He's badly wounded too. Everything hurts. Chan knocks on the door and calls for Siu Doziak, asking him to open. Several of the Wangtake's gangsters enter with metal pipes. The boy asks them to take Siuk Kangho, who is Daeru, to the hospital. They all move quickly. Siu Doziak asks if Chan is okay, and the boy tells him not to exaggerate, then asks for his metal pipe. He walks toward the French gangsters and says he has to finish them off too. With the straw and blow, he strikes one man's leg. He hits both of them several times in a row. Blood splatters everywhere. The men tremble on the floor, and Chan says this is Korea. Chan drops the pipe on the ground. He picks up a broken glass bottle and walks over to Smithin. He stops right in front of the man. Chan says he won't kill him. He'll even send him to the hospital, but from now on, he'll have to give up his favorite activity. Smithin says Charlene sold him out. Chan says it's too late. The man keeps going, saying the diamonds and the drugs. It's because he's trying to use Kangyu motors. Chan tells him to repeat that. The others watch the bloodthirsty tone of that conversation. Smithin says there will be drugs inside the cars being imported. Chan says that makes no sense because they were going to give the rights to the competition. Smithin says that after completing the payments, they give them the cars on the condition that every time they imported, the cars would go through them and they remove the drugs. Chan thinks he didn't catch everything, but he's certain of one thing. If things don't change, his father will be in danger. And he reflects that he'll still be busy even after taking care of Smithin. In a swift motion, Chan drives the bottle into Smithin's chest. The man sobs in pain. Chan comments that he's already broken in some places and Smithin's body is so tough that won't be enough. One of the Wang Takes gangsters finds something. It's a mash sheet that one of the French gangsters had. Chan says this is the perfect moment and asks for the knife. The man hands him the mash sheet. Chan draws it and slashes Smithin's shoulders, saying this is for Daeru and for himself. Siu Doziak and another gangster watch it all unfold. Chan wipes the blood off his face and stands up, then orders them to take Smithin to the hospital too. Siu Doziak says those guys aren't the priority and they need to take care of Chan first. They should head to the car, which is already ready. Chan is serious. A car heads to the hospital. There Chan gets out and the doctor is waiting at the entrance. The doctor sighs. Chan asks if Siup Kangho was brought in and how he's doing. Seriously, the man says they'll have to wait and see his progress. Chan thinks that's good. It means he's alive. Then the doctor says they'll take an x-ray of Chan and treat him first before talking. The nurse treats the injuries on Chan's hands. The boy asks her to remove the bandage on his right hand, then asks what the name of the hospital director is. Someone replies that it's Yu Hyunwoo. Both of them look. It's the doctor, who introduces himself as Dr. Yu Hyunwoo. He tells the nurse he'll take over from here, and calls Chan to follow him. In the office, he says he knows he told Chan he could come whenever he wanted, but this is a bit too soon. The boy says it just happened. Yu Hyunwoo says the x-ray results are back. 3 of Chan's left ribs are on the verge of breaking. His insides are a mess, and somehow he's still walking and even asking the doctor's name calmly. Chan says he'd never heard the man's name before. Yu Hyunwoo says Chan must be hospitalized. If he pushes too hard, his bones could break and pierce his organs. Chan replies that he can't do that and asks the doctor to just wrap him up. Seriously, the man says his bones are going to break and even the smallest shard could pierce his organs. Yu Hyunwoo says that if Chan isn't hospitalized, he could die. Chan replies that in that case, he can remove his organs and sell them. Then the doctor says that in Chan's current state, he couldn't even sell them as used goods. Chan tells the doctor to just give him any medicine and it'll be fine. Yu Hyunwoo asks the boy to explain why he's insisting so much. He says that if he ends up lying in a hospital bed right now, many people will be in danger. His family, his comrades, everyone. The doctor sighs and says he'll prescribe painkillers and strap on a strong rib belt. Once Chan finishes his business, he must return to the hospital. The boy agrees. Yu Hyunwoo says Chan must never take off the belt, and that's not a request or a favor, but a direct order from his doctor. Chan agrees. He puts on the belt, which looks like a vest, and walks through the hospital corridors. A gangster approaches him and asks if he's okay. Chan asks where Siup Kangho is. The man points to a room. Inside, Daeru is unconscious in bed. Chan says that if he felt things were going wrong, he should have stopped and escaped. The boy curses his friend, calling him an idiot and a fool, then says he'll take care of everything, so Daeru should have a nice, long nap. Chan leaves the room. He is furious. In the corridor, he sees gang members, who bow to him. Chan grabs a door handle and opens it. Inside are Smithin and the French gangsters. One of them laughs, and Chan asks what he's laughing at. The man says Chan let his guard down, but now his family won't get away unharmed. Chan asks if that's a threat. Then the man mocks him. The boy thinks that since they fought earlier, they're still provoking him. He has to crush their spirit. Chan calls the gangsters from outside the room. The boy asks one of them to bring him something he handed over earlier. He tells his companion to go get it from the van. Chan turns again to the Frenchman, who's now flipping him off. Quickly, the man returns with the item and hands it to Chan. The boy takes it and tells both of them to leave. He can't trust those Frenchmen to get by with just a few glass cuts. He feels bad for what Yu Hyunwoo will have to deal with, but this is the best choice. Worried, the French gangster asks what he's doing. Chan replies that he's not going to kill him, just leave him in really bad shape. The man asks if Chan doesn't care about his family. Chan raises the mash sheet. He yells that they're on a business trip as foreigners, and if Chan does anything, it'll attract attention. The boy tells him to say all that to the embassy, then strikes the man, who screams in pain. The impact makes his eyes roll back and his teeth clench. The man begs Chan to stop and forgive him. After finishing with him, Chan turns to the next one, who tells the boy not to come any closer. He tries to get up and call for help, but Chan manages to reach him and he screams in desperation. Outside, the gangsters watch everything through the window. The man screams in pain and tells Chan to leave. Agonizing screams echo from inside the room. Suddenly, the noise stops. The door opens, and there's Chan, with a mash sheet in hand covered in blood. The 2 gangsters are frozen. Chan tells them to take those 3 to another room. The French gangsters are removed and taken elsewhere. Chan turns to Smithin. The man yells for Chan to wait and asks if he's coming toward him. He's blindfolded and screams that the boy has already done enough. Chan says he's not going to kill him, but he's wondering if he'll still be able to walk perfectly with those feet. Smithin yells that he doesn't know anything. Then he shouts that Charlene came to them thinking the team had been wiped out, so he sent the rescue squad, but the fact that he's alive is pure luck. Chan screams, asking why Smithin follows Charlene like his loyal dog, and says he should have reported that they were betrayed. Smithin says Charlene sold him out for a diamond. By the time he found out, there was nothing he could do. There were gangs everywhere and he was injured. He couldn't do anything. He just wanted to live a little longer. Chan says he should have reported the betrayal from inside the hospital instead of following that monster everywhere. The boy stabs him, asking if all he ever did was think of himself. Smithin screams in pain. Chan asks if there are others besides Charlene there in Korea. Smithin replies that there are 2. Spinning the knife, the boy asks if they have any weapons. The man gives the names of 2 weapons. Chan pulls the knife out of Smithin's leg. He's gasping for breath. The boy reflects that of course they would have weapons. After all, they're not here to sell cars, but to traffic. If he and Daeru hadn't carried out the plan earlier, they would have had to face armed people later. In a swift move, he delivers another blow to Smithin's other leg. The man writhes in pain on the bed as Chan walks away. The boy drops the mash sheet there. He needs to end this before Charlene finds out. No matter how bold these guys are, they won't start a shootout in a hotel in Korea. They must be acting cautiously. The doctor opens the door angrily and yells at Kang Chan. He says this is a hospital, and if things like that start happening even in hospitals, he can't keep doing his job. Chan says the men are part of a French gang. If left alone, they'd recover and take everyone down, even the doctor. Yu Hyunwoo falls silent. The boy says he neither killed nor died, so he didn't break their promise. But if Yu Hyunwoo wants, he won't return to that hospital. The doctor stares at Chan and asks if they're still outside. Chan replies there are 3 of them armed. Yu Hyunwoo says he can't afford to lose a patient without insurance, restaurant and with pockets full of money. He'll be waiting for Chan to come back. The boy sighs. The doctor and the nurse enter the room with Smithen to begin emergency treatment. Chan walks out into the hallway. Since Daeru is in bad shape, it'll be hard for him to make it to the hotel. Someone needs to drive him. The boy doesn't know if he should take an Uber or a bus. His mobility is limited. But asking Wangtaek for more help doesn't sit right with him. Even if the boy manages to reach the hotel, he doesn't know how to make Charlene come down. He's not as simple as Smithen, and even if he's not fully aware, he must be suspicious. Barging into his room or calling him down isn't viable, and even if he finds him, he's in no condition to fight. Those guys even have weapons. Meanwhile, if someone pushed Chan with a single finger, he'd probably shatter into pieces. Chan reflects that this is the worst possible scenario. He has no advantage whatsoever, but he has to take care of this immediately. Then he thinks about something and questions whether this is really a situation he needs to deal with right now. Charlene assigned 3 gangsters to Smithen, who was simply going to flirt with a woman. There must be a reason. In a country without guns, with no clue that he and Daeru even existed, why'd assign guards to a strong man like Smithen, unless it wasn't for protection, but for surveillance? Maybe Smithen knows Charlene's secret, or his weakness. So it's not that asterisk, he's asterisk in a hurry. It's Charlene who's about to snap right now. Yoo Hyun-woo is treating Smithen's leg. Chan returns to the room, startling the doctor. Then Yoo Hyun-woo asks what he wants. The boy says it's nothing serious and asks if they speak French. Yoo Hyun-woo says only English. Chan says he's going to have a private conversation with Smithen, but they can ignore him and continue the treatment. In French, he speaks to Smithen. Angrily, the man asks what he wants and if he'll only be satisfied after killing him. Chan brings up the diamond and asks what they would do with the money after selling it. Smithen remains silent. Chan asks if he's thinking of how to dodge the question and says that's a bad idea, then grabs Smithen's face and says that if he fails to deceive him, he'll be killed. Smithen asks if it's okay to talk with the doctor and nurse there. Chan tells him not to worry, they don't speak French. The man agrees and mentions the Swiss bank. The boy asks why Charlene keeps him alive and Smithen talks about the account password. They split it between them, half to Charlene, half to Smithen. So if one kills the other, they can't access the money. Chan thinks that makes sense, but Smithen wouldn't have come up with that himself. So he tells Smithen that he knows him and asks him to answer honestly why Charlene spared his life. Smithen says it wasn't his idea. Charlene came up with it when he visited him at the hospital and told him never to speak about it. There's still 10 million euros left. Chan thinks that's more than 10 billion won. It must be a massive diamond or something else. The boy asks if it's a blackhead. Smithen confirms. It's a gem that appears only once every few decades in Africa, the blood diamond. Now he understands why Charlene went crazy over it. Chan asks about the drugs. Smithen says Charlene only has samples of them. Chan reflects that he could have disposed of the drugs himself, then asks who they're selling to. Smithen says he doesn't know and begs Chan to believe him. He thinks he can't trust Smithen 100%, but he doesn't seem to be in a position to lie much. Then says he has one last question and asks Smithen for the bank password. Smithen says that's too much. Chan tells Yoo Hyun-woo to start yelling. The doctor is confused. The boy explains that he should yell anything and make it seem like he's extremely upset. Yoo Hyun-woo starts yelling at Chan as if he's furious, then yells at the nurse asking if she wants stew for dinner. Smithen thinks the doctor is raising his voice and wonders if Chan said he hurt him even more. Chan yells back at Yoo Hyun-woo that tonkatsu would be better for dinner. The boy isn't jealous of the money. Besides, as long as Charlene doesn't speak, he won't be able to make a withdrawal. However, to bring Smithen down, there's no better weapon than this. Then he switches back to French and asks Smithen for the password one more time. The man is nervous and says the password is Smithen better than Captain. Chan thinks he's a dumbass. In the hallway, the gang members are chatting when Chan exits the room. He thinks about how the battle has already begun and he needs to win it. The boy puts his hand in his pocket and wonders where his brick Nokia is and if he dropped it during a fight earlier. Chan gets frustrated, then asks a gangster to call Wangtaek. The boss answers, and the gangster explains there's nothing wrong with Chan, but he asks to speak with him. He hands the phone to Chan. The boy steps outside talking to Wangtaek. The boss asks if Chan can even speak another language. Chan says whatever and asks if knows about drug samples at the hotel. Tense, the man asks what Chan is talking about. Then the boy realizes he was careless. Wangtaek is a gangster. He could even be the buyer of those drugs. That means those guys could become his enemies in an instant. Furious, Wangtaek asks if there are drugs at the Namsan hotel. Chan says they're just samples. Yelling, asks who's dealing without authorization with someone from another territory. Even so, Chan isn't sure if he's not involved and says there are 3 French guys with samples, which means someone wants to buy them. Wangtaek asks if Chan knows who it is, and the boy says no. The man says if deals are happening in that area, there's no way he hasn't heard about it. Chan explains they're from Serpent Venomu, a French gang, and they're armed. On the other end of the line, the man swears. Chan says he's planning to put an end to this today and will invite them somewhere. The man says it would be a problem if they cause more trouble at the hotel. Even the club reopened early, so he tells the boy to go to a villa and says he can get him a car. Chan says those French guys aren't ordinary fighters and Wangtaek shouldn't provoke them because if they go all out, there'll be trouble. Angrily, the man asks if the boy is ordering him to be discreet in his own territory, then says he'll mobilize his people. Wangtaek asks if they're going to the hotel or the villa. Chan says they're still deciding as the situation develops. The man tells him to call when he knows. They hang up. Chan checks the time. It's 10:08 a.m. The boy asks the gangster to call the hotel number. The man says the number isn't saved but moves in to dial it for him. The gangster punches in the number and hands the phone to Chan. Reception picks up and Chan asks to be connected to room 1901 under Mr. Charlene's name and tells them it's Kang Chan calling. The hospital is quiet. Someone answers the phone. Chan notices it's not Charlene's voice. Chan says he wants to speak to Charlene, but the person says he's unavailable and they can pass along the message. The boy agrees. At the Namsan hotel, Charlene is sitting at a table talking. Someone walks up beside him. Charlene asks what's going on. The man says in French that someone called the room and he wanted to inform him as soon as possible. He leans toward Charlene's ear and speaks about the message. It involved a Swiss bank and drugs. Then he says that the person who called said the god of Blackfield is waiting for him at the hospital. Chan ends the call. He calls the phone's owner and asks to be connected to Siu Doziak. Again, Chan speaks on the phone. Siu Doziak answers, asking why the man is calling. Chan says it's Kang Chan speaking. Then Siu Doziak asks what the boy wants. Chan brings up the guest named Charlene and asks Siu Doziak to report all of his movements, what he did earlier, where he is now, and what he's currently doing, as detailed as possible. Siu Doziak says that not long ago, a foreigner was looking for Smithen. He was hanging around the club, peeking inside before it opened. Currently, he's at the restaurant having a meeting with some Korean guests. Chan asks if Siu Doziak knows who those guests are. The man replies that they seem to be important executives from Sujeong Motors. Chan thinks it's strange that he's meeting with Sujeong Motors executives at that hour. Then the boy says that if anything happens, Siu Doziak should call that number. The man agrees. Chan asks if Siu Doziak has finished cleaning the club. The man replies yes. They've even reopened the place. The boy asks if they found a Nokia there, but Siu Doziak says he didn't oversee the cleaning. Even so, he hasn't heard anything, but he'll check. Finally, Chan confirms by asking if Charlene is at the restaurant and tells Siu Doziak to go to his room and check if there's anything interesting there. Siu Doziak apologizes and says that with his level of authority, he can't inspect any rooms. Even for boss Wangtaek, that would be impossible. Chan reflects that it's a hotel, so it must be a complicated matter. Chan says it's fine and asks Siu Doziak to keep an eye on him and notify him if the man returns returns to his room. The gangster agrees. The boy hangs up and thinks that there were some strange things, but so far it seems that Smithen hasn't lied to him. Upon hearing that the god of Blackfield is waiting for him, Charlin becomes terrified. He grits his teeth and then calms himself. Smiling and speaking to the man who approached him, he says he understands and asks him to wait a moment. Speaking to the men at the table, he apologizes and says headquarters gave him an urgent task to handle. The Koreans tell him not to worry. They've already discussed the important matters. Charlin thanks them for being so understanding and says goodbye. Charlin leaves alongside the man who came to him. As he passes by, another man makes a phone call. Charlin thinks about the god of Blackfield and wonders if it could be Smithen. Chan is standing in the hospital hallway. He looks serious. A gangster approaches him and says that Doja Kyungnim is on the phone. Kang Chan answers and the person on the other end says Charlin is returning to his room. And no one seems to have seen his phone. Chan says he understands and thanks him. Then he hangs up. The boy becomes thoughtful. This would be the perfect moment to smoke a cigarette. Then he looks at the phone and reflects that considering the elevator time, Charlin should be arriving at his room right about now. He calls Charlin. The man answers in French and Chan introduces himself as Kang Chan and says he called because Charlin seems to have something to say. Seriously, the man says it sounds like Chan heard some things from Smithen, but he has nothing to gain from this interference. Chan asks if he should just hang up. Charlin tries to negotiate and says that if Chan tells him where Smithen is, they'll give him exclusive rights to the cars, but he must not get involved anymore. Chan reflects on that and concludes that Charlin probably betrayed him. After all, no one would believe that Kang Chan from Africa returned alive to Korea, so he decides to play along for now. Chan says Kangoo Motors doesn't have the flexibility to pay the full contract amount. Charlin tells him not to worry, they'll hand over the rights with just a payment for 50 cars. Chan says he doesn't want a promise, he wants a document. The man becomes furious. The boy says Charlin doesn't seem like a very trustworthy man. Charlin stays silent for a moment, then says the boy's got guts for someone his age, but there's a very large organization involved, so he needs to say where Smithen is. Chan says he doesn't care, he just wants the contract, and if Charlin changes the subject again, he can consider Smithen gone for good. Charlin asks what guarantee he has that Smithen will be delivered safely if the contract is finalized. Mocking, Chan asks if he doesn't have enough money in the Swiss bank. Seriously, Charlin says of course he has great financial power, but it takes time to register and announce the contract. Chan says then they'll have to fall into ruin together. Charlin clenches his teeth in rage. Then Chan tells him not to make useless excuses, that this doesn't sound like the Charlin he knows. The man says the boy isn't much different from the Kang Chan he used to know. The boy thinks he doesn't need to reveal everything at once and tells him not to change the subject. Charlin asks if Chan is with Smithen, but he doesn't answer. Chan brings up the Swiss bank, drugs, Blackhead, and whether there's anyone there who could expose it all. Charlin agrees, falling into desperation, and says they'll finalize the contract the next day at 10 a.m. at the hotel's business center. Chan begins to think, if his father gets involved in the negotiations, both he and his mother could be in danger, but he can't just change course at this point. Chan agrees and says they'll meet the next day at 10 a.m. at the business center, then hangs up. Charlin slams the phone down, furious and cursing. He complains about the way the boy talks and acts without knowing how terrifying that world really is. He reminds him of the old Kang Chan. Chan reflects that Charlin is different from Smithen. No matter how stressed he is, he does what needs to be done and doesn't make mistakes. He's still the same as ever. Chan is sitting in the hospital reception area. He's deep in thought. The situation is a mess and his body is wrecked. The boy drinks a coffee and notices it's already 10:45 at night. He crushes the small cup and throws it in the trash. Tomorrow's problems can wait. Right now he should call home. Chan asks the receptionist if he can use the phone because he lost his Nokia, and the woman easily agrees. She hands the boy a phone and he thinks about what he should say to them, then sighs. It almost feels like he really has become a student. Someone answers and Chan says it's him. The person asks where he is and why he hasn't answered the calls. His father says his mother was worried and asks if he's coming home. The boy says he'll be there soon. Then the father says the details can wait until he arrives and Chan agrees. Chan thanks the receptionist for the phone and returns the device. Then he leaves, serious. He thinks about his mother watching him from the car when he was discharged, and his father smiling. He remembers his father comforting her while she cried, and many moments he spent with those two. Even if he has to go back there later, he should go home first. He calls one of the gangsters at the hospital. The man asks if he needs something, and the boy says he has a request. He asks the man to get him some clothes to change into, and also tells him to inform Siu Dozyak and Ok Wine-take that they'll meet at 10 a.m. If anything happens, they need to contact him. The man agrees. Chan's father tells his wife that he's coming home. The woman is in bed, and he asks if she's feeling better. Smiling, the mother says yes. Then the father asks if Chan is all she ever thinks about. The woman asks if that's a real question. The man says he's fine with it, but she needs to take care of her health. He lowers his head. His phone rings. It's the director calling late at night. The man answers. The director says several things, and Chan's father asks what he means by that. Then he asks if what's being said is true and confirmed, if the French headquarters verified it and there wasn't a translation error. He says he's not against it, he just can't believe it, then says he can go at 10 a.m. the next day. The man thanks him and hangs up. He's left in shock. His wife asks what's wrong. The man says that if they pay for the contract of 50 cars, they'll get the monopoly on gone cars in Korea for the next 20 years. The woman is stunned and asks what that means. He explains that they're giving them the monopoly on all the company's cars, not just the shift. They want to meet the next day to sign. The woman is confused. The man says he doesn't understand it either, and that they said it's because of Chan. He wonders what the boy did. He got angry at him over a phone without even knowing the whole story. Then they hear the sound of the door. It's Chan coming home. He apologizes for arriving late. His parents look at him worried. His mother grabs his hand and asks why his hands and face are injured. Then she asks if something happened. Chan says it's just from the gym, nothing important. But the woman remains concerned. She asks if he's had dinner, and the boy replies yes. His father says he needs to tell him something. Then he explains that he received a call, and they said that because of him, the contract is being signed. Chan asks if they called him directly. The man says they asked to meet the next day at 10 a.m. and asks what Chan did. The boy says he just got help from someone on the internet. His mother becomes worried. She hugs Chan tightly, and the boy feels pain in his ribs. He becomes concerned about the woman, who's tearful in his arms. Chan asks what's wrong. The woman replies that just thinking about how hard it must have been for him made her feel that way. Chan says his father did all the work. He only gave a little help. The boy says his mother's health is more important to him than that contract. Then he hugs her back. That's the feeling of having a family. He gently pulls her back and says there's something else. The boy asks if she knows Siep Kang of his PE teacher. The mother says yes and asks if something happened. Chan says he was in a car accident and he was thinking about visiting him at the hospital. The mother asks if at that hour, and the boy confirms. He says he was thinking about spending the night with him. His mother asks where his family is. The boy says they recently went on a trip. The woman tries to object, but his father says Chan can go. Chan thanks the man, who says he'll go down with the boy. He was thinking about going for a smoke anyway. They go down together. Chan and his father are sitting side by side. The man asks if the gangsters helped him, and the boy says no, asking how a simple group of people from this country could interfere in a foreign company. His father agrees and asks what Chan did, and tells the boy not to talk about online acquaintances. He's a businessman. Chan says it was something Charlin proposed, and he'll explain it in detail later. His father asks why, and Chan says that if he asks now, the boy will have to lie, and he doesn't want to do that. The man says he understands, and thanks the boy, saying his father owes him one. Chan Chan nods, and his father tells him not to get hurt. It doesn't make sense to earn billions if the boy isn't in good condition. At the hospital, Chan gets out of the elevator and is greeted by one of the gangsters. The boy tells him to stand up straight and asks how many times he plans on bowing today. The man starts to say something and says the teacher is awake. Chan gets really excited. He runs to Daeru's room. The man is there in bed and notices Chan's presence. The boy asks if he's alive. Mocking, the man asks if Chan really thinks he died to someone like Smithin. Smiling, Chan jokes and says Daeru was defeated by a gentle tap. The man says it wasn't a tap and that he got a few hits too. Chan pulls a stool closer and says they can stick with that version. Daeru asks if Chan got hurt anywhere. Waving his hand, the boy says he broke a few ribs and hurt his hand, but it's nothing serious. The man asks Chan to tell his wife he got into a car accident. The boy says they already did and he thanks him. Daeru asks where his clothes are and tells Chan to get a cigarette from the pocket of his jacket. Chan gets excited that he has cigarettes and asks if he can have one. Then the man says he's a teacher and his captain is a student. They shouldn't be smoking together. Chan complains, saying that's not fair. Using the bed remote, he raises Daeru and lights his cigarette. The man is happy to be smoking. He looks at Chan and says that a student like him shouldn't be a passive student either. Chan tells him to stop annoying him. Daeru asks him to tell him what happened while he was unconscious. Then Chan explains everything that happened and he listens carefully. At the end, Daeru tells the boy that he has 2 requests for him and that he'll have to fulfill at least one. Chan asks what they are. Daeru starts by saying they should let Charlin leave the next day. Chan looks confused. Then Daeru explains that it's not just about the contract with his father, but it also seems like Charlin is planning to return after getting Smithin. He asks if Chan didn't finish Smithin off and says letting Charlin go is the best way for Chan to avoid losing his life and for his father not to lose the contract. Chan looks at him thoughtful and asks what his friend expects him to say. Daeru replies that he thinks Chan will say it's nonsense and that he'll chase Charlin to the end. Hitting his fist against his leg, Chan says Daeru knows him well. That's nonsense and he will chase Charlin to the end. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Daeru says he knew he'd say that, so here's his second request and tells Chan to take him to see Smithin. Chan looks confused and asks if he wants to go right now. Daeru answers that if Chan takes him to the hotel tomorrow, he won't be able to see him anymore, so he wants to meet with Smithin at least once. Chan agrees and gets up. He walks out to the hallway and asks a gangster for a wheelchair. In the room, Smithin is lying down covered in bandages, resting. He hears a noise approaching. Chan is pushing a wheelchair toward him. Smithin panics and asks in French, "Who's there?" Daeru laughs and says Chan really destroyed the man. Chan tells Smithin that Daeru is here. The man can't respond. Daeru asks if that idiot doesn't speak Korean and Chan says no, since he didn't reincarnate. Then the man says it's going to be hard to communicate with him, just like in the past. Chan says he'll translate whatever he wants to say. Daeru agrees and opens his mouth to speak. He insults Smithin and says he's already forgiven him. Chan wonders what he's supposed to say with that. The boy looks at Smithin and says that the next day, once he walks out, he should live the rest of his life in remorse as an apology to the squad members who died unjustly. In despair, Smithin asks if Chan is really the god of Blackfield. Chan asks if he didn't hear him earlier, and the man says he wasn't in the right mindset back then. After thinking it over, he realized it might have been a trick set up by Charlin to get him to reveal the password. The boy replies that he's sure Charlin doesn't know he was almost beaten to death for harassing a teenage survivor. Smithin is speechless and says he borrowed a certain amount from Daeru, so he asks Chan to ask how much it was. Chan does. Daeru says that idiot took his money 3 times to go mess around, then says it was 4 times if you count when he ran off with his wallet. Chan asks if Smithin really ran off with Daeru's wallet. The man gets nervous as he realizes that boy is his captain. Chan says that if he doesn't believe it, then forget it. But Smithin says it's shocking that Chan was reborn into a new body after dying and wonders if that's even possible. Chan says he doesn't know, but since it happened to them, it must be. Smithin says nothing, and the boy says they'll hand him over to Charlin the next day and won't tell him the password, so he should just go back to France forever. The man asks Chan if he has a cigarette. Chan tells Daeru that he wants a cigarette and asks if they should give him one. Daeru says give him just one. Chan puts the cigarette in Smithin's mouth and lights it. He grumbles, saying that now he's lighting his subordinates' cigarettes like a servant. Daeru says he's the only one there who's still young and healthy, don't take it personally. Smithin asks if the cigarette is Korean and says it's good. Chan tells him to shut up and smoke. Smithin brings up Charlin's password and says he knows it. Chan is shocked. The man says he has some gong shares in his name. Half of them came from the money he got from the diamond, the other half came from the gangs. If he goes to France, he'll be killed. Chan says that's a bunch of nonsense. But Smithin asks the boy to protect him, and he'll tell him the bank account password. Chan gets furious and asks if the man thinks he's forgiven him just because of those sweet words. He says he has no plans to touch the money he got by sacrificing the whole team, so Smithin will have to deal with Charlin himself. Smithin says that in the hotel in front of City Hall and in the Banpo Hotel, there are 10 members of the Chinese and Japanese mafia. If Charlin asked him to hand him over the next day, then those guys are going to interfere. Once again, Smithin begs Chan to save him. The boy thinks that things are getting out of control and that it might be better to deal with Charlin face to face that same night. Smithin says he thinks Charlin wants to distribute drugs between Japan and China. If they find out Chan ruined his plans, they won't stand still. Chan says that no matter what the man says, he can't live in Korea. Then Smithin asks Chan to make him the manager of the Korean branch of Gaunt. Chan laughs and tells Daeru that Smithin is crazy. The teacher asks what he said, and the boy explains. Daeru tells Chan to ask him how he knows Charlin's password. If it's true, then they should deal with the mafia that night and handle Charlin afterward. Chan smiles and says that even though Daeru has gotten weak, he's smart now. The man laughs and tells Chan to screw himself. The boy asks if they're really making Smithin the manager of the Korean branch. Daeru asks if the boy can recommend him for that position. Chan says it's not quite like that, but they could do something with that money. Seriously, Daeru says to take Smithin to the school since he's good at French and English. The teacher feels down about putting Smithin in a bad situation. Chan says they should continue that conversation later, and he asks Smithin how he found out Charlin's password. The boy wonders how an idiot like that managed to ignore that bastard Charlin. Smithin says his password is *god of Blackfield*. Chan is in shock. The boy says Charlin is a bastard and asks how Smithin found out. The man says he found out while telling the bank his password. Charlin had asked him to call the bank. He always says his password first, but that day he accidentally said *god of Blackfield* instead of his own password, and they asked him to say the second password. So he said Smithin better than Captain and the withdrawal was completed. That's how he found out that Charlin's password was *god of Blackfield*. Chan thinks this is a mess, especially the fact that Charlin would use such an easy password, and he wonders if he should believe Smithin. The man turns to the boy and asks if he's doubting him and says if the password is wrong, Chan can break his neck afterward. Seriously, Chan tells him to forget it and says that since he told them without even being asked, it must be true. Smithin says that, as Chan knows, Charlin always pays attention to who's around him. He probably trusts those Chinese and Japanese guys, so they should take care of them. Chan is confused by Smithin, using the collective they. The man corrects himself and says Chan should deal with them. Chan sighs. Smithin shouts, saying that if he goes back to France after the contract is finalized, the guys from Serpent Venom with will kill him. Chan wonders why the man got agitated all of a sudden. Then the boy says they probably already suspect Smithin because he's there with them. The man asks what he can do about it, and says that Charlin doubts it because he doesn't doesn't know that he knows his password. Until now, they hadn't crossed paths with a gang, but Charlene got greedy and bought Gonk shares under Smithen's name. In France, he'll use the rest of the money to settle everything. After that, the man will be useless to Charlene, who will then eliminate him. Chan stays silent. Smithen says he already lost an eye and an arm, so he asks his captain to save him. Daewoo asks what he's talking about. Chan says that, in short, he's asking to be saved and for them to take down Charlene. Seriously, Daewoo asks what the boy is going to do. He says he was the one who almost died at Smithen's hands, so he'll let him decide. Daewoo says that, as he said earlier, he forgave him, so they should help him. Chan asks if he's sure about that. He looks at Smithen in bed and confirms. Chan leaves the room with Daewoo in the chair. He asks one of the gangsters to call a Weintek. Quickly, the gang boss answers, and the man hands the phone to Chan. The boy answers, and Weintek asks what's going on. Chan says that in a hotel near City Hall and in the Bampo Hotel, there are 10 Chinese and Japanese gangsters. They'll ask the name of the organization, but the boy doesn't know. Weintek says with that many people, they'll find out soon enough. Chan says he'll need a room in Namsan the next day. The man says he needs to ask Dozak to do it and asks if Chan will stay at the hospital and if he can use that number to contact him. The boy confirms. Later, at the hospital, Weintek enters the room smiling and says they both look a little beat up. Chan says they're not that bad and asks why the man came to the hospital. The man says they found the foreigners and are about to start the attack. The boy is confused. Then Weintek asks if he's not going. Daewoo is surprised. Chan begins to speak and asks if Weintek is hesitating. The man asks what the boy is talking about. Looking him in the eyes, Chan says that if he's not confident, he should just say it. Weintek tells him to speak in a way that's easy to understand. So Chan says the man thinks he's going to follow his orders just because he cleared the club and helped him with a few minor things. The man tells him to calm down and asks if Chan thinks he came all the way there to ask him to go fight for him. The man is angry and asks if Chan is messing with him. Weintek says that since they're helping him, the man only came to ask for a bit of consideration to witness the end of that incident. Then he asks if Chan really thinks someone like him would ask a mere student for help. Chan says he doesn't care and they should end the conversation there. He already made a promise and will fulfill a request from Weintek. But after that, he doesn't want to cross paths with the man again. Weintek laughs and curses at Chan, then yells that with this incident he'll consider the debt settled, and after that, they could be done with everything. Chan asks him to remove his men from the hospital too. The man gets angry and says he doesn't keep them there because of him, but because that hospital is vital for them. So he should stop calling him all the time. They have other things to do as well. Chan says he doesn't care since it's Weintek's business, not his. Angry, the man storms off, telling Chan to study so he doesn't turn into a bum. Then he leaves saying he feels like crap. Chan stays silent, and Daewoo asks why he did that. The boy asks what he's talking about. Daewoo says Chan didn't need to talk to Weintek like that. Then the boy tells Daewoo to think straight and says they're gangsters. Even though they owe them for some things, that should be the final point. They'll defend their territory, while the two of them deal with Charlene. Daewoo sighs and says he doesn't think Chan is wrong. He becomes serious. Chan stays silent. Then they look at each other. Chan says a worn-out guy like Daewoo shouldn't overthink and tells him to go rest. The man asks about Chan, who says he'll sleep too, after taking care of a few things. The next day, Daewoo wakes up and asks if Chan is awake. The boy says something feels strange and starts talking about his body. Daewoo asks if his injuries got worse and if he wants a doctor. But Chan is smiling and excited, then says he's feeling much better. The man is confused. The boy stretches and says it still hurts a little, but his condition is already much better. He wonders if it's really possible to get that much better in just one day. Daewoo raises his bed with a remote and answers Chan's question saying that's more normal than dying and waking up in a stranger's body. Chan agrees. He picks up the room phone and asks to use an ambulance. The person on the other end asks something and Chan says he can't answer, then thanks them. He hangs up the phone and tells Daewoo to take care because he'll be back soon. Daewoo asks if Chan will be okay on his own. The boy says no, but it's still better than having a man with a twisted neck by his side. The man gets annoyed and yells at Chan to take care. The boy leaves saying he will. Daewoo watches him go, then grabs a cigarette. He lights it and smokes. Chan is inside an ambulance with Smithen. The man asks if it's just the two of them going. Chan asks why a man with battle experience like him is cowering in fear. Smithen says he's never gone into battle with his body in that state. Chan tells him not to worry because everything will go according to plan. Even so, the man remains tense. The ambulance arrives at the hotel. It enters the garage and parks. Chan gets out, pushing Smithen in the wheelchair. Someone runs up to greet him and asks if he is Kang Chan. The boy confirms. The man says they were informed of his arrival and will take him to the guest room using the service elevator. They take the elevator with the man, who pulls something out of his blazer and hands Chan the keycard for suite 1701. They arrive at the correct floor. Chan and Smithen enter the room. Inside, Chan sits on the sofa. He's calm. Looking at the clock, it's still 9 o'clock. He wonders if he should call Charlene. Then he calls the front desk and says he'd like to speak with a guest named Charlene. Charlene answers, asking if it's Kang Chan. The boy says he's in room 1701 and tells the man to come alone. On the other end, Charlene asks about a possible ambush, and Chan says the contract is vital for them, so there's no reason for that. But the contract is finalized at 10 o'clock. Once the lawyer confirms it, Smithen will be handed over. Charlene says the deal must be fair. Chan asks what he wants, and Charlene says he'll bring someone to watch the room while they sign the contract. The boy reflects that it's a clever move, but it won't harm him, so he agrees. Charlene says he'll arrive in 10 minutes. The boy lowers his head. Someone knocks at the door, and Chan says they may enter. It's Charlene, accompanied by a man. He's shocked by what he sees. Then he points at Smithen and asks Chan what he did. The boy says they had some disagreements. Smiling, Chan says that's a light punishment considering he betrayed his comrades. Charlene says the boy's games are going too far and that he could take Smithen out of there right now. Chan stands up and asks if Charlene thinks he's as dumb as Smithen, then says that if Charlene does anything, the hotel security will arrive in 3 minutes to stop him. Charlene says it doesn't matter what he prepared, they just need to take Smithen. Then he tells his bodyguard to stay put. Chan looks at him serious. The man has a gun in hand. He lowers the gun and stands still, staring. Charlene says he should behave until the man comes back after signing the contract. Chan tells him to do as he wishes. The man asks where the other three are. The boy says they'd only slow them down in that situation and he'll release them as soon as they finish there. Charlene stares at him serious and says he'll be back soon. The French gangster with him keeps staring at Chan. The boy asks if he can sit down and the man nods. Then Chan sits. He reflects that everything's going smoothly, but there's something they'll need to deal with if they go through with this. The room falls silent until 10:06. The phone rings. Chan answers. It's Siu Dosuk. He says the contract was signed without issues, and the lawyer has already verified it and Charlene has already left. Chan says he understands and hangs up the phone. Then he tells the man there that the contract was signed and they just need to finish things there. The man remains silent. Smithen asks Chan to remove the bandage from his remaining eye. The boy asks why. He says he wants to watch. Chan grumbles, but removes the bandage from Smithen's eye. Someone knocks on the door while Chan is doing that. It's Charlene, who enters with a man. The mustache man stays by the door. Chan uncovers Smithen's eye. Charlene says they signed the contract that Chan wanted. Now it's his turn, and says he knows he said this before, but he really does look like the Kang Chan he once knew. Chan smiles. Charlene says that's the same smile that always crushed his pride. The boy asks if the former Kang Chan crushed the man's pride. Charlene is confused. Chan asks if the black head was more precious than the lives of his soldiers. The man trembles with rage, but holds back. He stares at Charlotte and comments that idiot talked to him about asterisk god of Blackfield asterisk. The boy approaches and asks why he won't answer his question. Charlotte asks what else the boy is planning and says that if he keeps acting like this, he'll have to go after his mother. Chan smiles and asks what that has to do with him, then says Charlotte didn't notice a few things. The man is startled, and the boy tells someone to let the others in. Someone starts entering the room. Charlotte is shocked. Chan smiles. A few men enter the room. Charlotte asks how, and Chan asks if he's surprised. Smith asks if Charlotte hasn't realized yet. He fell into the trap. From asterisk god of Blackfield asterisk. Charlotte is in disbelief. Chan asks if Charlotte's nickname isn't Desert Ice, and questions how he could have used such a weak password, then says Charlotte is going to die because of it. The man asks if Smith sent the money to France. Chan says it was the price of the shares Smith had, and they added a bonus for Charlotte's head, which cost 7 million euros. Charlotte looks at the men by the door, confused. Chan explains that they switched sides the night before. They received a request from France, asking to let them continue their business and promising not to distribute in Korea. The boy asks if Charlotte planned to have them attack their home, the place they need to protect. Then he asks if he should explain it more simply. Chan says that there's no one on Charlotte's side there. Charlotte gets nervous and says Chan is more impressive than he expected. Then he says he noticed there are a lot of security cameras in that country and asks if it wouldn't be strange for a foreigner to disappear in that hotel. Chan asks if the man is clinging to the law and says he looks truly overwhelmed and says he'll give him 2 options. He can surrender immediately and beg to be killed without pain, or he can fight Chan. Charlotte is confused. Then the boy says they should handle things their way. The man asks if the boy means the mercenary way and asks if the kid is really the god of Blackfield. Chan says it's up to him to believe it or not. Charlotte asks if the men there will accept it. He manages to kill Chan. The boy confirms and says they're only there to watch. Then Charlotte agrees and takes off his suit. Chan also removes his jacket. One of the men has bandages and 2 knives in hand. He ties Chan and Charlotte's wrists together. The men watch, smiling. With their wrists tied, Chan and Charlotte each hold a knife. Charlotte says that if he is Kang Chan, he must remember. They both move quickly. The man talks about the time Chan couldn't dodge his bullet. Chan stumbles and falls backward. Charlotte lunges over him. His neck is nearly cut. The boy realizes Charlotte won't be easy to deal with. The man prepares to strike Chan with his knife, but the boy dodges. Chan moves fast and attacks Charlotte's face, but he blocks it with his knife. The fight heats up, each trying to strike the other continuously. Many blows, made defenses. Very fast movements. The 2 boys stare at each other. Chan tries to stab Charlotte's chest, but he defends with his knife. The boy asks if it was also him who shot Dairo. Charlotte asks what would be the point of answering that. If not for Smithen, who was the first to almost die, he was responsible for all the others who died. But if he had personally shot Smithen, the man probably would have died too. Chan curses him. Their knives clash, and the boy pushes Charlottte back with a blow. They stagger, but Charlottte comes right back and lands a strike on Chan. He cuts the boy on the shoulder and says he had a lot of fun putting a bullet in his head and in everyone from that squad. Then concludes by saying that today he's going to enjoy it even more. Charlottte charges at Chan quickly. The boy sees it just in time and deflects the strike. The man smiles and tries to hit Chan several times in a row, but he moves quickly. Charlottte smiles while Chan stays serious, dodging his blows. Smithen reflects that compared to the captain who hasn't fully recovered, Charlottte is in top shape that day. Chan might have been called the god of Blackfield in the past, but he won't win easily with those weak arms, and he shouldn't have even accepted that fight. Charlottte gets ready to strike Chan once more. The boy reflects that he only needs one opportunity, which will come if he endures to the end. He will use it to end everything once and for all. Charlottte lunges with a knife at Chan and slashes his cheek, leaving a cut. They keep attacking and defending. Charlottte manages to land several cuts on Chan. The men watch from outside. Smithen is tense. Chan starts to get nervous, and Charlottte is startled. The boy stands before him with his head down. Charlottte asks if they should end the fight, and pulls on the wrist tied to the boy. Chan steps closer, and Charlottte prepares for a fatal strike. But that's the moment Chan was waiting for. Shocked, Charlottte realizes Chan isn't resisting. He's moving toward him. He wonders if the boy had planned that from the very beginning. Chan thinks that the distance between them has disappeared. All he needs to do is attack him. Charlottte charges as well. They stop after striking each other, but Chan managed to dodge the man's blow. Meanwhile, Charlottte was hit in the ribs. Chan twists the knife in him and pulls it out completely, making a cut with a weapon serrated edge. Charlottte weakens and falls against the boy's shoulder, dropping his knife. Chan unties his wrists. The man ends up on his knees on the floor. Smithen smiles excitedly. The men watching the fight do too. Chan says they're all going to end up in hell anyway, so they'll have to fight again when they meet there. One of the men starts speaking in Mandarin, saying that now that everything's over, they'll handle the cleanup. They cover Charlotte's body with a cloth. Chan asks in French if he can count on them for this. The men look at each other for a moment. Then one of them tells Chan they've done this dozens of times, there's nothing to worry about. The boy is serious. They start wrapping the man's body in the black fabric and tie it up. One of them grabs a container and starts spreading a liquid across the floor. Chan sits on the couch. He's downcast and thoughtful. Someone calls out to him. It's the mustached man who says his boss wants to speak with Chan. The boy answers the phone. On the other end, a man thanks Chan for getting rid of that nuisance for them. Chan tells him not to forget the 2 things he promised. The man says a gentleman always keeps his promises and protects his honor, then asks what Chan's name is. He stays silent for a moment and introduces himself as asterisk god of Blackfield asterisk. On the other end, the man laughs and says it's an elegant name, then tells him that if he ever needs anything, he just has to introduce himself with that name. After ending the call, he hands the phone to the man, who says they're heading out. Chan asks why they're taking Charlottte. The man says they must protect the honor of their partners. Besides that, they have more news for Chan. Smithen will soon be announced as manager of the Gaunt branch. The men go silent, then speak in Mandarin. One of them tells Chan that the guy beside him is thanking him for the incredible fight and the deal, and said he hopes to visit and meet informally one day. Chan tells the man to say that if he sees him again, he'll kill him. The man relays the message. The other guy starts laughing. Chan asks if he delivered the message properly. The man says yes, while the other keeps laughing. Then he says it's time for them to go. A hotel staff member enters with a cart. They place the wrapped up Charlottte in the cart and leave. Chan tells Smithen that they should go too. The man says Chan did a good job. They take the elevator down. The boy exits, pushing the man's wheelchair. In the parking garage, a few men wait and tell Chan they can take Smithen. Then one of the men says Chan did a great job and hands him a cell phone, saying that a Wangtae gave it to him as a final gift and the number is the same as the old one. Chan stays silent. The man says it's compensation for dealing with the Chinese and Japanese without causing a scene. Ho Wangtae said he'll visit his school if he doesn't accept the gift. Chan smiles and takes the phone and saying the man has a lot to clean up, but he replies that it's nothing serious. Chan walks away, telling the man not to act like they know each other anymore. Bowing, the man tells Chan to take care on his way home. He gets into the ambulance, and they leave. Smithen wonders how he'll live from now on. But Chan tells him not to worry, he probably still has 3 million euros left. Smithen asks the captain to take that money and split with Daeru. Smithen says he has more than 12 million in stocks, and since he'll be Gong's branch manager, his salary will be quite high. Chan asks if he thinks he's going to accept that. Smithen tells him just to take it as a reward for the hardships he had to endure, but the boy laughs. Chan says Smithen will be spending some time in the hospital, so he should use that money. Smithen comments that he never thought he'd live in Korea. The boy tells him to leave if he doesn't like it, go somewhere beautiful with pretty girls, but Smithen refuses. He says he'll stay with Chan and Daeru for a while. At the hospital, someone says that Chan is the VIP client. It's the doctor, who asks how Chan managed to get those injuries in just a few days. Chan asks the doctor to give him some VIP privileges, and asks if he could buy him some clothes in the same style as the ones he was wearing. The doctor says that place is a hospital, not a shopping mall. Chan smiles and says that's exactly why he's asking for VIP privileges. The doctor frowns and presses on Chan's wound to finish the bandage, then says he'll talk to administration about his request. The boy smiles and thanks him. Later, in Daeru's room, he's smoking and saying he should have been there to see Charlone's guts spilling out of his body. Chan comments that he thought he'd feel happy when he was gone, but it wasn't as good as he expected. Daeru looks at him, disheartened, then changes the subject, asking if he really manipulated the French, Chinese, and Japanese while he was asleep. Chan says the man knows how bad it feels to be unable to reach your teammates during an operation, and he figured Charlene would contact them. The French just wanted to close their business one way or another, so he did what had to be done and gave them what they wanted. Laughing, Daeru says that even if Chan's body is trash, his brain got sharper. Chan replies that his brain was always good. Chan says they still have some money left over from that incident, and Smithen told them to split it among themselves. Daeru asks how much, and Chan says 3 million euros. The man is shocked to realize that's 4 billion won. Then he says they need to pay a hospital first, then Chan can do whatever he wants with the rest of the money since he didn't do much. Chan says they can decide that later. Daeru asks what Chan is going to do. Now that he's killed Charlene and got his revenge, he asks if the boy is going to live as Kang Chan the mercenary, or Kang Chan the high school student. He needs to make a decision. Chan becomes thoughtful. Daeru asks Chan to think carefully, and says that no matter what he chooses, he'll always stand by his decisions. Chan thinks about how he dealt with Charlene with his own hands. His revenge is complete. From now on, he doesn't have to worry about being sniped just for sitting near a window. This is a life where he doesn't have to sleep while escaping enemy eyes in the jungle or the desert. A life where he doesn't have to worry about killing or being killed. A life next to a kind and wealthy family waiting for him. It's nothing too hard. As long as he does nothing and sits quietly, his life will become peaceful. But he wonders if all that truly belongs to him. Does he really deserve all that peace? Chan thinks about how he'd like to return that body to its rightful owner. He wouldn't hesitate to do it. However, if he doesn't find a way to do that and has no choice but to live in that body forever, then what would be the right thing to do? He wonders if it would be okay to call you Haisuk, mother, and Kang Da Guyong, father. If he suddenly left them one day, how much pain and sorrow would they feel? Chan remains silent. Daeru calls out to him and asks what he's thinking about. The boy says it's nothing important and that they can talk about future plans once they're better. Chan smiles and says they have plenty of time and should make decisions after thinking things through. Daeru agrees, smiling, and says his wife is planning to visit him later, so he'll be able to introduce her to Chan. The boy tells him to forget about that and asks what he would even say to her. Daeru says he'd say he's a student, and Chan asks if he really thinks she'd buy that. Then says he talks to Daeru way too informally and sometimes smacks him on the back of the neck. Calmly, Daeru says that's Chan's fault, not his. The phone rings. Chan answers, and someone tells him his clothes are ready. The boy hangs up and tells Daeru they should wrap things up because he's exhausted. Chan returns home and announces that he's back. His mother says he went through a lot, but he says it wasn't that bad and that he heard his dad's meeting went well. She confirms it and says his father told her it was all thanks to Chan. His mother says he was crying on the phone, and the boy smiles, saying it was all thanks to his dad and that he didn't do anything. His mother takes his hand and hugs him, thanking him and saying she loves him. Chan is left speechless, but she feels comfortable on his chest. Chan sighs and gets ready to hug her back, but gives up. Then says he's going to his room to take a nap because he's tired. The woman agrees. In the room, Chan is sitting on the bed. He looks at his hand and wonders what he should do. He has no idea. So he throws himself onto the bed. He's decided to take a break. The boy is exhausted, and he deserves it. The day passes. Chan wakes up from his nap. He looks at his phone. It's already 6 in the morning. The boy wonders why he has so many new messages on his phone, but remembers his number is still the same. Then he opens the messages. An unknown number told Chan to contact them as soon as he saw that message. He calls the number. Chan says he was sleeping and asks if something happened. Daeru says the sports club will be closed because the teacher is in the hospital. So Chan asks if that means he has to go to class. Daeru says he told him Chan was with him in the accident. Then he said Chan didn't suffer serious injuries, but he needs some time to rest. Still, it'll take 2 weeks for him to be discharged. Another number sent a message asking if Chania is busy and if he's okay. The boy reflects that she's also pretty easy to recognize. He calls her and says in French that he's fine. On the other end, Michelle asks if he's really okay. Chan says things are settled, and Michelle asks where he is. The boy says he's at home and tells her to have a proper dinner and invites her for the following week. The girl agrees and says she'll call him next week. He hangs up and sees another message from someone saying they heard Chen got hurt, asking if he's okay and saying they'll visit him at his house. Chen wonders why she would visit him and calls the girl. He starts to say it's him, but Kim quickly asks if he's okay. The boy says it's nothing serious and asks how she knows he got hurt. The girl replies that she's the club manager. Chan says Seok was hurt, but he only got a few scratches, so she doesn't need to come over. But Kim says she's almost there already and tells him to meet her in 3 minutes. He sighs and agrees. A few minutes later, Kim is sitting on the bench. Chan approaches. She's startled and runs toward him. Chan wonders if she's always been that direct. He grabs her by the wrist and tells her to watch her step. Chan and Kim look at each other. She starts asking about his injuries, but the boy says he's fine. Kim asks him to show her where he got hurt, but Chan dodges her, repeating that he's fine. They start arguing because she wants to see his wounds, until she grabs his hand and they look at each other up close. Kim's heart starts to race. Chan wonders why she gets like that and reflects that it's frustrating. Kim rises onto her tiptoes. The girl tries to kiss Chan, but he says they should take a walk. He points to the side and says they should go that way where it's more open. Kim gets shy, but agrees. They walk together. The girl asks if he's really okay. Chan confirms, and the girl asks if he's going to school the next day. Then the boy says yes, and says the only one who's not doing well is the teacher. The club will resume as soon as he returns, in 2 weeks. Kim says that's before their exams. Chan is shocked, and Kim says happily that she'll be first in the school rankings and she's confident. She says that studying has become fun recently. Chan wonders why she's so excited and reflects that she looks like a mercenary going into battle, until he remembers that he said if she came first in school rankings, he would give her a kiss. Chan is speechless. He gets nervous and Kim asks what's wrong, but he looks away and says it's nothing. He says he's tired after that walk and a bit tense. Kim tells him to go home and rest. The boy agrees and tells her to be careful on her way back. Saying goodbye, she says she'll be fine, then says she'll see him at school. Smiling, the girl runs off. Chen keeps watching her. He reflects that at least she's motivated to study hard, which is a relief. On Monday, Chan's father takes him to school and asks what the boy plans to do from then on. He's confused, and the man says he'll be an adult next year, when he turns 20. Chan says that first he's going to prepare to enter college one way or another. The boy reflects that he doesn't want to take the final exam he doesn't think he'll pass. Then he gets an idea, and says he was thinking of going to a sports university and maybe studying in France. Chan comments that he finds France really fun and interesting, plus he made connections with some French people. His father says his mother will be happy, but he asks if Chan isn't going to get into trouble from now on. Chan says it's all good, he already solved all the problems. The man says that's a relief. At school, Unsel is shocked. Chan is serious. He keeps thinking about how she has a stupid look on her face. The boy pictures her in the club room and walks away thinking she won't last a week. Unsel holds her head. The classroom is noisy, and Chan enters it. Everyone stops and stares at him. The boy thinks he already expected that to happen. He looks to the side and something catches his eye. It's Lee Hojin, all bruised. The boy turns around. Chan reflects that it seems like Lee Hojin enjoys getting beaten up. Then he walks right past the boy's desk. He puts his backpack on his desk and sits next to Kim. She's happy that he's there. The boy doesn't understand why. In that classroom, Kim is the only one smiling. Chan wonders if she even realizes that. The teacher speaks in Mandarin during class. He starts translating what he said, but Chan is bored and ends up dozing off. While the teacher talks, Chan's phone starts to vibrate. The man seems annoyed. Then Kim gets his attention to check what it is, but the teacher sighs and continues the lesson. Chan looks at the messages. It's Daeru saying that Smithen asked for his account number because he decided to give him his shares. Daeru says Smithen had the nurse translate for him, but his wife ended up hearing about the shares they're going to receive, and now Chan has to deal with it. The boy sighs, thinking Smithen has stirred up trouble again. He tells Daeru he's in class and decides to mute the notifications, but someone else sends a message. Chan wonders why a teacher would contact a student during class. It's a message from an unknown number telling Kang Chan that this is just the beginning. The boy looks at his phone seriously. Chan wonders who the funny guy is who sent that message. He puts his phone away, thinking that no one should bark from behind if they don't plan to bite from the front. The teacher continues teaching. Chan is bored. During break, Chan goes to the sports storage room and says that some of them may have heard about the situation, but the club will temporarily pause until Sia Kangho is discharged. There will be no official training sessions, but they should work individually. Chan sighs and tells them to come to him if anything happens. Everyone gets excited. He wonders what he's even doing. Later, leaving school, Chan and Kim walk together. He wonders how long she's going to follow him, then thinks that at least they'll take different paths in a few meters. But Kim calls him. Chan is confused, and she asks if he wants to study together. The boy quickly says no. The girl hangs her head and starts walking sadly. Chan wonders why she got so depressed. The boy says he planned to visit the teacher. Excited, Kim says she'll go with him. Chan asks why, and says she doesn't need to go, the exams are coming, and she should study. But Kim replies that she's still the club manager. The supervisor was hospitalized, so she needs to visit him. Kim asks which hospital, and then Chan tries to come up with an excuse. He reflects that this is a necessary evil, and says the teacher was injured in a certain delicate area, and it would be awkward for her to visit him. Chan tells her to just greet him when he comes back to school. Then he walks away saying he'll go that way. Kim says goodbye. He walks off, and she watches. At the hospital, Chan asks Daeru how he's doing. The man asks how different it could be and says he's the same as before. Chan asks where his wife is, and he says she went home to take care of their daughter. Chan asks what those messages were about the shares and all that. Daeru says he's been thinking about that all day, and he's sure Smithen is planning something. Chan takes the opportunity since he brought it up, and asks how long the two of them have been in the same room. Smithen is smiling, excited. Daeru says that Edia kept saying he was bored and scared, but he doesn't understand why Smithen wants to stay with him since they can't even communicate. Chan speaks in French to Smithen and asks what's that story about giving them his stocks. Smithen says he has 3 million in his account and 12 million in stocks, which makes 15 million. He wants to split it among the three of them, 5 each. The boy says the money and stocks are in his name and asks why Smithen wants to give it to him. Smithen says he shouldn't say this, but he's been through a lot too. He wants Chan to take the money and accept being his companion, and if Chan refuses, he'll still find a way to send him the money once he's discharged. Daeru asks what Smithen said, and Chan tells him it was about taking the money and becoming his companion again. Angrily, Daeru says he's definitely planning something, so he tells the captain to stay sharp. He says he smells something fishy, and Chan agrees. The boy tells Smithen that they understand his side, and asks if there's anything he hasn't told him yet. Turning his face away, the man says no and asks why there would be. Chan asks if he's serious and tells Smithen to forget it because they're not going to take the money. Smithen gets nervous. The boy says this is his last chance and asks what he's hiding. Smithen says he thinks there was someone in the shadows behind Charlene, but he has no idea who or how influential they might be. The man says he can't protect himself anymore. Daeru asks what he just said and comments that his face says he's talking nonsense. Chan says Smithen is scared of getting beaten by Charlene, so he wants to give them the money to share the risk. Daeru curses at Smithen. The man tries to explain that Chan will be getting a lot of money, and having more money is always good. He says he won't hide anything anymore. Chan agrees and says he won't be the one making the decision this time. The boy says, as he said before, he's leaving all decisions regarding Smithen to Daeru. Then he asks what the man wants to do. Smithen is smiling, cheerful. Daeru is angry, but says they should do as Smithen asked. Chan asks if he's sure, and the man says he doesn't even know why he's making that decision. The boy accepts and tells Smithen that Daeru agreed. The man thanks Daeru and says actually, he has one more request. Chan says if he says something ridiculous again, he's going to get beaten up again. Smithen says it's nothing crazy and that since he's living in Korea, he wanted to have a Korean tutor and a place to stay when he gets discharged. Chan is confused, and Smithen says the boy is the only one he can ask that from. Chan says he's shameless, and then he'll see what he can do. He thinks he might be able to find someone through Michelle. Michelle's friend Cecile works at a security company. It might be worth asking her about the stocks too. Daeru gets annoyed and shows something to Chan. He turns the phone to the boy and says the person must have too much free time. Chan gets worried because Daeru received a threatening message just like him. The man is confused. Daeru's message says he'll die soon. Chan shows him his message too. They're both confused. Chan starts thinking and tells Daeru to forget it. Then he comments that it doesn't matter who it is, it's useless if they only know how to bark. If they come close to bite, they just need to destroy them. Daeru smiles and says that's how they solve things. Chan stands up and says that now that they've finished talking, he's leaving. Smithen sees the boy get up and asks if he's really going. The man says that without Chan there, they'll be easy targets, and asks if the boy can't stay a little longer. The boy says his parents told him to come home early so they could have dinner. Smithen is confused. Smithen comments that Chan must be tired of hearing his question, but asks if he's really the captain. Angrily, Chan asks if he wants another punch in the face. Nervous, Smithen says to just forget it. At night, someone answers the phone. Chan asks if she was sleeping, and Michelle replies that she was resting since she finished work in the morning. The boy apologizes for waking her up. Michelle says it's all good and asks if something happened or if he's calling her for a date, but Chan says he has a request. The girl asks what kind of request it is. He says that the manager of the Gong Motors branch was hospitalized and is asking for a private tutor to teach him Korean, and he wanted to know if she could recommend someone. Michelle comments that Cindy is busy these days, but she has another friend in mind. Chan is happy and says he'll send her a date and location, and mentions he has one more thing. He asks if Cecile works in finance. Michelle complains that he's calling her but only talks about her friends. friends. Chan says he's talking to her even though he could go ask her friends personally. Michelle feels better after that. The boy says they have a large sum of money and need to divide it among a few people, so they want to help. Michelle says she'll ask her friend to call them to hear the details since they should keep personal conversations and business separate. Chan thanks her and Michelle asks if he doesn't have any questions for her, like whether he missed her. But before she can continue, Chan hangs up. He heads home reflecting that Michelle is as annoying as Kim. The boy goes to a snack place. Chan asks if his dad meant that eating out was having tonkatsu. The man asks if he's disappointed. The boy says no, he just found it unexpected. His father says that in the business world, he'll have to wear expensive suits and eat and drink in luxurious places, so outside of that, it's good to enjoy simple, quiet places. And it also feels nostalgic. Chan asks why. His mother asks if they haven't told him they used to be extremely poor and bankrupt before his father's business took off. Then she asks, worried if Chan's memories haven't fully returned yet. He quickly says he remembers but forgot because he was thinking about other things. He starts eating and says it's delicious. His mother agrees. They eat together. His father acts sweetly with his mother, and Chan watches it all. He reflects that the two of them move in the same rhythm. His father says that this weekend there will be a presentation for the new shift model and the ceremony for the appointment of the new Korean manager. He would like Chan and his mother to be present. The boy says he'll go. His mother gets excited and asks what she should wear. The man says she'll look beautiful in anything. Chan is happy with his parents. The week passed quickly, but at school time drags on endlessly. With Michelle's friend, Chan handles the financial matters. She says Smithen needs to get a bank loan and transfer the reimbursement. After that, he'll have to sign some documents stating that he's lending the money to Chan and Siak that will solve the issues with taxes and foreign currency import. And Chan won't need to pay him back since Smithen will have already signed a document to settle the debt in advance. Chan comments that this is all very complicated and asks if it's not illegal. The girl replies that it's just a smart trick. The girl says they'll take care of all the complicated processes and Chan will only need to open an account and sign a few documents. The boy thanks her. She says there's no need to thank her since he's the one boosting her ratings. He left Cecile fully in charge of process distribution and after some annoying and complicated meetings, the boy received 1.5 billion won. He also had 230 million won from his mercenary work. Now he had 1.7 billion won in his account to use however he wanted. At the hospital, Chan introduces Alice to Smithen and says she'll be his Korean teacher. The man doesn't react and tells the captain he wants a private room from now on. Chan curses at him. Smithen says it's not what he's thinking. He just doesn't want to bother Daeru. Then Daeru asks what he's talking about and the boy says Smithen asked for a room just for himself. Daeru curses at him too. Smithen is outraged and says it's not what they think. They found a tutor for Smithen, who was also officially appointed as the branch manager. Chan had thought the French headquarters might cause trouble after Charlene's disappearance, but nothing happened. Then a week passed. At the hotel, the presentation of the new car from Gaunt Motors is announced. There are many people there. Chan enters with his parents. The boy is happy. A man watches him and comments that must be the young Kang Chan. He smiles at the boy. The man places his glass on the table and walks toward Chan and his parents. Someone calls out to Channy. He looks and sees Smithen in a wheelchair with Alice. The boy tells him to stop acting like they know each other, but the man says it's no big deal since people already saw them together at the hotel earlier. Alice looks confused and Smithen tells her not to mind it since that's just how they always talk. Chan asks how he and the girl got so close so quickly. Smithen says the boy knows him. Then Smithen speaks to Chan's father and says he's under his care from now on. Alice translates it into Korean. The man smiles and asks her to tell Smithen that actually he's the one under the care of the new manager. Chan's father takes the chance to say that although he doesn't know how Smithen was hurt, he wishes him a speedy recovery. Alice translates everything. Smithen starts laughing and says Chan's father would be very impressed if he knew how he got injured. Chan tells him to shut up. He keeps laughing and says he won't say anything else. Then asks if the woman beside Chan's father is his mother. The boy gets serious and tells Smithen not to joke about her and to be respectful. Smithen greets her, saying she's a lovely lady and invites them for dinner someday. Chan's mother asks what he's saying and the boy explains that he's saying it's a pleasure to meet her. Smiling, the woman says it's a pleasure to meet Smithen too. A man approaches and asks for permission to join the conversation with Smithen. Startled, Smithen agrees and calls the man ambassador. Chan looks at the man and realizes he's the French representative of the company. The man says that boy must be Kang Chan. Smithen confirms and says he'll introduce them. But the ambassador quickly introduces himself as the French representative Renor. He extends his hand. Chan becomes tense, but shakes his hand back. He wonders why that man is interested in him. Chan's mother asks what's going on and who that man is. The boy says it's Mr. Renork, the French representative. She's surprised that he shook Chan's hand. But the boy says it's nothing. He just joined the conversation. Renork asks if he can take a bit of Chan's time, and the boy says he can speak freely. But the man says that this isn't the right place and tells them to go somewhere else. Chan is confused. In another location, the man says Chan has an excellent French accent, and according to what they know, the boy never took French classes. Chan asks if he's supposed to answer that. Renork smiles and comments that it seems he offended Chan, so he tells the boy to relax, that it's not an interrogation. He was just curious. Chan gets serious and says he learned it on the internet. Renork comments that he seems very proficient in it, then places the teacup on the table and says he didn't ask for his time for trivial questions. He wants to talk about Charlene. Chan gets serious, and the man says that Gonk is a company representing French car brands. It would be problematic if people found out they were dealing with criminal organizations. So, as a representative, he wants to thank Chan for stopping them. The boy says that's not necessary and that he didn't act on behalf of the French government. Renork concludes by saying all the information about Charlene is being handled by the French intelligence agency, so he shouldn't expect any disgraceful rumors. Chan says he understands and reflects that this is an indirect way of telling him not to leak any information. Then the boy asks how Renork dealt with Charlene. The man explains that he got involved in an incident on the way to the airport. The boy agrees and the man says the country wants to express its gratitude to Kang Chan. Then he comments that if he wishes, he can attend any university in French territory as a student and can receive French nationality whenever he wants. Chan stares at him and says he'll think about it, thanking him for everything. Renork brings up the money he transferred from the Swiss bank and says the country has already taken care of everything, so he doesn't need to worry about Korean taxes. They'll also add some stock donations for the boy. He won't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Chan realizes they already knew everything. Chan says the compensation is quite extravagant compared to the small incident that was resolved. Renork says that next year is the French election, so this is just their way of tying things up to avoid interference in the elections. Chan says he understands and tells him not to worry. Calmly, the man says that compensation was prepared by the French Republic, and now he has a small personal gift for the boy. The man hands Chan a card and says that if he ever needs anything, he can contact him. Seriously, Chan asks if he can access the records of the French mercenary expeditions, but Renork says that if it's about Charlene, he should just turn the page. Chan stays silent and says he understands. Smiling, Renork says he made an excellent choice. Standing up, Chan says that if there's nothing else, he'll return to his family. The man agrees. Renork watches Chan leave and calls out to him, then says that if any strange rumors spread, his agency will have to clean things up. The boy clenches his fist and replies that this is South Korea. He didn't need that last comment. Renork smiles and apologizes, then says it was something he had to say even if he had to apologize right after. Chan stares at him silently. When he returns to his parents, his mother asks what the representative wanted to talk about. The boy says he said he'd recommend him for a scholarship if he wanted to go to France. The woman is surprised and Chan says he probably just said that to be polite. Then Chan asks where Smithen went. His father says he left because he had to present the new car. His mother points to where he is. On the stage, Smithen speaks into the microphone, saying it's an honor to present the new model developed by Gaunt. Chan wonders when he learned to give speeches. Very excited, Smithen shouts that he's going to present them. The new luxury sedan, the FGM5. The car is revealed with two women beside it. People take photos and record the moment. Chan notices a woman. It's Michelle. He wonders why she's there. The girl stares at him and talks to her photographer, who is capturing the moment. The models beside the car get shy with all the flashes. Chan realizes Michelle is there for work. The girls say goodbye to the crowd, and Chan waves at Michelle when she sees him. Very excited, the woman yells Chaney. He's shocked by the scene. She runs toward him and hugs him. Suddenly, she kisses Chan in front of everyone. His parents are speechless. Chan asks her to speak in French. The girl says in French that it's nice to see him there. He asks her to calm down and say hello to his parents first, but to avoid speaking Korean carelessly. Michelle introduces herself, saying she already met Chan's mother at the restaurant. The woman asks what she said. Chan translates, summarizing that Michelle is saying hello and asks if his mother remembers the girls from the restaurant. He says they got close after that. His mother says she did find her familiar and asks if they aren't a bit *2* close. Chan says it's French culture and things move fast. He asks why she's there, and Michelle says she works for the magazine and they'll have a feature on Gaunt Motors next month. Michelle asks what Chan is doing there, and he says his father is the CEO of Kangyu Motors. The woman comments she didn't know he was someone important. Chan says it's not a big deal, but Michelle says it's really cool. Smiling, she asks if he wants to go out and have a drink. Sighing, Chan thinks Michelle acts just like Kim. Shy, the woman asks if he doesn't want to. Chan thinks that when he needed her, she helped him a lot, so he can't say no. The boy agrees but says he won't drink anything alcoholic. The woman gets super excited. Renark walks past them and smiles at Chan. He nods back. Michelle notices and asks if Chan just greeted that man. He confirms, and Michelle is shocked that they know each other. The boy says they met that very day. Michelle says he's famous in France for his arrogance, and there are rumors he wants to be the next president. He's not the kind of person who bothers to greet others. Chan says this is Korea, then tells her they should go. The boy tells his parents he's going to have coffee with the girl since they haven't seen each other in a while. His mother gets worried, but Chan says he owes her. The boy's father tells him to go ahead, and that his mother won't get in the way, then asks the boy not to take too long. He and Michelle go to the poolside. The boy looks at Michelle and concludes that she's very beautiful. The woman speaks to him and asks why he always pushes her away. Chan says he never did that, and she comments that he's always making excuses not to see her. He wonders how he can explain it. Then he says that they have their own lives and very different goals. But that doesn't mean he doesn't like her presence. Chan says they can be friends and that they're already pretty close. Even so, he doesn't know if he would accept more than that. Michelle asks why and if he doesn't think she's good enough or if he doesn't like French women. She asks if they could be closer if she stopped talking to other guys and focus only on Chan. The boy says it's not about that, he's just not who he seems to be. Having a relationship with anyone would be uncomfortable and strange for him. Michelle asks if he's still in high school. Chan tells her to think whatever she wants because whatever she thinks will be right. The woman says she doesn't understand and tells him they should work this out, that from now on they'll be closer and that he shouldn't push her away again. The boy remains silent. Someone calls for Michelle. It's a woman named So Yan. Michelle asks how she found her and So Yan replies that the reporter who was with her told her, then asks who the handsome guy is. Michelle introduces the woman to Chan. The boy asks if she's the new model. Michelle confirms and says she's also been appearing a lot on TV, but Chan says he doesn't watch TV. Smiling at her friend, Michelle tells So Yan to keep working hard. Chan says he's leaving. So Yan says that if it's because of her, he can feel at ease because she's also about to leave. But Chan says he was already leaving anyway and says he'll pay the bill. Michelle lowers her head. Later on, Chan walks out of his building and stretches. He starts running. Shaolin was someone very strong, but since he stopped being a mercenary, he lost some of his skills. Because of that, he ended up not living his life as planned. Chan reflects that he'll never be like him. On the street, Chan runs to exercise. He thinks back to the first time he felt it was when he fought against the gang. At the moment he realized he couldn't do that anymore, he suddenly felt like his old condition had returned. He thought it might have been a coincidence or even a burst of adrenaline, but it wasn't. After that, in any life-threatening situation, he felt as if his past senses came back to him. If he hadn't felt that, it would have been hard to defeat Shaolin. Chan doesn't know exactly why, but one thing is certain. If that body takes a lot of damage, his past senses will be revived. The boy runs at high speed on the street. In French, someone apologizes inside a military base. Chan and Daeru in his past life are with Smithen. They're looking at a boy who is dreaming and apologizing in his sleep. Smithen asks if he thinks he's the boss there and starts teasing the boy, but Chan asks him to leave him alone. The day before he had his first time on the battlefield, Smithen says the first night is all nightmares, but the kid is kind of strange. Usually people say things like no, die, don't do this, or similar things, but he's apologizing. The next day at the training field, the boy yells at the captain asking how much longer he has to run. Chan answers that it's just 50 more laps. Then the boy complains, saying he can't take it, but the man says it's a small space and 50 laps is nothing. Chan says that if he's tired, he can stop, but the boy refuses and says that with the captain, he'll go all the way. Chan stops, exhausted, and tells the boy to stop too, or he's going to end up dying. But he says there are still a few laps left and he wants to run the same amount as the captain. Chan complains that he's too stubborn and smiles, thinking it's good the kids are giving up. But the boy finishes, he collapses to the ground exhausted, and Chan says he did a good job. The boy asks if he did well. Chan smiles. On the battlefield, Daeru shouts that there are too many enemies and asks if they should retreat. Chan yells back saying that air support is already on the way and they just need to hold on a little longer. They exchange fire with the enemies. Chan hears a scream. Looking to the side, he sees his soldier shot and calling out to him. Chan starts heading toward him, but Daeru holds him back and tells him not to go. The man breaks free anyway and runs toward the boy. He dodges bullets and explosions and reaches the boy lying on the ground. Chan shouts for him to hold on, but the boy is already lifeless. Chan screams as he clutches his body. Back in the present in his new body, Chan keeps running. He reflects that no matter how peaceful things are, he must always stay strong to protect his life. His body grows tired, but he thinks it's still not enough and he must keep going. Then Chan notices the busy street and wonders if it's already time to go to school. He heads to school. On the way, Kim calls out to him. She asks if he's going to school and says she was just about to go too. Chan reflects that it's obvious she's been waiting for him for a long time, and if she wants to pretend, she should at least do it properly. A car honks at them. It's Daeru, who calls out to them and says he'll give them a ride. They ride in the car, and Kim asks if he's okay. The man replies that he almost lost his neck, but the recovery was fast. The girl is shocked that he recovered so quickly. Daeru says he has a strong, resilient neck, and even the doctor was surprised by his recovery. Kim gets flustered and reflects that it must be embarrassing to talk about his intimate injury. Chen tries to break the mood and laughs, saying that now that the coach is back, the sports team can resume. The man confirms and says that with final exams starting on Wednesday, they'll have a meeting that day after class and will only return to sports the following week. Excited, Kim says she'll be a top student on that exam. Daeru agrees and says she's the only one who could pull that off. The coach mentions that Chan's birthday already passed, and the boy asks if that's important. Daeru says that now he can get a driver's license, and that he might need to drive in an emergency. Kim's phone vibrates. She gets nervous and says it feels like a stalker. Chen asks to see it, and she hands him the phone. It's a message saying she will die soon. Chan reflects that he thought those messages were from one of Charlone's goons. Then he asks what Kim meant when she said this was happening again. The girl says she received a similar message the day before. Chan calls for Daeru and says that after the sports club meeting, he'd like to talk. Later in the locker room, Daeru tells the club members to make sure they're prepared for the test and asks if the second-year students will be on a field trip. They confirm they'll be away for 4 days. Daeru says he'll be going on the trip with them and asks if anyone has questions. When it's over, Kim grabs the sleeve of Chan's shirt and asks if she can go with him, saying she's the manager. Daeru says there are a few things about the accident he needs to discuss with Chan. The girl gets shy and walks off. Chan tells Daeru that with that message sent to Kim, anyone around them could become a target, including their families. Chan tells Daeru to only use the work phone and says he needs to see Smithen first. Daeru says it's awful that things have gotten worse. Chan agrees and asks what the field trip is about. The man explains that since the students couldn't travel earlier that year, they'll do it during vacation. Chan asks if he could take a medical leave, but Daeru explains that if he doesn't go, Mr. Cho would have to go, and he's already 60. And bad rumors would start if a young teacher dumped his job on an elderly man. The mercenary Daeru could go, but teacher Seok Kang-ho must be careful of his surroundings. At night, Chan enters his home. His mother is cooking. The boy remembers the message Kim received and calls his mother, then says he heard that among students there's a trend of sending death threats to others. She says that explains it. Chan asks if she got that kind of message. The woman confirms and says she deleted it as soon as she saw it. She comments that it's strange and Chan agrees. He puts on a shirt and says he's going for a walk. Now he understands everyone around him is a possible target, and he can't protect everyone at the same time. A car drives at night. Chan gets out of it and looks at his phone. This seems to be the right place. The boy curses Smithen and says he got lucky becoming branch manager. Chan walks in and is greeted by Smithen and Alice. He says the man looks well. Smiling, Smithen says Chan should visit more often. Chan says he didn't come for a visit and he'll be direct. Smithen agrees, and he tells Alice that they're going to have a private conversation, asking her to leave him alone for a moment. While they drink coffee, Smithen asks what's going on. Chan explains that at the hospital he mentioned it, but Smithen probably didn't understand because he spoke in Korean. He, Daeru, and everyone around them are being threatened. Smithen is shocked and asks by whom. Chan says he doesn't know, and asks if the man received any strange threatening message. He replies that he hasn't. The boy reflects that this is strange, and says that at the hospital he mentioned that Charlene might be hiding more things and asks why he thinks that. Smithen replies that it was intuition, just a hunch. Chan looks at him angrily, and says that he always returns in counting what he receives. Every time he tries to deceive him, he'll have no choice but to make him pay. Chan says he'll give him a warning and tells Smithen not to mention anything about his time as a mercenary to anyone. His words could cost the lives of people around him. If he finds out the man said anything, he'll come back to finish what he started at the hotel. Smithen stays silent, nervous. Standing up, Chan says that's all he has to say. He turns and says he's leaving and that it would be a pleasure not to have to see him again. Smithen says he saw Charlene receiving orders from someone on the phone. Chan stops. The man says Charlene thought he wasn't there, but when confronted, he had the same reaction Chan did. He said he'd kill him if he opened his mouth. Since then, he's seen him receive that kind of call a few more times, but he always had to pretend he didn't know anything. Chan gets nervous because Charlene really was hiding something. He tells Smithen to be extra careful. If anything happens, he must not hesitate to call. Chan leaves. His phone beeps. He thinks it must be a joke, but it's Daeru calling. The boy relaxes and answers. On the other side, Daeru says he talked to the carrier about the phone, and they told him to make a report at the police station and get permission first. Only after that can they release what was requested. Chan says it's a pain, but agrees. Daeru asks what Chan is doing and if he met with Smithen. Chan confirms, and the man asks if he said anything useful. The boy says no. Daeru asks what he said. Then they talk about what Chan discussed with Smithen earlier. Daeru comments that it gives him chills even though he's no longer on the battlefield. He asks if Chan hadn't already dealt with the gangsters, and the boy confirms, but says it's too soon to assume it's them. Sending messages isn't their style, and if it were them, Smithen should have been the first to get messages. Chan says they need to stay alert and act carefully. Daeru agrees and asks the boy to let him know if he finds out anything else. Chan agrees. He reflects that this is only getting worse and calls someone. He asks for a private security service. Chan says he wants the best package. On the other side, someone says that's for clients under murder threat or similar cases, and that the price is quite high. Chan says that doesn't matter and tells her to proceed. On the other end, the person apologizes and says the CEO is the one in charge of VIP security service, then asks if Chan would like to be redirected to him, and the boy says yes. The phone rings. The CEO answers, introducing himself as Kim Ta-jin. He speaks to Chan and says he will meet him in person the next day. As soon as the call ends, Chan reflects that he won't be able to protect everyone at once, but since they operate in presidential security, it'll be worth it. He feels a little relieved and wonders if this is the power of money. His phone rings. It's Oh Wang-taek calling him, and Chan wonders why at this hour. When he answers, the boy asks what happened. Oh Wang-taek asks if Chan remembers Siu Doseok from the Namsan Hotel. The boy says yes. And the man says someone attacked him and he's in critical condition at the hospital. He thinks it was someone from that subsidiary gang of his that the boy wiped out, and he called just to tell Chan to be careful, since he's now their #1 enemy. Chan remembers the gang and reflects that if it's them behind all this, it makes sense that Smithen wasn't threatened. Oh Wang-taek asks if Chan is listening. The boy confirms and asks how Siu is. The man says he just went into surgery. The man says he's used to that kind of thing, but they went a bit too far and left the target pretty much useless. It looks like the work of a professional. He says he'll send his people to Chan and that the boy doesn't need to talk to them, just pretend he doesn't know them. Oh Wang-taek tells Chan not to get shy around them, and the boy agrees. Then he wonders if he should tell the man. He starts saying goodbye, but Chan says he received a threat. Oh Wang-taek is shocked. Chan says that he, Seok Kang-ho, and some people around them received death messages. He thinks someone found his lost phone. Worried, Oh Wang-taek asks him to explain more about what happened. Chan tells him everything he knows. The man says it's the same gang and that now he finally understands. Then he says this is their job, tells Chan to be careful, and says they'll take care of everything. The boy hangs up and reflects that he feels sorry for the man who was attacked, but also feels relieved. Chan reflects that things could get complicated if Oh Wang-taek's gang issue isn't the same as his, so he won't let his guard down. At school, Chan asks Daeru what that is. The man replies that it's bad for a sports club not to have good equipment, so he bought some new ones. Chan asks if it was with his own money. Daeru says yes, and he paid in full, but doesn't really matter. Chan says he did a great job buying all that and asks how the issue with the message went. The man says the culprits use their own software to send the messages from abroad. Chan says he thought it was from the gang. Daeru says people who commit crimes tend to flee overseas, but the cyber crimes unit said they haven't received those messages anymore. He picks up his phone and says this must be a joke. Daeru shows the message he received to Chan. It's another threat. The boy says he thought he wouldn't get any more of those. The man says he thought so too. They must have found another way. Daeru asks if Chan is thinking of going home and invites him to eat something, but the boy says he's busy. Mocking, Daeru asks if he's going to study for the test, but Chan says he just needs to meet someone. In a cafe, someone stands in front of Chan and asks if he's Kang Chan. The boy confirms. CEO Kim Ta-jin hands him his business card. He says he didn't imagine Kang Chan would be just a high school student. Beside him is director Siu Sang-hyun. Chan takes his card and stares at him He gives off a good impression, completely different from those young guys who learn some martial arts and open a business. Chan asks them to sit. The man says he was given some details of the situation and asks if anything happened besides the messages. Chan says no. Kim Ta-jin says he's sure the boy didn't get the best package just because of some messages, so it would be better if he told them everything. Chan thinks about it. The CEO says he's in presidential security and because of that ends up knowing national secrets, but he's never had any issues. Chan says he thinks there's a gang involved, but he's not sure. Kim Ta-jin says most gangs in Korea are interconnected. If he knew who they were, it would be easier to handle. Calmly, Chan says Kim Ta-jin should just assign a few bodyguards to him, but Siu Sang-hyun responds that he clearly doesn't know much about these things, and that not even the most dangerous gangsters in the country can do anything to their CEO, so Chan should tone it down a bit. Chan gets furious. The director is startled, and Kim Ta-jin scolds him. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.
Video games are amazing. We have tons of fun with them all the time, but there's also stuff that just really sucks that's kind of invading video games. If it was good, we wouldn't really be calling it an invasion either. I'm using that word because they're messing stuff up. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 10 things that are ruining video games. And number 10, publishers and developers chasing the live service dragon. You know how much revenue Fortnite has generated? More than $20 billion since it launched. Well, technically relaunched back in 2017. That's 20 billion with a B. Of course everybody wants a piece of that pie, and they'll do pretty much anything to get it. Here's the thing, the live service model isn't a total scourge of the games industry. There are a few good live service games out there and more coming out. Look at Helldivers 2. It's about as live service as you can get, and it's great. The thing that's really hurting video games is these publishers who want live service games above all other things. Instead of naturally developing games with studios who want to make them, so many recent live service flops come from studios who are famous for single-player games. They know how to make a certain kind of game, but the executives want to insert a square peg into a round hole. The studio's fans don't want these kinds of games, and the developers don't want to make them. It shows in the final product. I'm talking about games like Anthem, Redfall, Avengers, Suicide Squad. These are all flops made by single-player studios working outside their comfort zone. The Suicide Squad game is especially noticeable here because it illustrates how clueless some of these publishers are. After Suicide Squad flopped, Warner Brothers just flat out announced they were getting out of the volatile AAA games market, focusing on, you guessed it, live service games, even though their new live service game just flopped horribly. Oh yeah, and just to make the announcement look more absurd, guess what their most successful game of 2023 was? Hogwarts Legacy, which is, by the way, a single-player game. The game wasn't just a regular success either, it was a massive success. It actually managed to beat Call of Duty in terms of numbers sold, and that doesn't happen. The whole live service push, it reflects who they're going after, the gambling addict, throwing good money after bad, hell, worse, like throwing their life savings into a wishing well and hoping it'll grant their wish, but it's just, well, dude, I'd argue they're trying to form a market very much like the mobile games market, where 1 to 2% of the consumers account for about 50 to 70% of the revenue. A whale market. If we look at it this way, it might be a little bit harder to tell what exactly is a failure and what isn't, but I think it's completely fair to say these are boneheaded decisions that aren't guaranteed to bring anything good their way. Let's say it does work and they do make whale markets and they end up making tons of money off of low-effort crap that they just churn out into a live service game. Let's say they do that. Let's say that just completely flat out works. The reason why people get into stuff is because people love it, and the more people love it, the more it looks like something that's smart to love. All of this crap is making people love games less. And while they might be able to find whales and make a bunch of money in the short term, if they end up killing their market by destroying the consumer base, it's not going to matter. On top of that, your developers, the people that make these games, the people that put tons of effort into it, just don't even like making these things. You can tell every time you play it. It just feels like garbage because they are having to clock in, work all day on something they hate, and clock out. Like, imagine a world where Rocksteady, instead of being pushed into making a crappy live service game, got to make a follow-up to Arkham Knight. That would have gone gangbusters. Now, we don't even know where Rocksteady's going to be in 6 months, if they're going to still be around. Like, that's something that would have shocked me to say 5 years ago. And number 9 is delisting games, not content with just like vaulting unreleased movies. Warner Brothers is adding video games to the chopping block with a lot of indie games published under the Adult Swim banner. They're getting delisted on digital platforms. In this case, at least a lot of the developers actually own the IP so they can republish the games after they go down. But most of the time, once a game has been delisted, it's gone for good. If you want to own the game in your digital library, you're out of luck. Like, maybe you might find a secondhand key seller who might sell you a spare key who already own the game, because if you want to play it, you're screwed. There's a lot of reasons why a game gets delisted. Sometimes a company loses the rights to an IP or the licensing agreement runs out, which is understandable, but that doesn't make it not suck. With situations like the Warner Brothers story going down the way it did, games are getting delisted for no particular reason. It's just corporate belt tightening. They want to make their bottom line look better, so they don't want to pay the pennies it takes to keep the games available. They're just cutting them. Simple as that. I don't think I need to tell you why that sucks. Imagine if every game publisher out there was as mercenary about their games. I just want games to remain available for people who want to play them. Is that really a big ask? I don't think so. And number 8, releasing intentionally unfinished games. It's a problem that's been with the industry for years now, and it doesn't seem to be letting up anytime soon. I'm not even talking about early access games, which are their own can of worms, but at least you know what you're getting there. I'm talking about games that claim to be complete but are a broken mess. It's been happening too often, especially with PC ports. They're probably the worst about it. But in general, there's just too many games coming out with major bugs and glaring issues. Of course, there have been and always are games released on launch day that are perfectly stable and mostly bug-free. Nothing's perfect, but in terms of what you should expect, yes, there are games that come out like that. But they're the exception at this point. They are not the rule. This lack of quality control, it's really hurting hurting consumer confidence and thus the games industry overall. You hear the story all the time. Somebody bought a game day one, turned out to be completely broken. They swore off buying new games. A lot of people talk big, but don't follow through. But there's plenty of casual consumers who said something like that and mean it. And making games is very hard work. I'm not trying to claim that these people aren't working hard. The problem is these massive companies with billions of dollars, it seems like they should be able to support their games better. I think this is not a problem of lazy developers, but instead scheduling, milestones, and management. Still, somehow, games get released unfinished and they never get fixed. EA, looking at you here, you're easily the worst about this. Activision, not much better. But even back in the mid-90s, games did come out with major issues. Like look at Sin or the first Unreal. But those things were actually doing certain things for the first time and got patched. It's weird, but somehow it seems like things are getting worse. And number 7 is the cheating epidemic. As long as there are winners and losers, there's going to be cheaters. It's a problem that's always been around, and it seems to be getting worse and worse. It doesn't matter how much a company tries to promote their anti-cheat measures or announce how many people they're banning. Seems like cheating just doesn't go anywhere. It's impossible to accurately say just how many people cheat these days, but if you look at pretty much any online gaming space, you'll consistently find people complaining about cheaters. It's just unavoidable. It's a fact of life if you want to play games online at all. There are things a lot of developers do to weed out and stop cheating, but instead of fostering community and giving players the ability to self-select and weed out cheaters, they usually rely on increasingly outlandish gimmicks that are ultimately not that effective at catching cheating. The fact is, confronting cheating is difficult. Tools are getting easier to use, the cheats themselves are getting more sophisticated. It's an endless uphill battle to stop them. Some games have been successful in stopping widespread cheating, but some don't even try. There's a lot of great games that have just been hurt by cheating, and players that have gotten burnt often just give up. I wish there was an easy solution here, but cheating is just kind of part of it. You're creating incentives and competition. There's of course going to be people that want to bypass the difficult aspects of that. It's just part of how things work. If there's a way to cheat, some people are just going to do it, no matter how pointless or unnecessary it is. Moving on to number 6, intrusive and annoying DRM. So just DRM. Like, sometimes a cure is worse than a disease, and nowhere is that more obvious than when you're talking about DRM. Here's the thing, DRM sucks. It tends to make things worse, far more than it tends to make things better. There are too many examples of DRM causing slowdown and performance issues in games to ignore. If there's a DRM that forces you to play the game online, even when it's single player only, it's just crap. And to make matters worse, developers know everyone hates it, so they just keep trying to sneak it in. Like take Capcom, who for some reason really has it out for mods in their games, which is a totally different thing, but it's to such an extent that they go back into their back catalog and add DRM into games that didn't even have it originally, like games like Monster Hunter Rise, where the Enigma DRM was actually so bad it made the game unplayable for some people. That's an extreme example, and it doesn't happen that often, but there have been many reported instances of Denuvo or other DRM programs causing noticeable slowdown and stuttering in games. A lot of the time the performance impact is minimal, but still, it's an unnecessary burden that makes a game harder to access and play, and these sort of things are just anti-consumer in general, especially in games that are single player only. Like what? Like it destroyed SimCity, like actually just flat out ended SimCity. It's annoying when a game adds DRM, but devs and publishers, I mean, they're starting to get smart. They know people hate it, so instead of removing it from games entirely, they wait till the last minute before the game comes out to add a DRM message. Sometimes they wait till people are actually playing the game in early access before saying something, which is, in my opinion, just straight up deceptive. I'm not saying DRM has no place in games whatsoever. It's your stuff. It's your right to do what you want with the stuff. The game companies own the stuff, and I'm not for saying that they don't have the right to do what they want with their stuff, but that doesn't mean it's not infuriating. It's just another one of those problems that just does not seem to be getting any better. Moving on to number 5, ballooning budgets and development cycles. It used to be, when games took a few years to come out, that was development hell. But now a 6 to 8 year development cycle seems practically normal. With longer dev times comes increasing costs, and the more expensive a game is to make, the more it needs to make back in order to earn a profit. Recent court documents have revealed some absolutely crazy numbers for how much these game companies have spent making games. Like, we're talking hundreds of millions just for a single game, not even counting marketing costs. Making games is an expensive business, and so many of these publishers think the only path to making a profit is playing it as safe as possible. There's a reason why so many of the biggest games in the last few years feel so stagnant, and this is that reason. It's why there's so many remakes and sequels these days, why we're not seeing the surplus of innovative and interesting first-party games from the big console manufacturers. There's just no room for weird games that may not sell a lot in the billion-dollar games industry. That doesn't mean innovation is dead. The booming indie and renewed AA games market shows us that, but it's disappointing we're not seeing weird and experimental games from AAA developers. There used to be room for experimentation at Microsoft and Sony, but now you have to stick to what worked in the past, or make a live service game. Those seem to be your only options, and that sucks. Moving on to number 4, getting comfortable with not owning games. Recently, in an interview with GI.biz, Ubisoft's director of subscription said in so many words they want customers to feel comfortable about not owning games. They were talking about the newly relaunched Ubisoft subscription service, but this sort of attitude is common among gaming executives that are looking for the next easily exploitable revenue stream. The thing about subscription services like these is that in conjunction with ownership, they're fine. I don't think anybody is saying these services' mere existence is bad. The problem is that so many of these companies want the subscription model to be the only model, at least eventually. Video game ownership's already precarious enough at the moment, but if guys like that had their way, our game collection would be entirely at the mercy of clueless executives who just don't care about games or game preservation or, what will eventually be the history of art in this era. Can you imagine if, like, the Mona Lisa just had an off switch and at some point Leonardo da Vinci was just like, let's get rid of that. I don't want people to have that anymore. And it was just gone. Now, I'm not telling you that the Adult Swim Games roster is the equivalent of the Mona Lisa, but I'm sure you get where I'm going here. With ownership, whether that be physical or digital, there are some assurances that I can play the games that I buy. Even when things get delisted off Steam, I can still download and play them if I bought them before they were removed. And if I have a disc game, at least for older consoles, I can still play them. As long as as the disc still works. Arguably, I'm being quite generous with that, as you don't actually own those things, but rather a license to them, but still. And even further, there's not a lot of purpose in getting into the physical versus digital argument anymore, because that ship sailed, digital won. In terms of preservation, probably our best bet for keeping alive the long term anyway is digital, but that's only if people actually, own their games. And like I said, it's arguable that we never actually owned it, even in the physical media era. We did own a piece of media with the game on it, though, which is better than owning a license, which is kind of a virtual piece of paper that says I'm allowed access to data that's kept in a data center somewhere. We really don't have a lot in terms of rights there, do we? There's almost zero consumer protections when it comes to game ownership, at least if you live in the US, and unless something drastic happens, I don't see it changing anytime soon. In the eyes of the court, we really don't own the games we buy, even though logic says otherwise, and that means companies can take games away from us whenever they feel like it. It's a bad situation already, and things can get worse, and they probably will. And number 3 is gacha, loot boxes, FOMO, all that stuff. It almost feels quaint complaining about this stuff in 2024, but make no mistake, microtransactions still suck, and they're still making games worse by existing. Instead of focusing on making games that are fun and engaging for their own sake, so many games they're gambling machines, scientifically designed to hit the right dopamine receptors to get you to keep playing and spending. That's the most important part, engagement above all else. The funny thing is, out of all the games that came out in the last year, pretty much all the highest rated ones didn't have microtransactions. The worst of them were Resident Evil 4 and Street Fighter 6, which both have robust gameplay separate from the stupid microtransactions. Still, of the major games released last year, it's undeniable that the fighting games were negatively affected by microtransactions. Street Fighter 6 has overpriced avatar customization items. Tekken 8 has that stupid cash shop they snuck in more than a week after the game came out. Mortal Kombat 1 practically felt like a free-to-play game with all the extra lame microtransactions and season pass crap. Like, Mortal Kombat 11 was already pretty lousy with it, but 1 is somehow worse about it, and it altogether makes for a less fun game. The season pass model is just straight up annoying and tedious compared to the towers of the previous game. There's less stuff to unlock naturally and stuff to buy. It's gotten more expensive. And the seasonal fatality microtransactions, I don't like that, but it's what everybody wants, so of course they're going to monetize it. The worst part about it is that no matter how much everybody hates microtransactions and complains about them online, all it takes is enough people to buy it to make it profitable, and the companies keep doing it. I kind of detailed this a little bit in number 10. It's why I kind of worry about game companies no longer targeting the gaming public, but rather smaller groups of whales that maybe aren't necessarily educated on how companies exploit consumers or the lack of consumer protections or whatever. Maybe they're just naive people that they're targeting, and they want to move into that as a revenue model. That concerns me because it's precisely what this type of stuff leads towards. If 98% of the gaming industry understands the scam, then why not target the 2% of the industry that doesn't? As long as there's enough whales to hook who will spend thousands of dollars on a single game, there's always going to be an incentive for companies to shove in worthless microtransactions into games. And number 2 is endless studio closures and layoffs. We're only a few months into 2024, and there have been 8,000 game layoffs so far this year. Last year was even worse, at least at the time of this writing, though. It's not getting better. Right now, it's not a good time to be a developer, and all this chaos is only making it worse to be a gamer. It's not something we're feeling now, but it's gonna have a long-term effect on the industry, for good or for bad. Probably for bad. The thing about making video games is it's very hard. It requires highly talented people who understand really specialized information, and whether you're talking about artists, designers, or programmers, people who are very good at these jobs are few and far between. In the worst-case scenarios, when people are fired, it can be difficult to replace certain positions, and without proper training, knowledge can just be lost, gone for good. It's something that people who worked on Skull and Bones complained about in that expose from a few years ago, where talent is lost and development slows down to a crawl. Games are made by people, and if those people aren't treated well or provided the opportunities necessary to develop skills that might not have been lost if previous people had been retained, the cycle that gets created makes games suffer. The games get worse. A lot of people do bounce back and find new jobs in the industry, but for a large percentage of people, that's it. They'll find jobs in much more stable industries or just retire. The whole situation stinks, and it's making the game industry worse all around. In a lot of cases, there's really just no reason for it. In the same breath as announcing record-breaking profits, companies will just turn around and announce huge firings. Massive chunks of their workforce just gone for what seems like no reason. It's impossible to ignore that contradiction, in my opinion. A lot of people have noticed that, in contrast to the US games industry, there have been way fewer mass layoffs over in Japan, and there's some reasons for that. One is the work culture, but another is the fact that there are legal protections for employees over there we don't have here. Companies can't just fire people without a good reason, and record profits are not a good reason, but they don't even have to justify it. They can just do it, and it's fine. Obviously, it's not all flowers and rainbows in Japan. Crunch culture is still very prevalent there, and dev salaries are fairly low over there compared to here, but at least they're not worried if they're going to have a job after developing the most successful game of the year or something. Anyway, a chaotic industry is not a healthy industry. I can only hope things are going to slow down a little bit in some of these areas, but stop firing everybody, Jesus. And finally, at number 1, irresponsible consolidation. In the past few years, game companies have been on a consolidation spree. Microsoft acquired Bethesda and Activision, Sony got Bungie, Embracer got pretty much everybody. Consolidation was the hot new buzzword, and everybody wanted in on it. Now, in 2024, it's hard not to look back and wonder, why the hell did they do that? What a big waste, right? It was just billions of dollars thrown around for nothing. Just down the drain, right? A lot of game cancellations, a lot of studio closures. Few games that probably would come out anyway, but still. It's possible PlayStation and Microsoft's acquisitions will pay off in the long run, but the Embracer situation has been an absolute negative for the whole industry, because there's so many talented studios that just went down hard thanks to that. You know that deal by now. Embracer bet everything on this $2 billion deal with the Saudis and lost, and we're still feeling the consequences of it. So many great game studios got embraced and are now paying for it. Free Radical, Volition, Eidos Montreal. Last year, they canceled 29 unannounced games. We could have gotten a new Deus Ex, but instead, we're not getting anything. Like, there is a bit of a silver lining here. A few of the devs have managed to divest themselves from that sinking ship, like Saber Interactive. Toys for Bob could have been cursed to the Call of Duty mines, like so many other ill-fated Activision studios, but they managed to separate, and hopefully we'll get to keep making games. So it's not all bad, it's just mostly bad, and there's a lot of bad. It sucks. I mean, this stuff is all just objectively ruining games, and I hope at least knowing about it can help us as consumers navigate the situation a little bit better, but I don't know. What do you think? Leave us a comment. Let us know. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications, and as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter, Falcon Hero. We'll see you next time right here on Game Ranks.
As if we don't have enough games already. Our backlogs are all insane, but that doesn't stop these relentless developers from making more. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, the top 100 brand new games announced in 2025. Now it has to be said this is going to be a long list. So sit back, buckle up, and let's get started at number 100 with Dreadmore. There's no getting around it. This one looks heavily inspired by Dredge, but from the trailer, it could potentially have a lot more going on. This isn't just a fishing game. There's exploration, there's crafting, there's monster battles, and it's all in first person with some pretty decent 3D visuals that tie everything together. It's undeniably derivative, but it looks pretty polished from the trailer, and I'm liking the more immersive first-person view and the more explicitly weird post-apocalyptic setting. At number 99 is
Darwin's Paradox is this side-scroller. Reminds me of kind of like Inside, but mechanically a little more complex. You play a charming little octopus pulled out of the sea, and now you have to escape the suffocatingly gray and horribly dangerous human world. It looks like one of those cinematic platformers. It's pretty scripted, with lots of set pieces and chase scenes. Playing as an octopus looks like it definitely does have some advantages. You can climb on everything, and I guess that makes a little more sense with suction cups than on Echidna, I guess. But yeah, you can jump far, you can camouflage yourself to hide from humans, who, by the way, all want to turn you to calamari. It looks like a fun game. It looks different, but what's probably the most surprising aspect is coming to us from Konami.
And number 98 is Cave Crave. This intriguing-looking VR game is essentially a spelunking simulator, which sounds pretty unique. It's absolutely terrifying. If you're claustrophobic, stay far away from this one, though. The climbing mechanics look pretty in-depth, and I do like how you can leave chalk notes on the walls. It's a clever use of VR and an intriguing game mechanic. What's impressive about this trailer is it manages to feel scary without even a hint of anything hunting you in the dark. I don't think this is even meant to be a horror game. It's a cave diving simulator. But hey, you've seen that picture of that guy upside down stuck in that hole in that cave. That's scary enough. At number 97 is Code Violet, an interesting one. If Capcom refuses to make a new Dino Crisis, this is the next best thing, right? It's a full-on third-person action horror game where you fight dinosaurs, which is kind of inherently goofy, but it looks the part. The developer Team Kill Media, that sounds familiar. Oh no, I'm feigning surprise here. They're the Quantum Error guys, which was a train wreck. I don't want to condemn them to the garbage bin for one bad game, but Quantum Error was bad. It was bad enough that I could feign some bad acting about it, and no one would be like, no, listen, Falcon's bad acting. No, it's a bad game, much worse than my acting. Hopefully they step it up for Code Violet. And number 96 is Ninja Gaiden 4. Now we're talking a new Ninja Gaiden game made in collaboration with Team Ninja and Platinum Games. This is a series long in need of a major revival, and while Platinum has been in kind of dire straits lately with staff departures left and right, Team Ninja has got the juice to make this a good game. From the trailer, looks more like a Platinum game than another Ninja Gaiden. Huge areas, relentless set pieces, looks fun as hell. The sci-fi city definitely stands out from the more mundane locations of the previous Ninja Gaiden games. New protagonists in long-running series are always a gamble, but we do get to play as Ryu too, so hopefully there's nothing to worry about here. This one looks like a blood-splattered good time. I just hope it's more Ninja Gaiden Black than Ninja Gaiden 3. And number 95 is Saros, I'm not sure. House Marquee's follow-up to Returnal gives very little away in its announcement trailer, but it sounds like it's going to be a continuation in all but name. You're a guy on a mysterious planet shooting weird aliens, and there are roguelike elements. It's Returnal again, but with a more robust progression system to take some of the edge off the randomness. Considering the lack of major upgrades was a sticking point for some of the people with the original one, this all sounds good. I'm all for progression systems and roguelikes, and I've got high expectations when it drops sometime next year. And number 94 is Metal Eden, probably the closest thing we're going to get to a Titanfall 2 follow-up. And that's enough to get me excited, to be fair. The visuals look pretty astounding. The sci-fi trappings might be a little generic, but the presentation is on point. It looks like an FPS that is relentlessly paced, like Doom Eternal crossed with Ghost Runner, but with a style of its own. There's already a demo out if you're interested in trying it out. And yeah, it's good, so I'm pretty damn excited for the final game when it comes out sometime late this year. And number 93 is Tides of Annihilation. It's one of those kitchen sink games that sounds too good to be true, but everything they're showing looks legit. I mean, this is a game that could actually be as awesome as it seems. There's no guarantee, and there's so much going on in this trailer. Makes my head spin. There's crazy combat, ghost summons, Shadow of the Colossus style, gigantic monsters, huge post-apocalyptic city that you're dropped into to explore, more than 30 unique boss fights. This is just checking off all of the things I want to hear boxes, and I'm here for it. And number 92 is Terminator 2D No Fate, going in a very different direction here. This officially licensed old-school Terminator side-scroller looks like something right out of the Sega Genesis era, but it's brand new. It's made by Bitmap Bureau, the guys behind Xenocrisis, and if you know that game, you know there's reason to be excited here. It's a 2D side-scroller with some really good pixel art, and it looks like it's going to hit basically every major event of the movie, including some stuff, to be frank, that isn't really highlighted in the movie a whole lot. Now, there's been some pretty forgettable 2D side-scrollers of popular movie properties lately, but this looks like a labor of love. And number 91 is Resonance, A Plague Tale Legacy, a prequel to A Plague Tale. Not the direction I expected the series to go after the second game's ending teaser, but it's welcome nonetheless. Taking place 15 years before the last game, you play as Sophia, a character from Requiem, and a mysterious new character as well. The entry finally introduces actual melee combat to the series after 2 games of desperate sneaking. It'll be nice to just walk up and stab somebody, to be clear. I mean, not exactly any rats in the trailer, but I don't know what that exactly means. You certainly can't combat the rats if they do show up, but yeah, it's interesting to see them mix this up. And number 90 is Keeper, the newest game from Double Fine. Looks like another one of their indie game experiments, rather than something big like Psychonauts 2. But the announcement trailer from Keeper has charm and really a good hook. All it takes is 4 little words to sell me on this thing. You are the lighthouse. You are a walking lighthouse in a twisted, surreal world with only a bird as your companion. It's got quiet introspection, like an indie walking sim, and the gameplay cred and quirky humor of Double Fine, so that sounds like a pretty good combo to me. At number 89, it's Silent Hill F, Konami's newest Silent Hill game, Silent Hilf. It's Silent Hill F. It's a very different Silent Hill, and yet still pretty familiar. I mean, you got your staples. You gotta watch your ammo, solve the puzzles, endure the psychological dread. There's a little more melee emphasis here, though, with some pipes and spears that you apparently construct or something. But of course, it's Silent Hill, so you are in a very foggy city being attacked by, well, I hesitate to call them undead, but they're something. This is a little bit more colorful version of Silent Hill, where they're attempting to find the beauty in terror, apparently. That's the theme of the game. Honestly, I think they're gonna succeed. It looks really, really cool to me. At number 88, it's Dark Mass, another PlayStation announcement of dubious quality. Dark Mass is an upcoming horror game with a great premise and some appropriately spooky visuals, but it's hard not to be a little skeptical when you see trailers like this, unless they have like a noteworthy pedigree to really knock it out of the park like this. I'm assuming it's probably shovelware. Maybe, again, that's a little harsh. There is some atmosphere here. It's not like there isn't. They're combining 2 creepy places at once, an old manor, and it's deep underwater. I mean, that's a hook, I'll give you that. Except it's kind of hard to tell whether you're actually swimming at certain points or not. Like this undead zombie thing is not moving like it's underwater. Maybe that's intentional, who knows, but we'll see. And number 87, it's Power Wash Simulator 2. More Power Wash Simulator. At least that's what I see in the trailer. Looks like the original game with some better visuals, better water, and a 2. Sometimes more is all anybody wants, and I've got nothing against more power washing. There may be more to this when it comes out later in the year, but the announcement trailer is pretty vague about what we can expect. My prediction, more power washing. And number 86 is Painkiller. The name makes it sound like a remake, but it appears to be a complete reimagining of the original Painkiller. Something similar to the Shadow Warrior reboot. It's got the name, but it's otherwise more or less totally new. I mean, not totally new. Some iconic weapons are returning, and it's got that gothic FPS style down, but there's a new emphasis on co-op play with 3 players joining together and battling the hordes of hell. It's not pure co-op shooting. It appears as though you can play offline, but whether the game is balanced around co-op or not, don't know. I'm just going to be honest. I don't know what to make of this. It looks pretty sharp, but if the primary goal is to make a co-op shooter, I don't know why they decided the Painkiller was a series to take in a bold new direction. I mean, it's not like anybody's doing anything with the franchise anyway, but I do hope it's going to be good when it comes out in the fall this year. At number 85 is Raido Remastered, The Mystery of the Soulless Army. This is a remake of one of the lesser-known Atlas RPGs from the PS2 era. Getting a new lease on life. I honestly never thought I'd see it. It's one of the most strange, but also one of the most interesting Shin Megami Tensei adjacent games. With all the demon capturing you could want, but it's set in a strange semi-historical Japan where Rasputin is around for some reason. It's an underrated gem from back in the PS2 era, and I do hope it gets it's the acclaim it deserves when it comes out later this year. At number 84, it's Starseeker, Astroneer Expeditions. This is a new spin-off of Astroneer with more of a focus on co-op play and exploration rather than resource gathering and survival. One big new feature here is the space station, which is sort of a gathering hub for the game where teams get together and plan their expeditions and hang out. Multiplayer is the big draw of the game in comparison to Astroneer, and it does look like a fun time. At number 83, it's Dusk Fade, a new game revealed by PlayStation back in April. Looks like a real love letter to the platform action games from the PS2 and PS3 era with an impressive new coat of paint. The trailer for this game, it's relatively short, but there's a lot packed in here with some stunning vistas and some widely detailed environments to jump around on and get into fights with enemies, and what looks like a very throwback kind of combat system. Some of the animations look a little stiff, but man, it's got a lot of potential. At number 82, it's Void Breaker. A lot of roguelike FPS games out there. This one looks pretty interesting with its abstract environmental design, intense speed, and powerful weapons. The premise is pretty much what you'd expect. Something hostile AI, blah, blah, blah. But the game design looks solid, and I can't say no to some good environmental destruction. This one's coming pretty soon, launching in late August. I'm excited to play the full thing. There is a demo on Steam. It does show a lot of promise. Check it out. And number 81, it's Speedrunners 2 King of Speed. What an original subtitle for Speedrunners 2. The original Speedrunners. A lot of fun, but the sequel does look better. They're not reinventing the wheel, as far as I can tell, but they are refining what worked in the first game, which was precision platforming and entertaining out-of-nowhere chaos. Speedrunners 1 was, it was a great game to play with friends, but the graphics were always pretty basic, so having a sequel that's a little more visual appealing, that's exactly what they needed to do. And number 80 is Enter the Gungeon 2. One of the better roguelikes of the past decade is getting a full sequel in glorious 3D. The trailer, more of a teaser than anything else, looks more like a real successor to the original than like just a repeat, which is that's good. There's hopefully a little more meta progression and a quicker, earlier game, but Enter the Gungeon is fun as hell. And number 79 is Super Robot Wars Y. This insane mecha crossover series with an extremely sporadic release history in the West is actually getting a proper localization with Super Robot Wars Y. The wacky crossover shenanigans continue with the series' trademark over-the-top animations, totally insane plot. It features characters from series like G Gundam, The Witch from Mercury, and others that are going to please the 2000s era anime fan and all of us. These games aren't for everyone. The graphics are pretty bare bones, but for turn-based tactics maniacs and mecha heads, there's a lot to dig into here. And number 78 is Star Wars Zero Company. Long teased but finally announced back in May. EA's long gestating Star Wars XCOM is coming, and it looks pretty damn cool. The trailer shows a real random assortment of Star Wars archetypes. There's a clone trooper, bounty hunter, a Mandalorian all working together. The characters suggest this game set during the Clone Wars era, but who knows? All we know for sure is that it's XCOM but Star Wars. And that's enough for me. And number 77, there are no ghosts at the Grand. One of the more interesting trends in 2025 are games that combine the workplace sim with more of a traditional gameplay experience. In this game's case, it's part hotel management, part ghost hunting. It looks unique and surprisingly polished, at least if the trailer's any indication, and it's coming sometime next year. And number 76 is Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun 2. More Bolt Gun, that's all anyone really wants. Just more Bolt Gun. The first game was fun as hell, and hopefully the sequel's better. More varied environments, more enemies, more big guns to shoot those enemies with. The first game was the perfect marriage of old school visuals and modern Doom Eternal-inspired aggressive gameplay. Just do more of that stuff in Bolt Gun 2 and we're gonna be happy. And number 75 is Animagate of Memories 1 and 2 Remastered. It's not exactly new, but the Anima games are some of the more ambitious and intriguing indies from their time, so seeing them get upgraded and improved in 2025 is actually kind of exciting. The originals were definitely rough around the edges, but there was ambition and some good ideas behind them. These are games that are perfect for a remaster. They had a ton of potential, but didn't quite realize it originally. Hopefully the new release makes them the games that they were capable of being. And number 74 is Romeo is a Dead Man, announced during the Summer Games Fest PlayStation Showcase. This thing has the telltale signs of a Suda51 and Grasshopper manufacturing game all over it, even before we actually got any gameplay. Honestly, this looks even more insane than the usual Suda offerings. It makes No More Heroes look downright realistic and down to earth. The gameplay looks like a mad mix of third-person shooting and close-range combat with some of that expected Grasshopper jank in there. Hopefully the good outweighs the rough spots, though, because I'm always here for a new game from these guys. May not all be winners, but they're always interesting. And number 73 is Lumines Arise, one of the most unexpected returns of 2025, a new Lumines game. Originally released for the PlayStation Portable, this series is getting a new lease on life on PS5 and PSVR, looking like a real return to form for the highly regarded puzzle franchise, too. The visuals were always a major part of the appeal of Lumines, and the game looks like they've got the vibes down 100%. And number 72, it's Grounded 2, Obsidian's follow-up to their excellent survival game. Looks like it's doing everything you could possibly want for a sequel. It's bigger, it looks better, you can ride bugs around, what more could you want? Seriously, the original Grounded was one of the best of the genre, and the game looks like it's even more ambitious this time around. Got tons of new bugs and more varied environments to explore. Sounds like it's going to go into early access like the first game, and apparently that's coming pretty soon. July 29th, 2025, specifically. Only a little more than a month away. And number 71 is Digimon Storytime Stranger. The latest in the surprisingly decent Digimon Stories games is coming sometime this year. Looks basically like a Persona knockoff, but the format at least suits Digimon, and it looks like there's going to be a whole bunch of creatures to collect, all wrapped around in a new time-traveling twist. If it's anything like the previous Digimon Stories games, it should be fun. Kind of a more easygoing version of Persona. And number 70 is Bloodstained, the Scarlet Engagement. Felt like forever, but we're finally getting a follow-up to Bloodstained, and this time it's got a little more of that Dark Fantasy Souls formula going for it. The opening cutscene from the trailer made it look like a completely different game, but when we actually got some gameplay, it was obvious this was the next Bloodstained. I'd know those 2D, 3D graphics anywhere. This time the game has dual protagonists, gives it a little bit more of a Portrait of Ruin flavor. As long as they keep all the weirdness of the original game, though, and I expect they will, then it should be a Metroidvania to look forward to. And number 69, Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. It's the classic Mortal Kombat games, but instead of just being another slap-together fighting game collection, it looks like it's getting a bunch of love and attention. Digital Eclipse, the guys behind some of the best remaster collections the past few years, are in charge of it. These are the guys who did Llama Soft, the Jeff Minter Story, and Tetris Forever. Games that didn't just collect a bunch of old games together, but are functionally interactive documentaries, more or less, full of behind-the-scenes information and history that's seamlessly woven into the fabric of the games. For any Mortal Kombat fan who's interested in the history of game development, this is all very exciting. And number 68, it's 007 First Light. We knew IO Interactive had been working on a 007 game for years, but it wasn't formally announced until the PlayStation State of Play at the Summer Games Fest, and it shouldn't be a surprise that the game looks really exciting with all the cinematic bombast you would expect from a James Bond game. What makes First Light especially interesting is the Hitman connection. So the trailer doesn't exactly show it, but there's got to be some of that social stealth Hitman DNA in there, right? The potential for troublemaking is even higher when you've got James Bond in the mix. It's a game that we still don't know a lot about yet, but it looks great and hopefully is able to have enough action to appease James Bond fans and enough brains to bring in the Hitman junkies. And number 67, it's Sea of Remnants. When I first saw this thing, I thought maybe it was some kind of Sea of Thieves spin-off, but I mean, it's not exactly. I wasn't all that off, but okay. So it's a free-to-play ship and pirate-themed RPG, and it takes the unusual choice of making everybody a puppet for some reason. Visually, in a class of its own. It's different. Scope of the world, sight to behold, even if the free-to-play part is a little eyebrow-raising. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but we'll see. Whatever this ends up being, it looks unique, and we'll watch out for it in 2026. And number 66 is Neo 3. Team Ninja returns to the series. They brought them back as one of the premier action game developers out there with Neo 3. And after years of essentially making the same kind of game, it looks like Neo 3 is going to be a step forward for the series, moving away from the stage-based level design and going all in on a massive open world that you can explore freely. So Neo's going Elden Ring, and I'm excited to see it. The loot system's still the same, so got tons of weapons and armor to sort through. But the introduction of a new ninja-style combat system that you can switch to on the fly, that looks great. There's demo out, and no surprise, it's very good. So I'm expecting some pretty good things from Neo 3. And number 65, it's Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. Marvel vs. Capcom dead, but Arc System Works has come in to pick up the slack with a new Marvel-only fighting game, coming from the guys who make Guilty Gear and Dragon Ball FighterZ. Seriously, what's the right way to say that game's name? It's a great game, whatever we're supposed to call it. The game that they're making here actually looks incredible. These guys really know how to make a good fighting game. You got teams of 4 fighters per match. I expect each fighter to be pretty accessible individually, but the game should prove to have a lot of depth anyway. It's about the last thing I expected to see, but in hindsight makes perfect sense. It's a fighting game, definitely to watch out for. And number 64 is Mortal Shell 2. The original Mortal Shell is one of those games where it felt like they needed to make a sequel because it almost hits it out of the park. I mean, Mortal Shell is a great game. I really thoroughly enjoy it. But it looks like this is where it's really going to hit its stride. The debut trailer really makes this thing look super weird. Demented. It looks like the core concept of shells is still in play, so you still swap between different forms, and they all have their own strengths and weaknesses, only now you're taking on some truly grotesque monstrosities. Everything about Mortal Shell 2 looks like a step up from the first game, and for that reason, I'm quite excited to play it in 2026. And number 63 is Marvel Cosmic Invasion. After years of flailing with Marvel games, they're finally giving us something to be excited about. Developed by Tribute Games, the guys behind the amazing Shredder's Revenge, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles beat-em-up reboot. This looks every bit as good as a beat-em-up as that game, only now you got a bunch of superheroes to play with. For comic book fans, the game looks like it's got a real killer's row of playable characters, but even someone who doesn't care about all that geek stuff should probably find something to like here. The devs behind this know how to make a good beat-em-up, let's say. And number 62 is LEGO Voyagers. This looks like LEGO's answer to It Takes Two, which is all I really need here. But this game's actually more creative than I thought. Instead of just playing as little LEGO dudes, like in most games, you're just a brick, and you have to attach yourself to various parts and things to traverse the world and solve puzzles. Looks like a ton of fun, and thankfully, they're doing the thing where only one player needs to actually buy the game in order to play together. Moving on to number 61, it's Infinitesimals. It might look like some kind of bizarro take on Grounded, but it's actually a cinematic action game. There's no survival crafting here whatsoever. Sure, you play as a tiny little dude exploring a vast miniature world, but the game is more about jetpacking around and blasting enemies than anything else. It also looks impressive, and while it's unfortunate we got reveals that look like Grounded 2, it looks different enough to distinguish itself. And number 60 is End of the Abyss. This game looks like some kind of unsettling mix of a Souls game and Little Nightmares. It's got that strange, uncanny atmosphere, but there's actual combat. It looks like it requires some precision and careful movement to survive, too. The ability to defend yourself makes it seem like this game's going to be more tense than your average game of this type. The enemies shown in the trailer look a little unpredictable and strange. I don't really know what's happening, but I'm super intrigued by it. And number 59 is Code Vein 2, a sequel I never expected to see. Code Vein has some real good combat, and I know everybody always mentions this, but it's only because it's true. The character creator was absolutely top-notch, but the level design, pretty rough. Who's to say if the sequel will have more satisfying exploration, but the addition of a motorcycle is definitely a good sign. Combat looks even more bombastic than ever, with plenty of gnarly monsters to slay. This one has real potential to surpass the first game when it comes out in 2026. And number 58 is Out of Worlds. Video games are experiencing their stop-motion moment with games like South of Midnight, Harold Halibut, The Midnight Walk, and now Out of Worlds, which is especially impressive because there's no cheating going on in this game. Everything's literally made of stop-motion animation. There's no 3D models that are animated like they're stop-motion. This is stop-motion, and it looks fantastic. It's a co-op adventure that, again, looks very It Takes Two inspired, but the handcrafted animation and the gameplay we see in the trailer looks fast and fun. I mean, it looks like among the best co-op puzzle games type stuff. And number 57 is Forever. What if you took Breath of the Wild and added 4-player co-op? The answer would look something like Forever. Actually, watching the trailer makes it look like there's a lot going on. You're platforming, fighting bosses, mining resources, collecting colored loot. It's all very busy, but it looks very polishing and intriguing already. An early access to the game isn't far off either. They're planning to launch the beta sometime this year. And number 56 is Persona 4 Revival. After the success of the Persona 3 remake, it was only inevitable they'd get around to Persona 4. And 3 is popular enough. 4 is the one that got people really hardcore into the Persona games. It's got an all-time great cast of characters, challenging and intense battles, and a twisting mystery plot. In fact, probably the best of the plots. The Persona 3 remake was great outside of missing some elements of the later releases, and I expect Persona 4 Revival will probably release at a similar level of quality. And number 55 is Medang Two Hearts. The world needs a new stealth action game with a bonkers plot that combines real-world history with whacked-out supervillains. And with no new Metal Gear Solid games on the way, we've only got games like Medang Two Hearts to work with. Not that I am complaining, because this trailer looks incredible. They throw so much madness at you so quickly that it's hard to keep up. And it's not just about sneaking around as a soldier and as a K-pop star. There's also zombies and apparently guys with superpowers that can leap 100 feet in the air. Who knew? It's all taking place in the Tom Clancy-like plot about the reunification of North and South Korea. It looks fantastic, to say the least, and I cannot wait to find out more. And number 54 is Athalion. You can always count on Don't Nod to make something unexpected and interesting while doing their adventure game projects, and this game looks like another interesting diversion for the studio. Athalion is a cinematic platformer set during a space disaster, and we don't know much about what they're actually doing outside of all the climbing and jumping. It looks like a thrilling Tomb Raider set piece stretched out over an entire game. Maybe that's not what it is at all. I don't know, but that's the vibe I'm getting from the trailer. Either way, these guys always do good work, so I'm looking forward to this one in 2026. And number 53 is High on Life 2. Swanch Games returns with the follow-up to the surprisingly solid FPS. This game looks like it immediately follows up on the secret ending to the first game with bigger environments, new guns, including dual handguns that I would bet are voiced by Nick Offerman and Megan Mullally. Don't tell me you don't see it. And just to speed things up, it looks like you can jump on a skateboard and do sick tricks while blowing away alien scum. The humor of the first game isn't to everybody's taste, but personally I enjoyed it, and I'm excited about the follow-up, which looks even more nuts than the first. At number 52, it's Super Meat Boy 3D, another left-field reveal from the Xbox Showcase. Super Meat Boy is back, and he's in 3D this time. The crazy, difficult precision platformer looks just as merciless as ever, only now you got count them, three dimensions to worry about. Not every 2D platformer has benefited from the shift to 3D, but the trailer seems like Super Meat Boy is gonna handle it pretty well. The game looks like a true continuation of the original, just as long as the controls feel right. Sonic Games struggled with transitioning to 3D for years. Hopefully, Super Meat Boy gets it right the first time. Next at number 51, it's Roadside Research. It's a game where you play as aliens who run a gas station. That's the premise. It's insane, but it actually sounds like a lot of fun between stocking shelves, upgrading your utilities, and checking out customers. You also have to secretly study humans. Just don't let them notice you're acting strangely, or they might sniff out the fact that you are an alien with a piece of paper on their face. It looks like a weird game, but there's probably some fun to be had, especially when you're playing with friends. In a sea of forgettable simulator games, this one's got our attention. At number 50, it's Ground Zero, a PS1-style survival horror with a ton of retro charm. Think classic Resident Evil, except for it takes place in Busan, South Korea. You see, a meteor hit, and there are mutated horrors to be shot. Probably the thing I wanted to know the most is if it was tank controls or not. Apparently, if you want it, it is an option, but it's not required. So I will say, honestly, I'm quite happy that it's not the thing that you're stuck with here. I love me some old Resident Evil, but it is hard to go back to those tank controls. We don't have a release date yet for Ground Zero, but it is something you can wishlist on Steam for PC. At number 49 is Blind Descent. Hey, seems like we've been getting some games lately where you can describe them as Subnautica but, and this is one of those games. Subnautica, but in an underground jungle on Mars. Honestly, super interesting. You're a stranded miner on Mars. You're going through all of these massive caverns that are full of flora and fauna for up to 4 players heading downward on a planet that looks quite barren on the surface. This one's coming to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series. It's going to be next year. We don't have a final release date. And number 48, another game people who are interested in Ground Zero might be interested in is Tormented Souls 2. It's a sequel, so we already kind of know how Tormented Souls is. It's obviously a little more graphically advanced than Ground Zero, but it's a game where you can play with tank controls and you can also play with a more modern control, and you switch between it by just doing the D-pad or the analog stick on a controller. In all seriousness, I think Tormented Souls handles it best, and it was why I wanted to even know with Ground Zero. Tormented Souls 2, just for clarity, does it exactly the same. They have a demo up. You can play it right now. I downloaded it specifically to find out if they kept the way that they did it in the first game in this one, and they do. If it's anything like the first one, it's going to be puzzle heavy, it's going to have some tense combat, limited saves, that type of thing. Really, the kind of old school Resident Evil is seeing a pretty big resurgence. This game is still apparently coming out this year. I would believe it because they did drop that demo. Like I said, it's about an hour-long demo if you want to play it. It's out on PC. I don't think there's a demo on PS5 and Xbox Series, but the game is coming to those platforms as well later in the year. Moving on to number 47, it's Wu-Tang Rise of the Deceiver. It's been 26 years since the last Wu-Tang Clan game. This one's a co-op action RPG for up to 3 players. And when I say action RPG, I do not mean Souls-like. This is a fast-paced, I don't know if I want to say like Devil May Cry type. I don't even know if it's really that. It's just fast. Obviously, music is not an afterthought here. We've got some pretty serious curation going by Just Blaze, some classic Wu-Tang tracks, and some beats that shift dynamically during combat. It looks awesome. It's one I really want to play because the look of it is so distinct that if the game is actually good and also a good Wu-Tang tie-in, I don't know how can't you possibly like something like this. I love Wu-Tang Clan. I mean, they ain't nothing to f with. At number 46, it's Scott Pilgrim EX. Hey, did you like Shredder's Revenge? I did. Well, did you know that before that, several of the developers that made that game made Scott Pilgrim vs. the World the game, which is one of the best beat-em-ups ever. I love it. And those folks are returning to Scott Pilgrim with Scott Pilgrim EX. They've got Anna Managuchi, the musicians that made the original Scott Pilgrim vs. the World the game soundtrack, and they're tossing in some River City Ransom influence by making a semi-open world. Nothing I could tell you could emphasize to the degree which I am excited to play Scott Pilgrim EX. We don't have an exact date, but it's coming to PS5, Xbox Series, Nintendo Switch, and PC next year. And number 45 is Felt That Boxing. So it's Punch-Out meets puppets. That's all you really have to say. It's a game that looks like Punch-Out, and it's puppets. And it looks great. I mean, it looks like a ton of fun. Looks very silly. It's one of those things where it's like, why haven't they done another Punch-Out type game? And I think part of it is because Punch-Out is such an unrealistic thing that the pixel art kind of makes it work. And nobody's really thought of like, well, how do you replicate that now that graphics are way better than that? And I think puppets, oh my god, just a perfect choice. You sort of diffuse that realism problem completely by using puppets. I'm super excited about this. Can't wait to play it. It's currently only announced for PC, but it seems like something that is very unlikely not to be on everything. Obviously, my fingers are crossed. I'm excited. Don't know if we're going to see it this year, but I mean, it's one I'm looking at with great interest. At number 44, it's Atomic Heart 2, and they have taken the Bolshevik Bioshock global. It's not just a Soviet sci-fi sequel, now it's going to be a full-blown, globe-trotting, open-world RPG shooter hybrid that takes the aesthetic of the first game and just expands on it massively. So it's kind of looking to me like if Bioshock and Far Cry were combined, but also with wall running. It has no firm release date, expected next year for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Moving on to 43, it's The Cube. You can't mention the Atomic Heart sequel without mentioning The Cube. Mundfish, I don't know exactly what they're doing here, is making an MMO-style multiplayer or something that takes place in Atomic Heart's world. I don't know really exactly what it is, to be clear. I don't want to say it's MMO Atomic Heart on a Rubik's Cube open world, but I also kind of do want to say that because until we really know what it is, that's what it looks like. So maybe kind of if Atomic Heart 2 is Destiny, possibly? I don't know. Mundfish is on the move, though, that's for sure. This is going to be coming possibly next year, also on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series. At number 42, it's The Expanse: Osiris Reborn, a more Mass Effect-looking take on The Expanse after Telltale tried some. This one has you pit against the Osiris Corporation, as the title implies. I don't know, it looks really good, but also sometimes when you don't see any gameplay in the trailer, it's tough to really get too excited. Still, it's Owlcat. They were behind the Pathfinder and Warhammer RPGs, and it does look a lot like Mass Effect. I don't know, I'm interested. We don't have any release window whatsoever for it, but it is set to launch on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series. At number 41, it's Chronicles Medieval. Raw Power Games drops this game at the Summer Game Fest, narrated by none other than Tom Hardy and scored by the Witcher composer. So, man, they're not messing around. A look at the Steam page reveals large-scale battles, RPG-style progression, diplomacy, character creation, kind of Mountain Blade meets Crusader Kings looking stuff. This one is a PC exclusive and it's planned for next year. I would say keep eyes on this one if you're into medieval stuff.
Challenge has arrived.
At number 40, it's Echoes of the End, an Icelandic sword and sorcery sledgehammer thing. Looks like we're dealing with like melee, heavy melee, like I said, sledgehammers and whatnot, and spellcasting. We saw some freezing, some glowing sword stuff, some pretty cool stacked combos that reminded me of either God of War or maybe one of the recent Star Wars Jedi games. Kind of an old school looking game. Definitely got a lot of God of War flair going. This one's coming this summer to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series, so we're not going to have to wait too long to find out if it's great. It looks very, very cool. I hope it's as cool as it looks. At number 39 is Crisol, Theater of Idols. Welcome to España, a twisted gothic-flavored version of Spain, where your own blood fuels your gun. Literally, your blood fuels a gun. That's not a thing. It's the thing. Every shot draws from your health. You could pour bullets at your foes like nobody's business, but it's your blood. It has a very Bioshock look to it. Maybe a tinge of Resident Evil in there too. This one's supposedly coming this year to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series. Keep an eye out. It does look pretty damn cool. And number 38 is Sleep Awake, also from Blumhouse Games. This one's also from Eyes Out, though, which I don't know if you remember what Eyes Out is, but it's Corey Davis, the creative director of Spec Ops: The Line, and Robin Fink from Nine Inch Nails and Chinese Democracy fame. The plot here is you're somebody who's avoiding sleep because there is a terrifying condition going around where everybody who falls asleep just disappears. So that's not what you want. Relatable position on the hush. I don't want to just disappear. That sounds bad. Anyway, Robin Fink does the music for the game, so it's industrial and awesome. Honestly, looks like a unique game, and I'm pretty excited for it. At number 37 is Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Announced at the Xbox Games Showcase June 8th. Black Ops 7 marks the first time in series history that two Black Ops titles are going to drop back-to-back. This one is like a psychological techno-thriller. It's set in 2035. You return as David Mason, and the campaign is going to be hybrid, solo/co-op campaign. They're also going to revamp the standalone multiplayer, and they're doing a kind of Raul Mendez AI ghost. I don't know. I'm psyched. Honestly, I love Call of Duty campaigns. There's a time when I hated Call of Duty more than anything. It was just so played out. But now that they've kind of eased into a rhythm, it's kind of like, yeah, give me a Black Ops. Good time for a Black Ops, yeah. Black Ops 7 is dropping probably November this year on the PlayStation, the Xboxes, and PC. Activision and Nintendo are maintaining they're committed to getting the game onto the system, but there's no official announcement. So I would guess at some point, maybe not the same time it launches on the other ones, though. And number 36, it is Beast of Reincarnation. Basically, it's Game Freak does Souls-like for some reason. Yeah, the Pokemon guys, they kind of hit us with a surprise. It's this gritty, dark fantasy action RPG. It is a Souls-like. You play as the Blighted One, also known as Emma, which is, to me, the funniest thing. Oh yeah, I'm Emma, the Blighted One. What's the Blighted One's name? Oh, it's Emma. Emma the Blighted One, huh? Yeah. I wish that was the name of the game. Beast of Reincarnation sounds really cool, but like Emma the Blighted One in one of those Sonic the Hedgehog circles with her pointer finger doing the number 1 sign and wagging it. Yeah, I don't know why I'm saying any of this. Maybe it's for personality, the thing you're watching for. Yeah, I see you tangent complainers out there. Go read press releases if that's all you're interested in. This game is launching next year on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. And number 35, it's Guardians of the Wild Sky. Blue Isle Studios dropped this game, the Future Games Show, early June. It's a survival crafting sim with magical creatures that you ride around and, solve environmental puzzles. In some ways, it kind of sounds a little bit like Pokemon, but not quite. Because you're not exactly riding your Pokemon around. You kind of store them. I don't know. Looks a little more chaotic than Pokemon, too. I don't know if Pal World is good analog, because, I don't know, it's got a lot of Minecraft-looking stuff. This one's announced for PC, but we don't have a date. And number 34 is Agatha Christie, Death on the Nile. Microids returns with an adaptation of Death on the Nile, which is a murder mystery from the 70s. Honestly, it's possibly one of the weirdest ideas in the world to be adapting these particular Agatha Christie novels. They're really good. And to be frank, the Orient Express, the previous one, pretty good game, too. Death on the Nile is hitting PC, PS5, Xbox Series, and Switch in September. And number 33 is Over the Hill from the creators of Art of Rally, Fun Skeletor Labs. You have this laid-back off-road exploration sim that is asking you more for patience than speed, I think. At least that's, I don't know. You got vintage 1960s, 1980s rigs, trucks, and stuff. But you got dynamic weather, day-night cycles, campsites, etc. It's kind of like SnowRunner minus stress. There's a lot of stress if you play SnowRunner. I mean, there's payoff for it, but this is more of a meditative game. It's announced for PC. We do not have a date or anything, but they also do expect that there will probably be console ports, depending on demand. So it looks fun. And number 32 is Cast and Chill, a pixel art fishing game that's just it's very pretty. You got lakes, rivers, oceans, and you're fishing. It's a time waster, not gonna lie, or at least that's what it comes off as. It's gorgeous, though, and just a one-of-a-kind game, in all seriousness. There's a demo available, and I would highly recommend playing it. The demo has an overwhelmingly positive rating on Steam for good reason. Honestly, in all seriousness, really something you want to try. It's different. It's not gonna excite you. I'm not gonna pretend that that's what this is about, but if it's something that it sounds like you could like, you probably will, because it's probably the best example of what it is. And there's also just not a lot that really does it like this. So yeah, depending on when this goes up, it might be out. June 16th is the day it does come out. Either way, I would recommend the demo. Castle is for PC. And number 31 is Cloudheim. Now, a certain type of person is going to hear that and go, oh, Cloud is from Nibelheim. That's what that is. But I think it's actually that they're trying to do Tears of the Kingdom's Cloud stuff in kind of, in a Valheim-y way, but also probably the thing that I just said as well. It's a co-op action RPG, smashing, crafting, floating islands. It's definitely got a Zelda look to it, but it's also got kind of a Final Fantasy X look to it as well. Cloudheim is coming to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series later in the year. And number 30, it's Engine Fall, or as I'm going to call it, Snowpiercer the game. You start as a Taily in eternal servitude. You battle AI and rival players, scheming your way to seize control of the engine room. It's Snowpiercer. Why there has not been Snowpiercer the game, I don't understand. But Engine Fall clearly sees an opportunity, and hell yes, absolutely. How is this not a game yet? When I was watching Snowpiercer, my thought was this feels like a video game, and would probably be a good video game. Anyway, of course, everybody's super excited. There's a beta going on right now. You can request access to on Steam if you want. I don't know to what extent they're doing that, but I mean, it's a really cool looking game. I want to play it badly, very badly. Moving on to number 29 is Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Lizard Cube, the developers of Streets of Rage 4, are bringing us Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Sega probably pretty psyched because Streets of Rage 4 was pretty damn good. This is just a beautifully hand-drawn, side-scrolling 2D action platformer in the vein of the original Shinobi games. Obviously, it's a little more involved than the old-school Shinobi, but that looks good. That's a good thing, to be clear. Still, there's some stuff that if you were an old-school Shinobi fan like I am, I was a Sega Genesis Shinobi maniac, actually. There's some stuff here that I'm pretty happy about. I don't know, it's a beautiful-looking game. It looks like a hell of a lot of fun. It's coming to PC, the PlayStations, the Xboxes, and Switch, August 29th. I will absolutely be playing this one. At number 28 is Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, the latest Sonic racing game with a new twist on it. See, the way this one is going to work is each lap has some dimensional aspects to it. You hit a travel ring, lap 2, and warp into a brand new cross world mid-race, switches up biomes, layouts, etc., etc. It retains a lot of all of the stuff that makes Sonic Racing good, and I really just think that they've managed to make the Sonic Racing games into kind of their own thing. Obviously, it's a kart racer. It can't be Mario Kart, and it's kind of not trying. It's trying to do something different. I like that. Gonna have 12 players online, local 4 players, lots of different modes. It's coming to the PlayStations, the Xboxes, the Switches, and PC September 25th. And number 27 is Dread Zone, a first-person survival shooter that throws us into a devastated 2030 quarantine zone after a viral outbreak. You're actually infected. You have to survive against mutated beasts, hostile soldiers, other survivors, and you have to deal with your own worsening infection. Basically a hardcore survival game with a disease. This game's launching in early access on Steam, July 17th. At number 26 is Samurai Pizza Cats, a 2D action RPG developed by Blast Zero. I actually don't remember Samurai Pizza Cats. Apparently it was a 1990s animated series. Went for 54 episodes. 52 of them actually came over in English translation. The game is giving me Legend of the Mystical Ninja SNES vibes. Not the later Gomon titles, but it obviously goes a step above with the animation and action, but it's really got that vibe to me. I hope that's the case, because it's been a while since I've seen a game particularly like that. I don't know. Could be real cool. Maybe nothing like what I'm hoping it is, but that doesn't mean it's good. It's an action RPG. Old school as hell. Don't have a release date. We'll let you know when we know more. And number 25 is Quite a Ride, a bicycle survival game. Basically, it's a survival horror where the fog in a misty rural countryside is kind of the problem. Basically, think Pacific Drive, but more radio chatter, some more unpredictable encounters, fog mechanics that shift your surroundings, that type of stuff. Basically, you're supposed to stay alert or you're swallowed up. There's a demo on Steam if you're interested. It is PC only at the moment. Don't know if that's going to be the final platform list, but everything looks like it might be by the end of the year. We'll see. It's a different looking game. And number 24 is Wildgate, a game from ex-Blizzard CEO Mike Morhame's Dreamhaven. This is a crew-based extraction shooter where teams of 4 players scramble through procedurally generated wreckage, scavenge stuff, and I mean, it's got a very interesting vibe to it. I keep saying extraction is kind of a bad word, but also it's kind of, I don't know, a lot of these recent announcements of extraction shooter-type games are not following that exact template. Like this to me looks a lot like Sea of Thieves in space, with a little bit heavier on PvP stuff. Definitely something to keep an eye on. Wildgate is allegedly coming later in this year on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series. And number 23 is Odin Valhalla Rising, an open-world MMORPG, which is actually something that's already out in Asia, but it's officially launching sometime here in the West on PC and mobile in the next few months. Basically, you got a few classes: Warrior, Sorceress, Priest, Rogue. You got some legendary realms, Midgard, Alfheim, etc. And allegedly, there's crossplay between PC and phone. I don't know to what extent that is a weird thing, given it's an MMORPG and there can be fairly simple mechanics. But hey, if you're into MMORPGs, check this one out. Like I said, sometime drops in the next few months. And number 22 is Styx, Blades of Greed. Cyanide Studios' mischievous goblin returns. Styx, now promoted from lowly pawn to boss, leads a thieving crew aboard a zeppelin in search of a mineral called quartz. You've probably heard of it. It's a real mineral, although I don't know if it's the actual real mineral. We'll see. Anyway, you got heists, you got snark, you got 3 vertically expansive zones to infiltrate with Metroidvania-style progression. Styx, Blades of Greed is coming to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series fall this year. And number 21, it's The Mound, Omen of Cthulhu. From Chile's Ace team, best known for Xenoclash, and publisher Nacon, comes a 4-player co-op survival horror Lovecraft inspired expedition. If you're familiar with The Mound, this game looks like it's supposed to be an adaptation of The Mound. I don't know if it's an exact adaptation, but you and a crew of explorers are on a galleon, you're hunting for treasure, you're venturing deep into a cursed jungle, and basically reality collapses there. Basically, you've got co-op exploration and resource planning, and then also kind of almost dungeon-y looking gameplay where you're sort of descending into the underground Lovecraftian horrors. It's kind of Left 4 Dead meets Call of Cthulhu. The Mound Omen of Cthulhu is coming to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series, allegedly still this year. And number 20 is Amanda the Adventurer, the chilling conclusion of the viral horror trilogy. This one picks up after the Library Escape in Part 2. Basically, it's an escape room-style puzzle encounter game with a really heavy 90s CGI aesthetic. There's a huge community around it with lots of theories. There's a demo at PAX East. It's listed on Steam. Doesn't look like console stuff, at least as of right now, but it's coming in the fall. At number 19, it's Displacement, coming to us from Obelisk Studio, the co-developers behind Sons of the Forest, this time plopping you into a frozen, isolated polar research station right as the staff descend into brutal madness. You're a psychologist. You went to just investigate, but yeah, there's a bunch of combat, there's 20 melee weapons, there's executions, and that's not what a psychologist normally does. Interestingly enough, they've got a temperature system in this game, which allows you to do stuff like freeze locks and shatter barriers and stuff like that. Apparently, the line between survivor and monster blurs over time, and that's kind of the gist of the gameplay. This is a PC exclusive without a firm release date yet. It does look super weird, though. At number 18 is Jurassic World Evolution 3. Frontier Development brings us a Dino Park sim. Honestly, this is a game that I've thought about for quite a while. Not necessarily because it was announced or because we knew it was coming, but with all of the theme park sims and how far that has come in the last decade or so, why haven't we had this? Not only is it that, but it's also got Jeff Goldblum's Ian Malcolm in it, which is going to be fun. I don't know, I'm just super excited that this is a thing that's happening. It's a great idea. It's something that should have happened a long time ago. It's coming to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series October 21st. At number 17, it's Everwind, which was formerly known as Skyverse. It's a procedurally generated open-world survival RPG that mashes up Skyrim with Minecraft. You and up to 3 pals can build a floating island ship, which means you move around, you do a bunch of weird stuff, trash mobs, poke at dungeons, and the world's fully destructible. So you can carve your own story across a bunch of different sky islands. This was actually a game that in April of 2025, they launched a Kickstarter, and, well, we know how that can go. I hope that it doesn't, but they're aiming for Steam Early Access early next year. And number 16 is Welcome to Brightville, a spellbinding immersive sim in which you play as an automaton guardian, doing some Bioshock and Dishonored espionage-style stuff in a mana-punk metropolis. I'm not particularly familiar with what mana-punk is. I'm guessing that by, what we're looking at, it's kind of an industrial age, neon, steampunky-ish fantasy. Neon not normally involved in steampunk, so maybe somewhere between steam and cyberpunk. I don't know. Apparently you've got magic, because you got fire and ice spells. It's a different-looking game, but also, it's a very familiar-looking game. It's a little confusing as to exactly what they're going for, but I am excited for a completely new developer IP immersive sim. It's coming to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series in 2027, though. And number 15, and honestly, this is higher than 15 if this were like Falcon's personal most anticipated, but Donkey Kong Bonanza. We haven't had a fully 3D Donkey Kong platform. And also, to be serious, there is some 2D Donkey Kong Country style stuff in this game. It's all underground, though. It's all digging, all going further and further down for golden banana nonsense. Just a crazy, fully destructible environment. Platforming heaven is what this looks like to me. I'm so excited for Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's coming to Nintendo Switch 2, July 17th. And number 14, it's Silver Palace, a gothic detective anime RPG. Singaporean developer Elementus Studios bring us a detective unraveling a conspiracy around a mystical energy source that corporations and cults are all trying to control. You got combat, you got Genshin-style party switching, you got Skyhook-style traversal a la Bioshock Infinite, horseback riding, detective work where you investigate crime scenes. Honestly, a lot of stuff is being covered here. You could say there's Dishonored, there's Genshin, there's Ace Attorney, I don't know. There's really a lot going on. It's coming to PC and mobile. We do not know the date yet, though, but the trailers are saying next year. At number 13, it's Transport Fever 3. Urban Games just announced this one. Basically a transport empire builder. If you're familiar with the previous ones, this one brings some new stuff. Dynamic day and night, for instance, 4 distinct biomes, more than 250 authentic vehicles, helicopters, cargo trams. And what's really interesting is this time it's a fully simulated reactive world. You're going to have towns that grow or die based on transport networks you build, and that's kind of all done via a connected network. It's a sandbox game that really looks interesting because honestly, you don't usually just get the transportation elements of this, and it looks really cool. It's coming to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series next year. At number 12, it's Hello Sunshine from Red Thread Games, developers of Dreamfall and Dustborn. This is a third-person survival RPG. The world is a corporate ruin scorched by the sun. You're seeking a mysterious white tower, and you're accompanied by a giant war robot. It's kind of like The Long Dark, except for if it was Shadow of the Colossus. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's the only thing that seems to make sense when I'm looking at it, to me, anyways. I don't know. It's also not just a solo game. It can be played solo, but it can also be played 2-player co-op. Kind of sounds like an interesting experience, a different experience, but it also looks like it's a long way off. So far, they've only announced it for PC, and they have not given a release date window. And number 11 is I Am Ripper from White Paper Games, the makers of Either One or Dahlia View, if you're familiar with either. They're dropping us down in a 1980s Great Britain for a horror thriller. You're a forensic investigator. There's a brutal serial killer case. It writes itself. This is interesting. There's apparently autopsies in this game, which is really going the distance as far as forensic investigation. This one is not coming out this year. It is coming to PC next year. Look out for it. And number 10 is Marvel's Deadpool VR. Neil Patrick Harris is here as Deadpool, and he's doing his best Ryan Reynolds. The game actually kind of has a bit of a High on Life vibe to it. I don't know if that's just me, but I think it definitely could be something that works out pretty well if they don't overdo it. I mean, it's very possible. A comedy game is a tough tightrope to walk. Neil Patrick Harris is a funny guy, though. Apparently, there's sword stuff in it too, which doesn't make me mad. I like VR stuff with swords. Deadpool VR is coming to Quest 3 2027, so it's a ways off. Moving on to number 9, Splatoon Raiders, the first Splatoon spin-off game, looks to be a survival Splatoon game. I don't know what to call it. It's a shooter, obviously, but a one-player Splatoon game, I realize that it exists, kind of, but it's definitely not the same thing as the campaign in the game, which is more or less an extended tutorial for how to play Splatoon. There's no 4v4 chaos here, though. That being said, there is some kind of cross-something going on. There's some updates on Splatoon 3 on Switch 2 that hint at some kind of a shared ecosystem. We don't really have a lot of information here. Obviously, Splatoon is awesome. I have fun with it, but we don't really know if this is coming out later this year or next year. Probably one, though. At number 8 is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Empire City, a new VR Ninja Turtles game. The first Ninja Turtles VR game ever. Basically, it's first-person Ninja Turtles in VR, with katana, sais, bow staff, nunchuck, all that stuff. And that's basically all we know. I don't really know a whole lot about it. I do know that that's potentially great. So my fingers are crossed. This one isn't exclusive to the Quest, thankfully. Steam VR is also a platform they're putting this one on, so look out for it when it comes out in 2026. At number 7, it's the Duskbloods, a gothic PvPvE from Software, directed by Hidetaka Miyazaki, landing as an exclusive for the Nintendo Switch 2, and that's literally everything you need to know. That's just intriguing on its own. We've seen a lot of people comparing it to Bloodborne meets Sekiro with multiplayer. That's what a lot of the information that has come out has indicated. There's co-op, there is PvP nonsense. Honestly, I just really like what it looks like, too. It's got a very different look than I would expect from a From game, and I don't know, it's a vampire-themed frat war. That's what it is. The Duskbloods is coming next year. At number 6 is Davy X Jones, a new game from Parasite, the team behind Blacktail. Honestly, this is one of the most over-the-top first-person pirate action adventures I can imagine. You play as the legendary Davy Jones without his head. That's right, his disembodied skull constantly cracks wise while your muscular headless body hacks through demon pirates and monstrous sea creatures all the way down to the locker. That's speculation on my part. I don't really know what the locker... Davy Jones' locker is the thing I'm referring to. You got chainsaws, flint locks, grappling hooks. You can even throw that talking skull as a weapon. We don't have a firm date for this, but it's coming to PC sometime, probably, I have to imagine, next year. At number 5, it's Invincible Versus. I don't think anybody had Invincible fighting game by some of the people that made Killer Instinct on their bingo cards for 2025, but I'll take it. I know there's been a little bit of criticism as to if this is a good idea or not, but let's be serious. Killer Instinct is an unappreciated masterpiece. That is a series that just should have gotten its due to a much larger extent, and maybe that's why I feel like this is a good idea. It's not necessarily that I was aching for an Invincible fighting game. I wasn't. But if that's the excuse that got the Killer Instinct people out making games, that's an excuse I want. I'm good. Invincible Versus is coming to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series next year. And number 4 is Europa Universalis 5, a 500-year sandbox grand strategy game that goes from 1337 Leet to 1837. Basically, you're doing 4X crap between medieval times and the Industrial Revolution. Honestly, yes. They've shifted away from sort of the abstract mana systems. They kind of learned the lesson, I think, from Imperator Rome and the mixed reception that got. I don't know, we're seeing kind of this type of a game come back. It seems like the developers and publishers are taking this genre a little more seriously. I'm really happy to see that. EU5 is coming to PC sometime. We don't have a date. And number 3 is The Blood of the Dawnwalker, which comes to us from Rebel Wolves, founded by ex-Witcher 3 director Conrad, long name Tomaskowitz. I'm just going to say that's probably close to the correct pronunciation. This one's a dark fantasy action RPG that embraces the vampire mythos, basically swords and vampire powers. You got day-night stuff going, which of course, why wouldn't you with a vampire game? But in all seriousness, it's a cool-looking game. It's an Unreal Engine 5 game, got great graphics. Witcher 3 meets Dracula. What else do I need to say to get you on board? Blood of the Dawnwalker's coming to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series next year.
Just like the treasure chest.
And number 2, Game of Thrones War for Westeros. PlaySide and Warner Brothers dropped this one at Summer Game Fest. Rather than putting you in one character's shoes, you are going to be an entire army in this game. I did tell you that real-time strategy was making a bit of a comeback. This is, in my opinion, evidence of that. They're calling this a classic and premium RTS experience, and I've seen a lot of chatter about it being like Age of Empires Westeros. If that plays out, great. I want that. This one's coming to PC sometime next year. And finally, at number 1, it's Resident Evil Requiem. Raccoon City has a big crater in it. We're going back. That's what we're dealing with here. They nuked Raccoon City, and for whatever reason, it seems like that didn't actually stop everything from happening, because, hey, we're there. I'm just psyched it's a third-person game. It looks like it's continuing in the footsteps of the Resident Evil remakes, and I'm all about that. We do have a release date for it. It's coming out to PC, PS5, and Xbox Series February 27th, 2026. And that's all for today. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications, and as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter, Falcon Hero. We'll see you next time, right here on Game Next. 2025 has been a hell of a year for gamers, but that doesn't mean we haven't seen some duds. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, the 10 most disappointing games of 2025. Starting off with number 10, it's Mind's Eye. Let's just take the band-aid off right now. We're halfway through the year, and it's already looking like Mind's Eye is a lock for the worst reviewed game, released on a notable scale, at least, of 2025. It's got a dismal 37 Metascore. I just doubt something as high profile as this is going to come out and get a worse rating. Then again, I could be cursing things, because if you remember 2023, we were like, I don't think anybody can make something worse than Gollum. And then the year was like, here, try this. And slid Skull Island Rise of Kong across the bar. We sipped that, spit it out, and was like, why'd you give me that? Give us something better than that. And they're like, oh, I do have one other drink you can try. Here's Walking Dead Destinies. That series of events actually happened. Yeah, exactly like that, with the bar and the games being drinks and everything between May and December of 2023. Anyway, Mind's Eye, kind of the dog shit game du jour. Everyone's taking pot shots at it, but the thing, it kind of deserves it. It's maybe not quite as bad as a 37 would imply. I mean, it's essentially playable. It's just so bare bones in every conceivable way. The story's a whole bunch of nothing. The shooting's incredibly basic. I mean, like a comical degree. Literally all you can do for half the game's brief runtime is aim and shoot and take cover-ish. The driving's at least good, which is, I mean, important because you're going to do a whole lot of driving.
There's an aqueduct ahead of you to the right. That should take you away from danger. Going through the fence.
There's so much pointless driving back and forth in this open-ish world. You never get the chance to stop and look because there's hidden timers all over and the invisible mission failure barriers are all over the place. The only thing that the game really has that makes it stand out at all is the potential for custom content, but the little bits of that they inserted in the game to give everybody a taste of how it works, it's just awful. It's also incredibly basic and jarring, even compared to how lame the rest of the game is, which is basic and jarring. I have to admit, when it's all working, the game looks good at least. The cutscenes can be impressive. I mean, the world design is probably the primary thing that worked out, because man, they put a lot of work into it. But the slapdash nature of literally everything else just drags it way down. On top of that, it really does not have good performance on either PC or consoles. It's a bad game, and it does deserve the scorn it's getting. And this is coming from somebody, I love generic third-person shooters, okay? If somebody was like, I want to make Uncharted or Gears of War, but I don't want to put in the work making the charm of it. Just the gameplay. Just the gameplay. I'm going to make a crappy generic world and characters that wear, like, black t-shirts and stuff, and that's it. I'm usually fine with that, okay? I'll play any old crap, and even for me, this wasn't good enough.
Get the jeep. I'll wait here.
Shadows must be heard. Furious tide. Split the heavens.
Number 9 is deliver at all costs. The important thing to keep in mind about this list is not every game I'm listing here is absolutely terrible, just they're disappointing, okay? Deliver at all costs is one of my biggest disappointments this year so far. I think a lot of people experience the same thing I did as well. They saw this amazing trailer, showed this wild and crazy destruction, they played the demo, and they're like, is that it? Like, I wanted to give the game a fair shot after the initial wave of disappointment, but it just never went away. There's lots of stuff to like about Deliver at all costs. The destruction physics, the goofy story stuff. At least at first, it's all pretty charming. I respect how they at least try to tell a story, rather than the usual indie crutch just making a bunch of talking heads. This game has fully animated cutscenes, but it's great. It's just that you expect it to be much funnier than it is, or better than it is. The main problem with this game is there's just not much to it. It's too easy to really challenge you, and when it does get more difficult, it feels unfair and kind of random. There's not much actual strategy to it. You're just barreling through everything easily, and that's really all there is to it.
Police? Perhaps I drove a bit too carelessly.
It's too basic. There's just not enough of a gameplay hook to grab once the initial thrill of physics-based destruction is gone. Ultimately, it's far from a bad game, and while it's really difficult, there is some simple pleasure in driving around and smashing everything as you travel from point A to point B. I just speak for a lot of people, I think, when I'm saying there was a higher expectation than this.
Nice challenge.
And number 8 is the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Remember Astro's Playroom? Well, remember how there's so much positivity around it that it led to a full-blown game that went on to win numerous Game of the Year awards? A good pack-in game. Really a nice little, hey, we're PlayStation and this is stuff. Yeah, it can make a lot of goodwill for a console. Nintendo used to understand that with stuff like Super Mario Brothers on NES or Tetris on Game Boy. If this game were a pack-in, I think people they'd be a lot more positive about it. Come on. It's kind of odd. Not really a game. It's a quasi-game. Sort of mixes little snippets of gameplay with some interesting little tidbits about the Nintendo Switch 2. From the name to the content, everything about Welcome Tour screams pack-in. The problem is that it isn't. Nintendo's charging $10 for it. So instead of being this fun little bonus that you get to, learn what to do with this already very expensive console, it's a needlessly expensive and pointless extra app that most players just aren't going to bother with. I mean, when everything came with instruction manuals, a lot of the time, people paid no attention to them. This is a $10 interactive instruction manual. For a hardcore Nintendo fan, it's too basic to get much out of, but it's far too expensive for the casual audience. It's a game for precisely nobody and has no reason to exist. It's just weird. If it was free, it would make perfect sense, but add a price tag to it and all the value just completely evaporates. It's frankly bizarre Nintendo doesn't recognize that this is a worthless thing. I guess they thought there would be enough people suckered into spending $10 on this nothing that it would be worth it, but that kind of exploitation calculus never used to be in Nintendo's playbook, so it's just disappointing to see here. Maybe not as disappointing as if everything on the console would be like a games as a service game or anything. And the Nintendo Switch Welcome Tour is kind of cute. It's got some clever stuff to it, but for $10, it automatically makes it incredibly disappointing and has mostly negative reviews for that reason. And number 7 is Civilization 7. The first half of 2025 has been unusually solid as far as games go. Sure, some of them have been kind of divisive, like Monster Hunter Wilds, but they're essentially good games. Civilization 7, unfortunately, is not in that esteemed company. I do respect the devs for making something with some big, bold changes to the usual formula, changing it up, trying new things, but for a lot of Civ fans, the bold experiment was kind of a failure. It's not irredeemable or anything, but I don't know, I'd go back to 6 or maybe even 5 for my Civ picks if I'm going to play Civ. The most controversial change is that one cannot simply play Civ 7. Civ 7 is actually kind of 3 games in one. The era system completely changes by essentially resetting your progress every time you jump off an age. And while, yes, it does keep the game fresh and introduces some new gameplay mechanics at each age, the way it carves up the traditional progression system is frustrating. It's really jarring because every time you move up an age, all your stuff gets reset. Some things carry over, some things don't, and the entire process is all really confusing and needlessly vague. And for a Civilization game where you're always crunching numbers, that intentional obscurity really stinks. I know some people love the whole era system. That's fine. I respect that. I don't hate it myself. But for a lot of people, it's just not what they want. And I think the reviews, they show that. It's got a pretty respectable 79 Metascore, but it's noteworthy that this is easily the lowest rated mainline Civ game on Metacritic. Like every other game is scored higher, and that includes Beyond Earth. Not a disastrous score, not a disastrous game. It's just not what people wanted. It's changed something up that doesn't make sense to change.
Speeding up. Nowhere. Let the winds roar.
And number 6 is Warhammer 40k Space Marine Mastercrafted Edition. Don't know why we're doing another version of Space Marine again. Like they put one out 4 years ago, and I don't know. If there's one thing I can say that's good about this, it's that it at least doesn't replace the previous edition. But that's the one good thing I'll say about it. Otherwise, it's pointless. It's not unplayable or anything, but it has no reason to exist. The Anniversary Edition is right there, and they gave it away for free to people who already own the game. Then we've got the Mastercrafted Edition, which does very little to make the game better. In some places, it actually makes it look worse while charging $40 with no upgrade path provided. No free upgrade, not even a $10 one for people who already own the Anniversary one, just a flat $40 for the second remaster in 4 years. I know I'm harping on it, but it really is beyond belief that they would think that they can get away with this. I mean, it's barely even a remaster. Maybe if they gave it the full Space Marine 2 visual overhaul, upgraded the gameplay system a tiny bit, but it's not that. It's just another re-release of the same game with a few new visual bells and whistles that do not make it worth $40 when the Anniversary Edition was free.
Here they come.
And number 5 is FBC Firebreak. This one's unfortunate because, I mean, we're all rooting for Remedy over here, but their latest foray into quasi-live service games doesn't quite have enough meat on the bone to be worth it. If you look at the Steam reviews, the most common complaint is the lack of content. There's essentially 6 missions with very little randomization, and that's not great. Professional reviewers are not a lot kinder, complaining about slow progression and the weak and unsatisfying starting levels. I hate to harp on prices again, because this is a problem it's going to solve itself with Steam sales, but $40 is just too much for what they're offering here. I expect the idea is they're going to be updating the game pretty often, more modes, more missions, but right now, there's just not enough to keep even a dedicated Control superfan playing. I think a big part of the disappointment is a lot of people just don't want Remedy making a game that's like this at all. Personally, I'm fine with it because it's obviously a side project. It's not an all hands on deck thing. So yeah, some people just don't want this game, but even people who are all in on the idea of a co-op shooter set in the Control universe, still a bit disappointed. The shooting isn't that great. There's no real story that connects you to the setting, and ultimately there's just not enough to keep players invested for very long.
Di pa nga dumadaan tingin.
And number 4 is Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. If all you did was focus on critical reviews, you'd probably walk away thinking this was nothing of a disappointment, really. I mean, an 80 Metascore is pretty damn good, actually, especially for a lower-budget SNK fighting game like this. For longtime Fatal Fury fans, though, the disappointment was crushing. For a lot of people, never in a million years would they think Fatal Fury would have had a chance of returning after, this much time. The recent Samurai Showdown and King of the Fighters 15 also showed a lot of promise, so there was an opportunity here for Fatal Fury to come back better than ever. Capcom killed it with Street Fighter 6, and now it's Fatal Fury's turn. But instead of getting the legendary revival the series deserves, we got a piddly 17-character roster with 2 slots taken up by a real-life footballer and an Italian DJ nobody's ever heard of. Two completely unnecessary additions, forever tainted whatever goodwill this game was trying to garner with the fan base, but that was only the most obvious problem with the game. For many, they found the combat system to be unnecessarily complicated and made the fights less fun than they could be, finding the, single-player offers boring and visually unimpressive. It's nice they gave us something more in-depth than a basic tournament mode, but the RPG kind of mode here is just a bunch of menus and text boxes between fights. In comparison to what Tekken and Street Fighter have done with their single-player stuff, it just doesn't stack up. While the game has a decent critic score, I think the user score of 5.9 is a lot more accurate to how people feel about the game now. It's another one that's not terrible by any stretch, but I think fighting game fans will agree, yeah, there's some fun to have with it, but compared to the early hype, this was a disappointment. And number 3 is Captain Blood. This one might be a disappointment to exactly one person in the world, but that person is me, so it's going on the list. The story of Captain Blood's an interesting one. It was originally revealed in 2004, ended up stuck in development hell for 10 years before getting canceled, but the interesting thing is that it was essentially done, so, they could release it, except for they couldn't, because it was canceled. In 2025, they managed to reacquire the rights and clean up the game and release it on Steam. It's basically a lost game from the 2000s that we can play now. It's Pirate God of War, which could be awesome. Maybe it's a hidden gem that's been buried this whole time. I wish I could say the actual game was incredible as the story behind it, but unfortunately, it was probably buried for a good reason, because, I hate to say it, Captain Blood sucks. The controls are weird and floaty, the levels are big, empty stretches of nothing, and the combat was awkward and unsatisfying. It's God of War clone from the 2000s, which is cool and interesting, but like a lot of God of War clones from that era, it's not as good as God of War.
The Spanish are breaking down the door.
And number 2, it's Ambulance Life, a paramedic simulator. I don't know how many people out there were hotly anticipating Ambulance Life, but I can see at least a few folks getting sucked into this thing thinking it would be maybe like some of the more recent, actually decent simulator games. For years, the simulator genre was kind of a dumping ground for half-assed games, but in the past few years, there's been some pretty interesting stuff coming out. Not this one, though. No, this game is among the worst of the simulators, and there's a lot of reasons for that. The core gameplay is super repetitive. The graphics are ugly. Just try getting the stretcher back into the ambulance. That is an uncooperative chore, at the very least. Also, according to one review, the day 1 patch just broke the whole game. The diagnostic system wasn't working, rendered the game essentially unplayable. The user score is slightly better at 5.2, but that's only because 5 people is the total number of people that has left reviews. So the one positive review managed to screw things up. That it breaks a 5.0. It's basically just presynced, but worse in every way.
I suddenly heard this ringing noise in my ears and felt dizzy. I sat down and called for help.
And finally, at number 1, it's GeoGuessr Steam Edition. I don't know, this is a streaming favorite and a fantastic idea for a game. It takes images from Google Street View and has you guess where they are. It's simple, it's educational, honestly, it's fun. Like, there's a reason that it's as popular as it is. So when they finally ported it over to Steam, you'd think that's an easy slam dunk, right? I mean, it's essentially just a browser game you can launch from the Steam client. How could they screw that up? Well, they found a way. They actually screwed it up about as badly as you can. The Steam reviews on this thing are brutal. 77% of the 5,000 plus reviews are negative. Reviews are so bad that even though it only just came out in May, it's the 10th worst rated game of all time on Steam. In comparison, Mind's Eye is in 70th place. That's a full 60 places behind. And let's keep in mind, that's crazy low itself. To be in the top 100 within this close to the release window, that's pretty crazy. But GeoGuessr Steam Edition, oh boy, sailed right past it. So what's wrong with it? Well, it's mainly the price. The game's listed as free to play, but if you actually want to play it and access the vast majority of the game's features, you have to pay a subscription. It's a cost that people are willing to accept with the browser version and the mobile versions because at least you're subscription is shared between platforms, but for some inexplicable reason, the Steam version needs its own subscription just to play what's essentially the exact same game. Maybe if the subscription wasn't a yearly subscription for $30 either, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but I mean, that's already more than this game is worth. There's multiple free versions of GeoGuessr online that are actually free, like there's no reason to pay for this. If they just charged a flat fee, the game would probably not get the same amount of vitriol, but they had to sell it as a free game and slapped with a surprise subscription, like these sort of mobile game tactics. They don't work with the savvy Steam audience. It's not actually a bad game. They're just trying to be sneaky, and gamers are fed up with sneakiness. And I feel like the anger's justified here. What do you think, though? Leave us a comment. Let us know. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription. So click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications. And as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on
Breaking news! Is EVGA and the Kingpin back in the graphics card game? We're gonna get to that later. Nvidia broke our hearts with a rebrand. Steam says you've been weighed, you've been measured, and your PC has been found wanting. Hackers in COD lobbies want to steal your ramen. Get it? Noodles. Jared's gonna show me the dumbest card ever made, and also lull me to sleep with Linux news. One unfortunate gamer ejected his GPU. Beneath the clothes we find the man, and beneath the man we find his nucleus. It's time for Better PCs news.
This just happened, and I don't even know what to say about it.
What's going on here? Activision takes Call of Duty World War II offline after hackers apparently disrupted the game with some exploits. Malicious code, Bill.
Oh, God.
Malicious code.
It's malicious.
Call of Duty World War II landed on Game Pass a few days ago, and it enabled millions of people to try the game for the first time. It's your first time trying. You're like, you know what? I want to try a classic, a banger. And while everything was going smooth over on the console side, guess what happened on the PC end of things?
What happened, yeah?
According to various reports online, hackers have apparently taken over the game with the help of RCE exploits, leading to a whole bunch of trolling, which this is perfect for Call of Duty. The bad actor gets access to your computer through loopholes in the security system, and then what do? They inject a payload containing malicious code that can wreak havoc on your PC. So far, no reports of serious harm, but when a notepad pops up while you're playing and start typing stuff,
that's scary as hell.
It's terrifying. Activision introduced Ricochet anti-cheat in 2019. World War II, which came out 2 years prior to that Ricochet introduction, is fair game for hackers to do whatever the frick they want to you. Just whatever.
That's a little terrifying.
Yeah, we don't like that.
No.
Don't do that. Be nice. It's Call of Duty. Oh, the UK garbage food, great warships. Let's check this out.
People are gonna hate me for that.
The UK Royal Navy builds esports suite loaded with gaming PCs on board on the newest warship. 8 high-powered PC battle stations out of the war. And let's check this. Oh, very good.
That was a bad choice.
They could have had meta PCs.
My goodness gracious.
Hey, I wonder where you could buy a meta PC.
The UK's Royal Navy has recognized esports as a military sport since all the way back in 2024, one whole year ago. Encouraging involvement in it for both seamen and civilians.
See people?
See people. While many other active warships have included a room for console gaming on Xboxes, they said, no. The Prince of Wales is the very first UK warship to say, you know what, we're going to get 8 Alienware PC gaming setups and you'll like it.
That just takes me back to old LAN parties. When I would have people over, we did LAN parties, we would do that. We would set up lighting and like put the room to like separate everybody and keep screen lookers and stuff away.
You know? Nothing to distract you from a good old-fashioned war, like playing on some Alienware towers. Future expansion plans, they're looking at making space for the current surplus of Alienware towers on board, as well as an impossible goal of making space for a sim racing rig.
Ooh. I think we need to talk to the UK Navy. I think that we need to get this partnership. Like, come on.
Come on, guys.
Come on.
12 rigs, we can handle it. We build hundreds of thousands. Online multiplayer, guess what? It's not an option while the ship's at sea. You can't do that. So LAN parties at the high seas is what we're looking at here. Kind of cool. Hilariously unfortunate Windows user accidentally ejects graphics card like a memory stick, breaks PC for over an hour out of curiosity, because why not? I didn't think he did. Ejected his GPU from the PC via Windows like it was a memory stick. The unlucky user was lured in by a fairly standard ejection screen because of their virtual machine config. So little icon shows up. You can see in the video here, it says, oh, here's a little icon, and it says eject. What should we do? Definitely click it. So that's exactly what he did. Clicked eject on their GTX 1050 Ti, accidentally breaking their PC in the process. Thankfully, the user was able to restore functionality, but only after a fleeting hour.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh man. Oh mergot. My GPU is gone.
Whenever you did something cool, people were like, how'd you do that? And you're like, well, I just kept pushing buttons until something happened. And that's how we learned how to fix PCs by ourselves.
We didn't have cool stuff like today. We didn't have the random Indian guy on YouTube teaching you how to do everything.
Or the 12-year-old that knows more than you on YouTube.
They're everywhere. It's crazy. Everyone knows more than me on YouTube. This feature of Windows is only seen in a few specific situations. In this case, they were running a virtual machine with PCIe pass-through under Proxmox. That's the PCIe pass-through is a technique to benefit from improved video acceleration in a virtual machine. So basically, it speeds up the GPU-sensitive operations in the virtual machine and gives you direct access to the graphics card hardware. I deleted my GPU on my VM options, restarted the Windows virtual machine, then I added it again before restarting the machine again. From there, Windows detected it with problems and asked me to restart to fix the problem. After I restarted, I reinstalled the drivers, and it was back. I'm glad your PC is not completely bricked. Good job playing around. We love to try things.
Steam's hardware survey is revealing PC gamers' storage, not the cards, the storage. And I unfortunately am part of this group.
Oh my goodness, this is just in time for Prime Day. Steam's hardware survey reveals PC gamers have less free storage than ever. Most users only have 100 to 250 gigabytes of space. Barely enough for that. Can you install Call of Duty?
You can get Call of Duty in 200 gigs.
Can you?
Yeah.
Most gamers have 100 to 249 gigs of free storage available to install new games. 23% of Steam gamers are in this category. The next highest group boasts 250 to 500 gigabytes of free storage. That's another 22%. And the final two groups with double-digit user share are the group these are the elitists. 500 gigs to 750 of free storage, and the group that boasts 10 gigs to 99 gigs of free storage. By contrast, only around 17% of all Steam users have free drive space in the 1 terabyte or more range. Very, very interesting stuff. A lot of you guys not having a lot of storage. I wish there was a solution for that. Some good news on storage. SSD prices have actually been dropping. So storage upgrades are a little bit more feasible now compared to what we were seeing previously. There's been shortages on storage and things like that in the past. Right now, decent time to buy storage.
What's that sitting right behind Little Baby Keemstar?
Ooh,
Little Baby Zach.
Little Baby Zach. I've been hiding this thing. This is the T-Force GE Pro. This is a Gen 5 drive in here but it comes with a dark airflow 1 kit. Now, what's cool about this is these Gen 5 drives sometimes get a little toasty.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So you have T-Force, who has made this really cool cooler. It's an active heat cooler. It adopts a double copper heat pipe, multi-layered aluminum alloy, heat dissipation fins, intelligent PWM fan, high wind pressure, double layered, and this is kind of cool, graphene heat dissipation structure.
Oh, that is kind of cool. Like they've got, I looked up on their website, it's got this cool little like hexagonal pattern. So the actual heat transfer is really efficient.
It's very, very cool. It looks great too. It plugs in through a USB header, right? Very awesome. And it's available from our friends at T-Force. Look at this. This one actually comes with a 2 terabyte Gen 5 drive as well.
Mine gets really hot. That's actually really cool. Like, can I have that?
Yeah, sure. It's all yours. Why not? Guys, if you want one of your own, maybe upgrade your storage to handle some more of those Steam games, check out T-Force with this brand new cooler. This is sick. I love this.
Yeah, so it's Linux Tech Tip time. We talked about lossless scaling last week and how it can add a good amount of functionality to your computer. And now, if you're a Linux user like myself, you can also use this app, which is huge.
Lossless scaling, for those of you guys that don't know, is a paid tool. You can get it on Steam. It's what, $7, something like that. It enables both upscaling and frame gen on supported hardware. It appears that some fans of the tool have forked the concept to Linux, focusing specifically on the frame gen feature. Skips the need for both DLSS and FSR entirely, using standalone software that could work across multiple GPUs.
This means we could get lossless scaling on the Steam Deck.
Yes. So this is where things get interesting. Steam Deck HQ and Gaming on Linux note that it involves manual steps, making it best suited for users comfortable with Linux. So you have to install a few components, things like that. But down the pipeline, maybe you see this come to like fruition where your Steam Deck can use
like just natively.
Now you have an option where if you have an older card or anything like that, if you're on Linux, you can now run this, which is really cool.
Very cool. Look at this. Lossless scaling frame gen.
Yeah, so we all love the 50-50. Zach, you're a big fan.
No, we don't, Jared.
Jared.
Enough about the 50-50, God.
So we don't all love the 50-50. I just found out. Very new information to me. But we also all love single fan cards and P&Y.
What's wrong with this guy? Where did we find this guy?
You love P&Y.
I love P&Y.
Yeah, we love P&Y.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That's kind of a graphics. That's half of one. Just 147 millimeters long.
I think it's above average.
That's like twice the average size, right?
Yeah, Phil.
P&Y has introduced the RTX 5050 single fan, smallest graphics card based on the new Blackwell architecture to date. 147 millimeters in length, making it one of the most space-efficient designs. And that's really, that's obviously what they're going for. They want it to fit into builds that make sense, that don't have a lot of room, need low profile, things like that. I think it's approximately, let me do some math, 8 inches.
It says online 5.7, so that's not about right. No, the conversion factor, because we're men, so 5.7 equals 8.
So about 8 inches.
Yeah.
Or 5.6.
If we're getting technical, we're using your ruler,
being weird.
and you choose where we start the measurement. Sorry.
Under the hood, you got, of course, the 2560 CUDA cores, 8 raging gigabytes of GDDR6 memory across 128-bit interface. That just doesn't look real. That looks like something Signal RGB already cut in half on their shorts to get some views. That looks like a Signal RGB short right there. Are gamers sick of these 8 gigabyte GPUs?
It's almost like we've been saying this for months or years.
You know what else we've been saying for months and years?
What?
That you can get a PC at metapcs.com.
Oh my gosh, guys, metapcs.com, the Night Reaper. You've seen it a million times, and I'm going to show it to you again because people love it. And I want you to love it. Look at it. Look at it go. You want a ready-to-ship PC? It's at metapcs.com. You want a custom build? Build. Guess what?
Yeah, what?
Metapcs.com.
Oh my
You can
God.
do that too. Listen to the sign. And this one too.
Hey, man.
Hey.
I like your hat.
Thanks, man. These are coming out soon.
But they're not coming out unless people
subscribe.
That's right.
Gamers say no to 8 gigabyte GPUs. The 16 gig RX 9060 XT and the 5060 Ti cards lead in sales over the 8 gig variants. Is anyone surprised?
I'm a lie. Yeah.
I'm gonna lie real quick. I'm shocked. Mind Factory is a retailer from Germany that often shares a lot of sales data, and we love this insight because it gives us an idea of what people are interested in and buying on the consumer side. As of July 2nd, the 5060 Ti, 16 gig models, 1,675 units.
That's a lot of units.
Keep that in your brain. Is it in there?
1675, 1675.
8 gigabyte units. 110.
That's like more than 10 less.
But wait.
Yep, that
checks out. That's about 10 less. Now, I bet on AMD it's totally different.
Oh, it's probably neck and neck.
I bet it's neck and neck. 16 gig models of the 9060 XT, 885 units.
885.
Now, the 8 gig model. What? 30 units.
That's more than a 10.
That's more than 10 card difference. Reviews were limited on 8 gig cards. They did everything to basically not talk about them. Mostly aimed at pre-built and OEM. Review 8 gig model. What? 60 XT, 885 units.
885.
Now the 8 gig model. What? 30 units.
That's more than a 10.
That's more than 10 card difference. Reviews were limited on 8 gig cards. They did everything to basically not talk about them. Mostly aimed at pre-built and OEM systems for those 8 gig cards. So I'm not totally shocked to see this. Now we have sales data to back up what we were all thinking and saying this whole time, which is we're kind of over 8 gig cards.
Zach, 9070 XT versus 5070 Ti.
Well, I would assume like the NVIDIA card is so much more, like cost-wise, it's probably a better performance.
If it costs more, it should be better, right?
Should be. The 9070 XT is now faster than the 5070 Ti with 9% gain at 1440p since launch, because these are really 1440p cards.
Yeah.
Like that's the tier that you step into when you're like, I really want 1440p to get nailed on my system. I want to nail it. So Hardware Unboxed, they did a review initially when these cards came out, tested it against some games, and now we're getting some new data with those same games tested with the new Adrenaline drivers for RDNA 4 GPUs. What Hardware Unboxed uncovered was, wow, since release, and now, boy, these games have sure gotten a lot better on these AMD cards. Now, that's not purely due to drivers. In fact, Hardware Unboxed even clarified some of this as well from the original video, because it was showing performance increases of up to like 27% in like Spider-Man Remastered and things like that, which is a crazy jump. So you have Windows updates, you have system updates, and driver updates that contribute to this. What is most important to understand is now, as we sit today, the 9070 XT ekes out performance better than the 5070 Ti. Non-DLSS, none of that stuff. We're talking raw performance, right? Despite the improved performance, real-world value depends heavily on pricing. In the US and Australia, the 9070 XT significantly cheaper than the 5070 Ti, with the latter, the 5070 Ti, priced as much as 30% higher. This is also because of a drifting MSRP that no one really believes or makes sense until you see it with your own two eyes.
Mostly speculative.
If you have an RDNA 4 GPU, make sure that you have your drivers up to date and see if you get some boosts out of this. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. NVIDIA did a rebrand on a naming convention that we were really, really excited about because it was funny.
This would have been the coolest move NVIDIA could have made. This is 5090D variant V2 for China. Initially, name was floating around of calling it the 5090 Double D, which is hilarious and awesome. They decided not to go with that for some ungodly reason, and they went with 5090D V2. That's right. That's the latest leak that has come out. The titular 5090 is part of the list of
Titular?
Tom's Hardware, I like you.
And then for those who don't know, the D in this stands for less AI inference capability. Right. Essentially, it was, you know, the US doesn't want to let China beat it in the AI race. It's still a great card for gaming, but they kind of halted its ability to do as much AI inference.
Now we're getting a third card in the 5090 lineup, a variant of a freaking variant, aimed again at the Chinese market, likely to circumvent prohibition. Derived from the 5090D, this is the aforementioned 5090 Double D, now nice. 5090D V2.
Not nice.
It's intended to be released only in China. Hopefully that's not confusing as USB or HDMI conventions. Same GB202 as the original 5090, same CUDA cores, but you've got reduced VRAM, so you're going from 32 gigs to 24, and they've narrowed the memory bus to a 384-bit wide interface. But despite that, it's still going to suck up a bunch of power, 575 watt DP. Chip-making giant TSMC hit with class action lawsuit in the US for bias, racism, and unsafe conditions. You've got 30 plaintiffs accusing the company of illegal practices right here down the street in Arizona. This is not good. Class action lawsuit accused TSMC of bias against American employees at Fab 21, and it's now expanded to include over 30 plaintiffs. Discrimination, harassment, unsafe working conditions, and bizarre allegations include the company attempting to purchase safety equipment on Temu and untoward physical contact.
Oh, we don't like that.
Yeah, that's not good. The refiled class action lawsuit with more than 15 plaintiffs claims the company's preferred workers from Taiwan and China while sidelining US staff. Non-Asian employees were allegedly subjected to repeated insults, labeled incompetent, and unwilling to work. So not a lot of great things, and some racist remarks as well coming out of there. Stuff you don't like to hear down the street.
In the article, they called it Chenglish, which is, you know, like a Chinese in English, Cantonese in English, in order to make sure that people don't hear what they're saying when they're talking about them.
Interesting.
And it's just yucky, and like you don't want to see that anywhere.
We gotta learn to play nice together, especially when we're bringing fabrication or trying to bring it here back home to the US. You're obviously going to have influence from TSMC leadership that's overseas and living here and the back and forth. Just like, man, can't we all just freaking get along and make little microchips? Yeston shared a teaser for an upcoming graphics card developed in collaboration with gaming peripheral maker Gravistar.
What a cool name, Gravistar.
It's a cool name, and the keyboards are really cool. I'm gonna bring one in. Jared's going to grab it real quick. While the GPU model remains unconfirmed, Gravistar revealed through hashtags that, guess what? This is indeed a graphics card project that they are working on.
My nightly instinct says this way. Such is their creed. Shape the shapeless. I can't believe it. Tempest. Crumble.
Useless idiots.
Let's call it a night's great harvest. I can fly too. Let's see these precipitant. Collapse. Heavens, descend. The night's challenge has arrived. Don't worry. Let the winds roar. Perish. Just like the treasure chest from the stories. The knight's challenge has arrived. Such is their blessing. The knight's cabin! Descend!
Gravistar is known for this kind of like the sci-fi thing for keyboards. It looks like an alien that you're typing on. I really like it. People either love it or they hate it. I'm a big fan. This design leans into a cyber anime look with elements reminiscent of mecha and cyberpunk.
Oh, this is gonna be cool.
Potentially resembling the structure of EVGA's Kingpin cards with a detailed and aggressive shroud. This is not like an ad or anything. I like these keyboards a lot. I started getting ads for them on Facebook and was like, ooh, cool. This is one I use every single day. You can see, like, you know how you usually have a thing that pops up in the back to prop your keyboard up? Well, now you're relying on these little alien hands, which is really cool.
God,
sounds great too. So I'm actually really excited to see what comes from this. Now we have no specs on that GPU yet, or even an understanding of what kind of card it is. Are we gonna get an RTX card? Is it gonna be a Radeon card? We don't know. Yeston does both, so it could be either. The teaser hints at 3 main selling points: cooling, performance, and you guessed it, RGB light. New GPU revealed on July 10th.
Wait, that's yesterday for the people watching, but 2 days from now.
I just 1440 pissed myself. Look at this. It's gonna be sick. I love it, guys. We're excited. Guys, that's going to do it for Meta PCs News, but I have something to share with you first. Now, this is very cool. We started a memberships program here on the channel, and you get access. People are loving it, like the behind-the-scenes stuff we've been posting, bloopers from the channel and stuff like that. And I want to shout out a few people that have joined the memberships program here on the channel. You can join. It's like $4 a month, something like that. Supports the channel, helps us make news videos like this. We have some new members. We have Soundwave, who just joined. Welcome, Soundwave. Dexter Morgan.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's kind of scary. Dexter Morgan joined the Backstage Pass. MM from Yo Mama. Jared.
Jared.
Sorry.
You're so sweet. You remember.
Of course.
K's Gaming Pro, Rigo, Avocado, Pink Goose, Ryan Gilpatrick, he works here. Banana, and NoTX Chris, who is on the premium level. Guys, thank you for joining memberships. We have a lot of cool stuff that we share behind the scenes that you don't get to see on there. So thank you for joining. You can sign up there. Make sure you like, subscribe. We'll see you next time.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, one thing that I wanted to do to pass some of the time as we wait for version 2.5 and that new live stream that's coming out is to actually go ahead and take a look at how Wuthering Waves has been doing on Steam. And I'm not talking about things like Steam rankings or like store rankings, money spent, that sort of stuff. I wanted to take a look at what the community is thinking. I wanted to see what the thoughts were from all of the different individuals who have provided a review for the game. Because one thing that Steam does is it has all these different qualifications, all these different ranking categories for how well a game is received by the audience. You can see over here that Wuthering Waves has a very positive rating. And out from all the total reviews, that's a 90% positive. And if you're familiar with Steam, you would know that the rankings don't necessarily end here. You can go higher. You can go to overwhelmingly positive. And that's what many consider to be one of those kind of like golden egg, really solid products. And so I'm just wondering, I know Wuthering Waves 2.4 was a really good patch. It was a great experience. There's a reason why this ranking is so high. But who are those detracting from the situation? Are their complaints valid? Or is this review section actually getting bombarded and brigaded by none other than, you could probably imagine, the Hoyo shills that have navigated themselves over to this page and, you know, would stop at nothing to try to bring down the reputation, bring down the name, or in this case, bring down the rating for the game. And it's fair to say the game is clearly getting review bombed to a degree. We've got somebody posting on July 11th, terrain traversability is horrendous, 4 hours of gameplay and 3.5 of it was cutscenes, no character customization, and the weapon selection is lacking, with 3.8 hours on record. Yeah, I don't know what version of 1.0 he played. Maybe he opened up Genshin Impact instead and thought it was Wuthering Waves. Yeah, it's clear that some of these are just straight up lying. So we'll go ahead and we'll look for some more valid, potentially more actually addressable reviews, not just stuff that's filled with bullshit. So why don't we go ahead, get right on into it, and see what exactly is going on in here for those 10% negative reviews. Okay, so of course, right, what we're going to have to do is differentiate between the positive and the negative reviews. Things like purchase type, well, that's not going to matter. All languages, well, I mean, we can do our best to translate, but we'll probably just go with English. And then we'll look at all of these different modifiers once the results start getting a little bit, a little bit sussy. So with that, let's set it to negative and see what we've got here. We've got somebody, I'm not going to try to pronounce their name, but they have a not recommended. After 33.4 hours on record, 20.1 at review time, posted on June 16th, close to a month ago. All gacha games are the same. Even if this game is 100% better than Genshin Impact, it is still a product that's designed to milk your money and make you a gacha addict. I don't recommend playing it if you are a sane person. Other players are, I think you spelled it like that on purpose, are welcome to try it out. I think that this one is, I mean, it is what it is, right? This is just inherently somebody that I think would really, really like, would really, really enjoy what they played at 13 more hours even after submitting the review. A little bit weird, huh? This is a person that would enjoy the game very, very significantly if there wasn't gacha in it. And I think that's just something that you're going to find a lot on Steam. It's this whole idea of being like a normie gamer, right? Where you're used to buying games for like $60, $70, blah, 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 and then maybe purchasing a DLC, a year or two, maybe half a year down the line, and then just feeling like you're able to get everything in the game outside of that. But when it's like a live service game that's continually getting updated, you're not necessarily paying for DLC, but you are paying, in some cases, for the ability to play and access every single character in the game. And so to me, there's recognition here that it is better than Genshin Impact, because it is. But at the end of the day, the gacha system is going to be a bit of a shock, and is going to be, in a lot of cases, a big barrier for those kind of normie gamers. That's what you're going to get a lot of on Steam. That's going to be a lot of like that accessible player base, because that's the majority of the products on Steam. So it's a fair review. I wouldn't really view this as a shill. Now let's move on to our next one. Not recommended, 4.4 hours on record. Well, I tried this game. Not for long, but I feel like the only thing preventing me from playing is the gacha element. Well, if Wuthering Waves is a game that I could pay one time only for 60 to 70 euro, then I will play. I mean, it's more of the same, right? And I don't know if Steam's been doing like some curating of the reviews to bring down ones that are like obviously very, very shilly and coming from like other, tribalistic games. It's a fair one, right? It's very much in the same vein as the others. Now let's move on. Not recommended, 2 hours on record. This one to me already seems a little bit sussy. Let's read further. The amount of exposition dumps this game drops on you through bland and boring dialogue from the start is unbelievable. The combat felt good straight away, but the storytelling is so abysmal that it killed any interest in playing the game. I think this is bullshit. I think this is a little bit rage baiting, because the first thing that most people would do is A, skip the story then, which would give you pretty much everything you wanted in terms of it would get you right into the gameplay that you're saying is so good and the combat that you're saying is so good. But with only 2 hours on record, yeah, it seems like they literally didn't try anything, and it seems like they're just regurgitating a lot of the aged and old talking points. There's a reason why this review doesn't have that many updates on it. Yeah, I think that this one's a little bit chilly, to be honest. 2 hours on record. 2 hours on record. Yeah, I don't know about that one. And of course, guys, the opposite of rose-tinted glasses going on over here. I see people saying, oh, this is justified because it's 1.0. 1.0 is not that bad. Especially the early parts of 1.0. Yeah, they're not close to even that bad at all. This is definitely, people are over here. They're talking about 1.0 like it was like the most godforsaken, cursed story on God's green earth. It's not. It's not like an A+. It's not bad enough to play it for 2 hours and then say it's literally unplayable afterwards. Otherwise, everybody would have quit the game. And clearly, that's not something that happened. Yeah, it's probably like a 5 or 6 out of 10. It's not worth quitting 2 hours in. So yeah, I kind of think this one is chilly for sure. Okay, now we got Gold Ships review. Oh, a bit of an UMA reference over here. 6.4 hours on record. This game had a chance to soar, but it wanted to walk. I can't recommend this game. Story is mid, generic, and of course, a harem. Waiter, can I get one more gacha game where the main character has amnesia and every woman in the planet is somehow in love with him? That would go for such a new and unique story that has never been done before in gacha games. At the beginning of this game's lifespan, the community was parroting about equal male to female ratio. Well, that was a lie. I mean, I didn't expect much since women characters sell well, but yeah, I'm disappointed. So this is clearly somebody that has some major grievances. This actually reminds me of like if Ryuku Sensei was on Steam. People are horrifically overblowing this whole idea of like, oh my gosh, this game is just for horny kids. Everybody loves the MC. If you actually played the story, which clearly a person with 6.4 hours on record has not, they haven't even made it through any of these actual plot points that they're talking about. And maybe this is somebody that played the game for a long time and then proceeded to play 6 hours of it on Steam. I don't necessarily buy that. I think this is somebody that clearly has not played Wuthering Waves, hasn't had the opportunity to even see any of these story dynamics that they're talking about over here actually play out. And once again, they're regurgitating the same exact aged, decrepit, invalid takes about the story that have been repeated over and over and over again. Because you want to know something that was active at the time of this posting? Yeah, it was the 2.4 story, as well as the 2.21, as well as the 2.01. Which is, in all honesty, these critiques don't make very much sense at all in context of those versions. And even in early 1.0, if you played version 1.1, this isn't true either. The only one you could say say is slightly true in terms of like this every woman in the planet. It's kind of just Shorekeeper, and the 1.3 story is where this amnesia dynamic is explained and makes sense. So as you can see, nothing actually jives up, nothing actually lands. This person played for 6 hours, hasn't even seen any of the interactions, and of course, wouldn't know anything that they're actually talking about. So they just came on here just to spit because they saw a post on Twitter. The game is not skill-based at all. Holograms require you to pull a lot of supports and characters. Oh, that's why there are still so many videos of people soloing them. My all-time favorite character in the game is Carlotta and John Shin. Carlotta can clear everything, but John Shin can't. She's a hybrid character, and what's worse in the endgame is that everything is time-based. Oh, so we're using a healer character, and we're upset that they can't solo all the content in the game. Makes sense to me. You can't just clear bosses by simply being better. And so I think that right over here, you're beginning to see the type of person that's making a post this long. I'm beginning to think this is made by AI. The only holograms I can clear with John Shin are the ones that were released with the game on 1.x, Crowdless and the like, but the new holograms have a ridiculous amount of health, like Hecate. I think that is one thing that is true. The older hologram bosses don't have as much HP, but I'm pretty sure the hologram bosses becoming tankier was actually at the request of the players. You want to know why? Because hologram bosses in this game, I know some people might be unfamiliar with the idea of this, but they don't reset. They don't actually reset, and so never clearing them is not, it literally cannot be an issue, because at some point you probably will, and you'll never actually lose out on rewards. On the other hand, when it comes to other endgame modes, right, let's just go ahead and take a look at them, right? If there was too much HP inflation in a mode like this, where it does reset every month, or in this mode, where it also resets every single month, then that would be an issue. But in permanent content that literally will not leave, it won't run away from you, like any potential female love interest, what's the problem? You'll get there eventually, and you're not losing anything by not doing it right now. But of course, right, I wonder how this person is getting 2 holograms within 6 hours of gameplay. Interesting. Interesting how this review is turning out. You can, in theory, buffer up more, but it's less of a John Shin playthrough, but more of a how busted are my supports. The power creep is noticeable, and I've never been more disappointed. The time limit is the most egregious. It's a DPS check and a new character check. The combat is fun, but not that great. I've had more fun playing Kuro Games' other game, which is Punishing Grey Raven. And I don't understand why they abandoned such good combat system and flow of combat just to make another Genshin clone. Guys, I think most people can say that Wuthering Waves' combat has a much higher degree of complexity, much more freedom, and is actually an improvement over PGR's, which at this frame in time, PGR's combat is kind of just it's a QTE and animation simulator, where you just input all of the same exact things in the exact same order, and then you never really have to dodge. You just iframe through quite possibly every single attack an enemy could have. This person doesn't play PGR. This person is somebody that's on the Genshin side. That's why they use this whole idea of a Genshin clone. Oh, look, the Wuthering Waves developers, they had something so great with PGR, even though I haven't played it. They just made something similar to Genshin. Oh, look how far they've fallen. Oh, look how badly they messed up. And so it's reinforced even further here. It's disappointing how much Kuro tries to be Genshin. I bet a lot of their community doesn't know that in the beta of this game, like 2 years ago, this game had elemental reactions, just like Genshin. And in the initial release and the beta test, the elemental reactions were removed because it was too close to Genshin. And now the elements in this game are a disappointing, shallow mess. Then if you fought a boss that had the same element as you, you deal less damage. Oh, so I guess Pokemon's a dog shit game. I guess every game. I guess Persona's a bad game as well. I guess Honkai Star Rail and Genshin are also bad too, because I guess those are the same systems in there. No depth, no advantages to using elemental combos or anything. I guess you're right. There's no depth at all to using an elemental combo, even though outro skills like this have been in the game since literally version 1.0. Guys, is it becoming more and more clear how much time some of these individuals have on their hands? They have actually created fanfiction of them playing units like John Shin and Carlotta, of them reaching holograms. They've done research on the game, or they actually played it and are intentionally misportraying and getting literally everything wrong. It's one of the 2 options, and both of them are kind of fucking stupid. That's how desperate this game feels. That's how badly it wants to be Genshin, which is disappointing because I believe that competition breeds innovation. Those are some of the most 2 contradicting statements I've ever heard. Right now, there is nothing in Wuwa that is innovative or different. Everything just feels like a hollow carbon copy. Kuro had the perfect gameplay with PGR. They just had to expand on it. But what they did on Wuwa is to devolve and dumb down the gameplay to fit the needs and to be the next Genshin. PGR's combat is deep, great, faster paced than Wuwa. More complicated, it's not. They had all the makings of something to be different and innovative, but just because Genshin was the leading game in the genre, they desperately try to copy it despite having all the tools to innovate and be different. It's disappointing. It's wasted potential. This game will never be anything that it is. What does this even mean? An alternative Genshin. And that's heartbreaking. Insane. Insane. Was this review helpful? Absolutely not. Brotherman for sure did not play the game. Logged in to take a look at a couple of things. Probably had the game on in the background for 6 hours. Never actually logged into it. Looked up a bunch of rehashed arguments about why Wuwa's not good and it's just a Genshin copy. And then decided to essay on a Steam review and only get 22 reactions. I feel like I need to see the full thing. Bro is just a numbskull trying to sound smart. Oh, okay. Why do I have viewers on here? Hey, stop regading the Steam comment section. Yeah, everyone is saying it's a joke. Yeah, everyone is saying it's a joke. All right. That was a bit of a mistake. We got to keep going. All right. What else do we have over here? One of the best open world gacha games, but due to the 50-50 being included from Hoyo titles, I can't recommend the game. It sucks seeing the underdog competing for the top, but following the same predatory monetization. Should be an 18+ game due to the gambling aspect. I think this is a misinformed take. A lot of people will talk about the 50-50 system as a completely, entirely negative thing. This is my spin on it. I think it's a valid complaint for sure, right? It sucks losing a 50-50. It's not good to have it necessarily in a game. But what you'll notice is that any game that doesn't have a 50-50 system, there's a cost attached to it, right? And I'll even use PGR as an example of it. PGR doesn't have a 50-50 system. You're you're guaranteed to pull on the character, but the weapon banner in the game is an 80-20. Yeah, PGR has an 80-20 on their weapon banner, and, well, weapons are essentially a part of a PGR character's kit. They are a part of it, and the difference between having a weapon in PGR and not is absolutely insane. And when it comes to PGR and their units, their new ones specifically, some of them are actually not functional and not playable unless you get a second dupe with them. Yeah, like their combos literally don't work properly, and like their kit is genuinely not complete until you get the second dupe. And there are a bunch of ways to get the second dupe, but they're all time gated. And so naturally, most people are going to go ahead and just, you know, get a second copy on the banner. Yes, second dupe is free. Yes, did you guys not hear me say time gated? And you can't just dupe every single character because you only have a certain number of Phantom Pain Cage skulls. Yes, you can't just get every single one immediately when you want it. That's how it works in the game. And so, yeah, they essentially give you a 2-week span of time. You pull the character and it's not usable for 2 weeks. Is that not a negative? Is that a good system? Or is that a cost to there being no 50-50? You pull the character and they're not usable for 2 weeks while you go farm up the Pain Cage skulls. Unk wants everything without effort. There's no effort. I'm just sitting here. I pulled the unit and they suck for 2 weeks until I can get them to SS. That's the cost over there. And the thing is, right, PGR is considered to be one of the most widely generous of all the games that don't have the 50-50. There's still that cost there. There are plenty of other games where there's no 50-50, but you get no pulls as a free-to-play. There might be no 50-50s, but you have to save up 2 patches to be able to pull 1 unit because the pull income is so low because you can't lose a 50-50. And the thing is that Wuthering Waves is a game that has the 50-50, but also gives you enough pulls, on average, enough pulls to hit pity every single patch, and in some cases even go beyond it, sometimes even hit pity twice, depending on how much content there is in the patch. Some Wuthering Waves patches have over 140 pulls, which is literally enough in most circumstances to straight up guarantee the character. You don't find 150 pulls in a game that's like 70 pulls, no 50-50. It's just not really something that happens. And the thing is, I think that's where a lot of like some of the, you know, the discussion, it never really gets there, because most people, they just have played Hoyoverse games, they played the Hoyoverse titles, they see the same gacha system in all of these, and so they've never really experienced a game that has a dog shit pull income and then no 50-50. There's not a lot of them out there because they're kind of like older games, or they use a more arcade pity system. In other games, guys, they have a guarantee, but it's at like 300 pulls. Think like your Fate Grand Orders, your 7 Deadly Sins Grand Crosses, all of those. Yeah, those actually get kind of expensive. And you, in a lot of ways, having a 50-50 and more pulls and a lower pity can actually be a better situation for a fair number of people. Oh, sorry for showing the... Oh, wait, no, we don't have to say sorry for showing the better game here. We're already on it. So that's my take on this one. Hopefully that's made it a lot more clear, because I think a lot of people are potentially overhyping the gacha system that's going to be in a game like NTE, or potentially even Duet Night Abyss. I'm not saying that those systems are going to be bad. I just know that they have varying degrees of no 50-50. And my take on those games is you have to wait and see how many pulls you get on the first update of the game. Because in a 1.0 update, you'll have a lot of pulls just from like the baseline main quest, the exploration, all of that's going to be in it. You have to see what the first version of the game is going to give you in terms of pull income to determine how actually good their 50-50 system is. Because let's just hypothetically say, right, in NTE, well, what if they have like a, you know, NTE has no 50-50, and then they have like, you know, like an 80 pity? You'll be able to pull a limited character in version 1.0, right? Because they'll have more than 80 pulls, unless they decide to launch like Tribe 9 months of service and have 7 free-to-play pulls across the entire version. You'll be able to guarantee the character in NTE. But if in the first update of the game, you get like 30 pulls free-to-play, well, is that particularly good? Probably not. But people will still tell you,
oh, well, there's no 50-50, so it's fine to have to wait 2 patches to pull on a banner a single time free-to-play.
When in reality, that's really fucking bad. So yeah, there's always a cost. We just have to wait and see what the cost is in those new and upcoming titles. Let's move on. What else do we have over here? Not recommended. 2 hours on record. Oh boy. Can't wait to see what this one's got in store. Nah, I'm sure as far as games in the genre go, it's quite good. The combat seems basic but functional, but my god, the amount of crap they throw at you when it comes to the UI, the 1,000 different chance-based mechanics, currencies, and a gazillion different look here or click for shiny exclamation marks every few meters to get you hooked. It would be slightly more engaging if it weren't so boring to begin with. Way too much bad and pointless dialogue and small cutscenes. If I could give it a meh rating, I would. Given the monetization mechanics, there's no way this gets a thumbs up. I wonder what this guy's 2 hours of gameplay actually look like. Because it seems like he's playing like a Korean MMORPG for the way that he's describing it. Straight up, like a Korean MMORPG with like, yeah, you have to go through like an RNG percentage to like upgrade a piece of gear. I think it's pretty clear that nobody really found this review to make very much sense at all. Yeah, okay, maybe he's schizophrenic, who knows. Now we got a not recommended with 120 hours on record. Guys, this might be the one that we have to end the video on. I'm not sure. This is 120 hours on record, 41 at the review time. He clearly paid 80 more hours after making this review. So I don't actually know why this one is negative. If they proceeded to double their playtime, sorry, triple their playtime following the review, following the negative review, they tripled their playtime. Let's... Heads up, this is a review from someone who's played practically every day WoWA for 1 to 2 hours. It checks out since its original 1.0 non-Steam launch. Reminder, companies aren't your friends. They never will be, especially when they have to reinforce the fact multiple times in a stream. This is so player friendly. You know that was actually mistranslated? That was never actually said by Solon Lee. It was a mistranslation. It meant that the players had freedom. That was the actual translation. Yeah, I'm referencing this post over here. Yeah, this was not actually real. Instead of this is so player friendly, the actual translation is W, who's referring to the person, that's a lot of player freedom. Which, when you're on the context of being able to choose across 12 different characters who you want to pull on, I mean, what other definition is that other than freedom? And W is the name of the dev. So yeah, that's just a little bit of like, well, yeah, we're running on a mistranslation over here. No, I'm not making this out of frustration from losing a banner since I already have Zani plus Weapon plus Phoebe. This person is like, this person is interesting. Let's just say that. Devs are just as awful as Genshin developers. Anniversary event was lackluster and god-awful. Extremely predatory banners too. Not worth playing if the devs are going to keep copying MidHoyo. Okay, I see over here. This person is upset at the anniversary. Then they proceeded to see ZZZ 2.0. They saw the state of that anniversary and that update. Then they saw Wuthering Waves 2.4, and they were like, perhaps I treated you too harshly. I'm pretty sure this review was made right after ZZZ 2.0 announced its anniversary awards and everything and all of that. They were like, damn, ZZZ is doing so good. 2.0 is shitting on Wuwa's anniversary. Then 2.0 launched. Then Wuwa 2.4. And they were like, ah, fuck. Oh, I see. Wuthering Waves is actually a good game. I think Bro is clearly enjoying version 2.4. I think Bro is clearly having an amazing fucking time in Septimont. He's put in more hours than me since this review. I'm frankly certain. I think it's time for Lilith over here. But you're going to get called out a little bit, buddy, unfortunately. Or you might be a man. You might be a woman. I'm not going to assume just because I see an anime girl profile picture. I think it's time to change this review. I think it's time for you to go in, handle those cajones, and then change this review and go to recommended. Because there's no way you're going to downvote a game, put it as not recommended, when following your review, you tripled your playtime on Steam. You literally put in 80 more hours in a month. You put in 80 more hours. It is July 12th right now. That is over 2 hours every single day playing the game, by the way. 80 hours over 30 days. That's more than 2. You like this game. You like this fucking game. Let's stop playing over here. Let's stop playing. You love Wuthering Waves, brother. You love Wuthering Waves. Come on. Come on, it's time to face the music. Time to face the music, buddy. So yeah, I think if I were to go ahead and sum up all the reviews that we're seeing over here, I think they're split up into 3 categories when it comes to negative ones. You have one, you've got the individuals who are just straight up normies from Steam, don't know how gacha works, and because of the monetization, they just don't like the game. That's gonna be fine, right? I don't think that there's anything necessarily that's supposed to be fixed over there. I think that's just gonna be like a fact. Some people are never gonna like burgers because they're just burgers. And if you take them to the best burger restaurant ever, they are still probably gonna leave a negative review because they never like burgers. Just like how some gamers are never gonna like the monetization of gacha. No issues at all with that. What are we going to do about it? Then there's the other category, which is filled with very, very, very clear Hoyo shills, where they're going ahead, and the second the game launches, you know what I think happened? I think he opened up the game and then spent 6 hours writing this out. Yeah, this guy doesn't seem smart enough to not take longer than 6 hours on this. I think that their entire playtime of Wuthering Waves was opening up the launcher and then drafting whatever this is so they could do post the game. That's the Hoyo shill side of the equation. And then you're going to have the next group of people, and there's probably going to be around the launch of the game, leaving these negative reviews, talking about, right, what the issues are with the anniversary. But then after 2.4 came out, they were like, wait, yeah, maybe it wasn't as bad as I was thinking. Maybe I was a little bit butthurt because I didn't get my standard free character. I saw what ZZZ 2.0 was doing. I was like, why isn't Kuro doing that? And then you realize, oh, wait, ZZZ 2.0 is an awful fucking patch. And you're like, oh, I'm kind of glad Kuro didn't do that. And now everyone's just moving on and tripling their playtime. So yeah. All right. As like a last bit of additional, why don't we just look at a specific range? Why don't we just look at what we've been able to come up with today? Where are the negative reviews from last week? IDK, but it's too much lag and stuttering. You're probably using a dogshit PC if it's on July 8th. That was 4 days ago. Fact, this game shows featured banners and doesn't actually guarantee the 5-star because it's in fine print is stupid. Okay, he doesn't like the 50-50. Wuwa is not a terrible game. The graphics and the characters are definitely superior to Genshin. My main reason for quitting was boredom. The world felt soulless, and I was stuck in an endless loop of daily item collection and repetitive quests, not to mention the constant grind for gears and stats. Honestly, it was incredibly tedious. On top of that, I don't think this guy realizes he's not supposed to play the game for 10 hours every day. Oh, he was doing that. Oh, that's what he was doing. Ooh, right, because the game launched on June 10th. The game launched on June 10th or 12th, and it's been a month, and he has 117 hours on record. It's entirely possible to play a gacha game too much. If you're playing this game for 2+ hours a day, that's too much. There's not enough content in the game to play for 2+ hours a day. So I guess we'll have a fourth group in here. Disgruntled players that want the game to be like an MMORPG when it's literally based around you. Like, Wuwa's span of time for logging in is between 10 hours and between like 2 to 3, where it's like maybe 3 to 4, 2 to 4, when a big story update with a lot of new gameplay modes and all that launches, and then 10 minutes on the other days, because that's how the gacha version cycle works. So this isn't really an issue with Wuwa. This is just an issue with a live service model, which, again, I guess it's a somewhat valid one, but it's also like there's some onus on the player to recognize I'm not getting that much out of playing this for 2 hours a day. So you can clearly see from all the different Steam reviews that we've seen, there's a lot of valid ones. There's some invalid ones, but I think as a whole, it's just about some players, some types of gamers, just not being conducive to this type of gameplay. And that's going to happen all the time, right? I'm not going to go ahead and say that I'm the biggest fan of Factorio because I hate factories, right? But I'm also going to say that I'm like a really big fan of like RTS games and that sort of stuff. And I'm not going to go into an adventure game, expect RTS gameplay, and that sort of thing. So hopefully this overview, this little escapade that we did was cool. We might do this again in the future. So definitely let me know if a breakdown of all these reviews is something that you all would be looking forward to seeing again. Because, well, of course, there's going to be more when future versions of this game come out. Let me know what you all think. Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, this account that we're seeing over here has apparently been quit from version 1.1 of the game all the way to version 2.1. So I am very interested in seeing what the progress is looking like, because this gentleman who shared his account with us today, well, he's a bit of a whale, or so he claims. So I imagine that the anniversary banners with all 12 of those characters available, as well as their weapons, was a pretty big time for Spenderman to do a little bit of spending. So let's see how much one individual has been able to catch up despite missing 5 patches. Let's get right on into it. So the first character we're going to have up is none other than a Chang Li. She is going to be S6. And so the first thing that I'm always going to say when it comes to an S2 or above Chang Li is that you actually want around 50-something% crit rate in your stat menu. And so that means this crit rate Nightmare Inferno Rider should actually probably be critical damage. It's unfortunate. A bit of an L. Maybe let's see if we, how many, ooh, we're kind of out of juice. Okay, yeah, maybe we don't touch this for now. She'll just be at 90-something% crit rate. Yeah, but that's just something to think about, because she does gain a 25% crit rate boost just from having one charge of her forte. And, well, you basically get that from doing pretty much anything with the character. So that's just something to keep in mind. Overall, though, I would say the Echoes, they're looking mighty fine. I mean, this one needs to be replaced, but it's still got great stats. The only thing we're missing is Resonance Skill. This piece over here, it's got the Resonance Skill, double crit, Liberation as well, which is basically, should be highlighted for Chang Li, and then 10% ER. And then we're gonna get the ER, Liberation once again, and then nearly perfect crit rolls. She was built very well before the guy quit. And then we're gonna have attack, really high crit rolls once again, but then 2 dead subs over here, and then ER, double crit. I would say maybe that one cost could use some replacement too, because Chang Li needs around 120% ER to have very consistent rotations, and so that's maybe the one thing that's a little bit over invested. Now, let's go ahead. We got that ready to go. Let's check out the brand. And this is gonna be a brand that was actually picked up, ladies and gents. This one was picked up during the anniversary, assuming he quit during 2.1. Let's see what the progress is looking like over here. ER, double crit basic on critical damage. Okay, so I must assume he's, I guess we like fire teams around here, don't we, buddy? ER, double crit, ER as well, and an attack. That's a great piece. And then fusion damage, ER, double crit, basic attack, and almost a maximum crit rate roll. Okay, yeah, now these are some good rolls. Okay, and then we just have a casual 5 out of 5. And this is probably the worst piece on here, but it's still pretty good for Brand. Holy moly. Let's be real here. This Brand has functionally 100% crit rate. Because you get 30% crit in the air with this S2, and then we're sitting here at 71.3% of the stat menu. Yeah, he actually has 100% crit, and this is pretty much close to a perfect build, other than some of like the crit damage rolls being a little bit low, and then obviously, right, not reaching 280 with the fusion damage piece, but I mean, hey, what can you really say? I'm pretty sure this thing absolutely pops off. Then we got Sanhua over here, who's just going to be on an R5 Emerald of Genesis. I would say maybe just consider putting an Overture on her at this point if she's going to be used in the team. The faster rotation time probably matters more than the slight DPS increase you'll be getting from the Emerald of Genesis. That's just something to keep in mind. All right, now we got the Cartithia. And I imagine she's probably S6, R5. Oh, Brandt's weapon is R5. That's why his crit rate is so high. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is the definition of big whaling, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what the build our Cartithia is looking like. Okay, basically a 4 out of 5 piece over here. A 3 out of 5. I would say it's a 4 out of 5 with the Liberation damage roll. I mean, great 4 cost so far. And then also a nice 4 out of 5 piece on the 1 cost. Another 4 out of 5 piece on this 1 cost. And yeah, that's a pretty damn good other 1 cost on the Glacial Drake. I gotta say, these builds are absolutely crazy. It makes you wonder why the vacation happened in the first place. Bro is clearly a dedicated grinder. He is a dedicated fucking grinder. Oh my goodness. S6, R5, all these builds. All right, let's check out the Chakona now. Okay, the Chakona build is really good too. And it's going to be an R5, Woodland Arya. And it's also going to be S6. Oh boy, oh boy. This guy is truly a wallet warrior. Let's check out the build. All right, crit rate, crit damage, ER attack. Resonance skill is the only boo-boo roll on here. Also, solid but low crit rate. I mean, it's a 4 out of 5 piece. What can I really say here? And the ER is really good as well. Heavy attack is Chakona's next best roll. I think it's really just the some of the crit rate rolls being a little bit low. But I mean, well, she's not really the person that's dealing the most damage on the teams that she's going to be run on. And I'm certain she has something in here that will help her out. Chakona actually doesn't have any crit boosts in her kit. It looks like she just has like more damage and slightly more efficient rotations. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of just it at this point. Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm sure it's a cooking build. I'm sure it's absolutely cooking. My goodness. Fast rotations as well. I've never seen an S6 Chakona. True. Now check out the Zoni. She's also going to be S6, R5 as well. Oh boy, are these going to be a lot of different characters to take a look at later. Crit damage, crit rate, ER. Okay. Only problem here is slightly low crit rate rolls, but I mean, the rest of the pieces, they have some amazing subs. This piece is a little bit mid, if we're frankly being honest, especially compared to, you know, all the other Echo pieces we've seen thus far. This piece is good, just low rolls overall on the crit pieces. And yeah, I would say, I mean, the Zani build is solid. It's got amazing substats. It's just some of the rolls are a little bit lower. Yeah, some of the rolls just are a little bit lower, especially on the crit side over here. I think the highest one we have is 15% critical damage, and then everything else is 13.8. But I mean, when you have investment like this on the dupe side, I don't think it matters too much what your critical damage actually is. So do keep that in mind. All right, now we got Cantarella. I say we liked her as well. Oh, and we do have her on Midnight Veil set. Very, very solid investment. That's actually a perfect piece. That's really close to a perfect piece. I mean, it's really good still, especially with the ER. And this one's a little bit more middling, but it's still 3 out of 5. And that one is basically also like a perfect piece. And we're at 127 ER, which is like perfect for her. You don't really want... I think 130 is a little bit more of a safer mark, but Cantarella can do a lot of like additional attacks to get up whatever remaining energy you're going to need. So yeah, I mean, as you can see over here, these builds are absolutely crazy. I find it genuinely a bit mind-blowing how somebody that quit until 2.1, or maybe until after 2.1, has been able to farm builds like this for every single character. I mean, even the Phoebe is a solid build. She even has her own fucking build on the Spectrofrazzle set. And I'm imagining, right? Oh, it's an R5, and it's S6 too. Yeah. I mean, he probably has a support build as well that he uses with the Zani. I will say, though, maybe he shares more pieces with the Zani because some of the pieces are, like, this piece over here is, you know, compared to the rest of what we've been seeing, it's a little bit mid. This one's okay. This one's really good. Okay, that was really good, too. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the 2 units can share a lot of the pieces over here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the 2 units can just end up sharing a lot of different pieces. Now let's see what the Rosia is looking like. Okay, I can safely say this Rosia build is a little bit... Okay, even she's S6. Even she's S6, too. You want critical damage, bucko? Yeah, your build over here isn't that good. You want 130 ER? Actually, no. Do you even need 130? I think she has some... Yeah, no, she's got a 10% crit rate boost over here. I mean, maybe he uses her as a main DPS as well, right? Because she's got the whole, you know, multiple bounces sort of thing going on. Maybe 120 is fine. I don't know, to be honest. This is maybe every character on this account can be a main DPS. Wait, actually... Even with that S3 that boosts the crit rate, this should definitely be critical damage. Especially with that one that boosts the crit rate. This should definitely be critical damage. That's for certain. We also could use another ER roll in here somewhere. But I mean, hey, it's, you know, it's double crit on every single piece and a lot of heavy attack damage rolls. So you can't really complain too much about this. But yeah, holy shit. I think we might have to test out holograms with this account. I don't think the TOA is really going to cut it here. Now let's move on to the Carlotta. See what she's got. I mean, for an S6 Carlotta... S6 R5 Carlotta, you actually want a critical damage Sentry Construct. That's something you got to keep in mind because, well, Carlotta gains 12.5% crit rate from her S1, and so critical damage on the 4 cost is actually like the way to go. It's actually good that this is probably, I mean, this piece is kind of mid, but this piece is really good. This piece is pretty good. This piece is pretty good as well. Actually, this piece is kind of bad too with the low crit rate. But you do want to end up replacing this, or at least having the option for the critical damage piece. You know what I mean? Actually, no, you're out of echo rolls, so I won't do too much there. But that's another way that you can improve this Carlotta even further, because typically you do want her at like 50-something% crit rate, because you're getting that boost over here, right? A 12.5% from her S1, as long as the enemy has deconstruction on them, which you apply pretty much on almost every ability in your kit. So that's something to keep in mind for her. She's probably the most underbuilt S6, but that's just because she has additional potential. Now we got the Camellia. Okay, Camelia's S6, as well as R5. Okay. Her build is a little... It looks like she hasn't been getting as much attention as some of the other units. This is a great Nightmare Crownless, just low crit rate. Also a great 3 cost. Pretty good 3 cost here as well. I guess some of the crit rolls are a little bit lower. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of like 12.6s. Maybe, I guess that's like 12.6s and 13.8s. The highest is 15% out here. So, I mean, the substats and everything are amazing. It'll obviously still clear everything and blow it up super fast. It's just, it looks like there's a couple of rolls missing just because every roll is so low on the entire build. But hey, it's there, and it's probably going to pop off. Shorekeeper is allergic to critical damage. Surely she's not at... Okay, man. Her not having critical damage doesn't matter. It's actually better to go full HP because she gains 500% critical damage anyways, and so you want more of like the input when you're getting this much of the free stat. So yeah, HP is actually the right way to go here. So yeah, that's why he doesn't have that much critical damage because he's getting 500% for free. That's why his HP is so high. Jeja.
Storm, hear my command.
How about we play the guessing game? Who is it? S6. Jeja. Okay. All right, let's take a look at her. I mean, she's going to be at 83.7%. R5 Rhyme Dream Sprouts. She's also even going to have the fucking... This is the first time I've seen a built Lamby Lumen Myriad. I'm going to be real. I don't think anyone is taking the time to actually farm this one for her, except this guy. I mean, it's solid build. It's really good builds. It's got the basic attack. It's got the ER. Yeah, we're hitting what we need to. 130 on her. I mean, hey, it's a damn good build, and I'm pretty sure it does a lot of fucking damage. Who is this, Elon Musk? Okay, we found one weird fucking build. It's the Jancy, and the Jancy is currently in progress. The one tip that I will give you is one that I guess you already know. Yeah, you want 44111 on S6 Jancy. So I guess we're just pre-buying all the sequence nodes, and then we'll just build the characters later. Yeah, but yeah, 44111 was going to be the only tip I'd give you. I'm pretty sure you know what you're doing, though. Oh, he's S6 too. Okay, what the fuck is going on? Did we just forget to build this guy? Oh, come on, bucko. What is this? Wait, he's S... I was about to say, maybe this is the only guy that's not S6 R5, but he also is S6 R5. He just doesn't have a build. All right, I guess we'll get there eventually. I guess we'll get there eventually. Tune the pieces. Guys, it's... I don't even think he has tuners. No, he's got nothing, brother. This guy has absolutely no Echo upgrade material. Do you want to know why? Because he's building like 17 characters at once. He's playing so much catch-up and building 17 characters at once, and the builds are actually all like god tier. They're actually almost all god tier. I'm pretty sure I could go into the store right now, and there will be no tuners left in the Afterglow Coral Shop. Yep, they're sold out, buddy. And even the modifiers are sold out too, bucko. There ain't nothing left. Resonance chain maxed everywhere. Who cares anyways, right? There's really nothing to spend these fucking corals on. Everything's maxed out. We got 48k blue corals. We were never running out of those. I think it's time to start testing out some teams. I think we got to actually explore some of the stuff that's going on over here, boys. Let's be entirely real here. Yeah, these builds are a little bit illegal. I want to take a look at the Branch Hang Lee team. The Zani Phoebe team, I feel like that one's not going to be as interesting because I'm not going to lie. I feel like S6 Zani is not the most exciting unit, and I don't want to find the Moonlit set for this. We've already seen enough of... I feel like we've already seen a lot of S6 R5 Zanis. What are some characters that we frequently don't see S6s of? I think that would be kind of cool. Characters we frequently don't see S6s for. Because a lot of people have seen this. maybe the Cantarella Rosia team. Maybe that's the one. I think this will be a combo that we want to show off. And maybe this one as well, because this is something we don't see a lot of either. An S6 Chacona, and we kind of go from there. I think that's what we do. So these will be the 3 teams that we check out today. Let's start off with the Changli Brant one. All right, and because the damage is going to be so obscenely, disgustingly high, why don't we just go ahead and try it out in holograms? Let's just skip the TOA for now. Yeah, the TOA bosses are going to be eliminated in about 3 seconds flat. Even the overdrive zone. All right, Fleur de Lis. Let's see what you got here, bucko. Woo! Ah, where am I? And I mean, hey, that was pretty cool. Clearly, he's gotten better times on this, so that wasn't the fastest team. And if we're being entirely honest here, right, that just kind of is how it is. An S6 Changli is not really a great DPS, if we're frankly being honest. It probably would be faster if we just did a whole dedicated Brant hypercarry team. That's my opinion. I think it would be faster if we just did this. Let's give this one a try. We're replacing an S6 Changli with an S6 Shorekeeper. I like how there's the Zhang Liao slowdown effect. Ah! We don't need her. We don't need her. We don't need her. It's fine. We don't need her. It's fine. Passerus, where are you? Okay, maybe that was a slower time. We gotta wait for Shorekeeper's liberation, and so I guess the time actually isn't as good. Yeah, maybe having the Changli is actually faster. So yeah, that's gonna be one team that we wanted to show off. Now let's check out this one. And I think that holograms are going to be a little bit of punishment because I think Rosia is the worst hologram character in the game. So hopefully it'll be fine. Alright, maybe we just pretend that Rosia's like bouncing part doesn't actually exist. We just do the double rotation.
Oh, this will be fun. In both. By Sue's wreck.
I mean, it's something for sure. Yeah, I don't even want to play the character, bro. I don't even want to play the Rosia. I think I'm good. Yeah, she is not a hologram character. This is not a character you want to put into holograms. Like, simply building up this character's forte circuit is just like at least admitting that you want to get hit a couple of times. You could call it skill issue. You could also just call it the fact that she has some of the worst animations in the game for content that's going to one-shot you. Yeah, you could also just dodge the entire time, but then, yeah, you're never going to get off any fucking attacks with her, which is like, okay, great, now we're just dodging the entire fucking time. Which is, if you want to do that with your sub DPS when so many others can just get through their fucking animations, you compare this to like a Jeja in holograms, yeah, it's completely night and day, brother. Yeah. Now let's check out this team. And this one's got the S6 Chacona. Let's see what, maybe we should do Hecate. It's been a while since we've done a Hecate clear.
In war with time. Let the show begin. Purge the impure. Such as their presence.
Prepare, buddy boy. I can't even get hit. You can't even hit me in this cutscene animation, I bet, brother. Come on, let me fucking hit you.
Furious tide. Split the heavens.
That was, that felt a little illegal. I don't know what was doing the most damage there. I just know Hikari in the first form fucking melted, and we kind of just ignored a lot of her mechanics in the second form. I took 26 seconds. I'm pretty sure there's different ways I can line that up. Hikari has a lot of dead time, right? In the rotation, or in the fight, where she's like bouncing, where, you know, she turns into saw blades and stuff, so I can understand that. Yeah, I'm gonna be real, guys. This unit, bro, it's like you pull her S6, and then you also don't even ever want to use her in holograms. It's such a strange, like, it's just such a strange dynamic for this unit, where her kit feels so awful to play outside of like the game modes where they're not like, it's not like the enemies are, she's best for overworld grinding. You're gonna do this to grind the overworld? Nah, right? That's not actually a thing, right? Spending this much to grind the overworld. Yeah, I don't know, brother. Yeah, I don't know. This is a character that, I mean, we'll give it one last try. Maybe against the fallacy of no return, it won't feel as bad. Maybe against the fallacy of no return. Yeah, did you guys see her get fucking smacked into oblivion against the easiest hologram boss? Surely we all saw that, right? Bro, Cantarella feels pretty good, actually. Cantarella actually feels okay. Rosia is 9,000% the worst feeling part of this team. Yeah, Cantarella actually feels good. She actually feels great at S6. I would rather run a two-person team with Cantarella and Shorekeeper. I'd rather just not even have the Rosia in the team. I'd actually rather have Sanhua than that S6 Rosia there. That team would feel better with Sanhua instead of S6 Rosia. 1,000,000% it would. Try it with Sanhua? Okay, I'll do it. Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it. She might be a little bit dead, but yeah, I'll do it. Fuck it.
Wow, I'm so... Congratulations.
Like frigid death.
Take a breath and then turn inside your deep tides. Engulf by seas rapid. Try not to blink. Save it.
Or dead.
Lotus pervade.
Load of iron craft to remove.
Some reptiles claim you.
Yeah, it feels better.
Into the angler.
Ah! The fuck was that? What the fuck was that? So yeah, I'm gonna be real here. That team feels about 500% better than the Rosia one. Yeah, it feels about 500% better. I'm gonna be frankly entirely honest with you. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad we were able to showcase so many like underused or really not as common S6s. A couple of the ones that I probably would have wanted to see are Gion and Jinsei. Or really, we've already seen enough of Jinsei. Maybe a little bit of Gion, but of course, right? He's still in the process of being built. Other characters, you know, the Cardis, the what's it called, the Zanis, all that stuff. We've already seen plenty of those. Not too much exciting stuff. Like Camellia does more damage, Carlotta does more damage, Zani does more damage, can also swing for longer. Jedge's S6 does actually nothing. She fires off an additional projectile, which uses her enhanced skill. Oh wow, crazy. And yeah, glad we were able to show off some of the more underseen units. I would just have to say overall, after all my findings, as far as from what I'm concerned, yeah, S6 Rosia seems like the most pointless one. I'm not even joking. Yeah, even as a main DPS, Cantarella's literally better. And Cantarella will also heal your team. So I guess the situation kind of is, you're pulling S6 Rosia to farm the overworld slightly faster, which is like, cool. Anyways, that'll be that for this account. I think we reviewed all the builds. We've seen all of the stuff going on. As you all saw, this was more of like a Cantarella versus Rosia competition. I would say at S6, yeah, go for Cantarella, man. So yeah, that'll be that for this one. Obviously, we all know that this account, the guy took a break from 1.1 to 2.1, and his account is in a better state than pretty much 95% of players that I've seen. He has taken those opportunities to spend, and he's gone crazy with them. And I would have to say his overall expenditures have been pretty damn solid. Yinlin's the only character he has an S6, and that's such a W because she's so fucking awful. It's crazy. I think Yinlin is the only character he is not S6. That's a huge fucking W. Oh, I guess he doesn't have Zhang Liao either. Yeah. They're kind of stale. They're kind of stale at this point. Who cares? But yeah, actual W account. I would have to say 9.79. Big whaler. That's what I'll rate this one. Let me know what you all thought about this one, ladies and gents. Peace. Functionally doing almost nothing. And first things first, you want to make sure that Baija is first in the team lineup with the rotation that we'll be showing you. So this is a sample rotation with this team. You'll see what's happening here. So when the boss comes in, you just want to attack 4 times with Baija. Use her skill. Swap over to the other person. Come back. And then cancel her entry into animation with her liberation. And then proceed with the team rotation as normal. That was done a little bit slow. Now let's do it as fast as possible with Baija. And as you can see, we already got it.
Turn to ashes. Testing out. Ready for battle. Fear no more. I can take it.
And as you can see here, our damage is actually quite good.
Endless reverberation.
Fury boy. Great. Silence. Testing out. You're wide open. Stop. Fury boy.
And getting some solid rotations over here. Unfortunately, Scar is a little bit evasive right now. It happens. Yeah, you get it. You get it. That's how Baizha's gonna work. She does have a little bit of clunk in her trunk, as they would say. She is definitely not as smooth as Verena. You can get messed up trying to order her rotations compared to other teams, but there are some optimizations you can make for her. And at the end of the day, right, you're building Baizha because you don't have Shorekeeper yet. And she will serve as a sub-in, even with minimal investment and at level 50. And remember, she's kind of just the stopgap until you start getting some better supports, but you can actually use her for quite a long time. So that's going to be our entire overview. That's going to be every single unit that I have on my must build list. And what you're going to notice about all of these units is that for units like Verena, the Yang Yangs, the Sanhuas, etc., you can actually afford to keep these at lower levels and lower overall investment. All the footage that you saw today, these supports, these sub DPSs, basically everyone except Havoc Rover was either under leveled or had very, very, very low investment. And the thing is, Yang Yang is kind of like the only exception where you do want her slightly built for Wuthering Waves to be able to deal her own chip damage. But Rover's really the only one that requires a lot of investment over here. And one thing you have to realize is that these are free-to-play and budget must-builds. And when you're a free-to-play player, that doesn't mean that you're a no-pull player. We're giving you a solid team for TOA and giving you a solid team for Wuthering Waves as well. And when you're getting around 80, 90, 100-something pulls a patch in this game, well, you can afford to pull on the limited banner once in a while. And so the idea is that with this guide, with this overview, you should be able to build one team for both game modes, and surely your pulls on the other side will be able to suffice for whatever other teams you're going to need for those game modes. And if there's a priority for how I would list out the build order for these units, it would probably be Verena first, then a Havoc Rover, then you get to Sanhua, then Yang Yang after that, and you've got your two teams for TOA and Wuthering Waves. Then you start building your Baizha last to get ready for the other team. Verena is a much stronger support than Baizha, and you pair your Verena with your weaker DPS Havoc Rover, and you'll pair Baizha with whoever you end up getting for the limited banner, right? It could be a Gion, it could be a Carlotta, it could be a Camellia. Whoever you end up pulling on the DPS side, put your Baizha with them, and let that stronger DPS, who's stronger than Havoc Rover, carry the second team. And that'll be the most efficient way for you to be able to get all the resources possible from all of these different time-gated endgame modes. Because one thing that sucks is not being able to clear or missing out on the time-limited Astrite because you decided to raise your Verena to level 90 or your Baizha to level 90 instead of doing the right thing and raising that second DPS to level 90 instead, and like splitting the investment a little bit more from there to be able to clear all the multi-team content. So yeah, that'll be that. That'll be our overview. Hopefully if it was helpful, let me know what you all think. Peace. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have Lupa on the account, and we also have something very special that kind of only works just for her. We got Wildfire Mark, her weapon, and of course, the crazy pose that she does when she's holding it. Yeah, I don't think there's a reason for this, but yeah, thank you, Kuro Games. So with that, why don't we go ahead, get her leveled up, get some initial testing going, and see whether or not she's worth the Astrite, whether or not she's a must-pull. Because unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you view it, Lupa is somebody that really depends on the other characters that you have on your account. And if you do have the right ones, well, boy, oh boy, she can turn out to have a lot of potential. So without further ado, let's go ahead, let's get right on into it. But before we begin, if you're looking to pick up Lupa or her weapon by spending on some Lunite, you'd probably like to save some cash. LD Shop is a fantastic way of doing that, and I'll show you exactly why. LDShop.gg gives you access to huge discounts on pretty much anything you can buy in a ton of games. But let's click on Woowa for now. The monthly pass, usually it's $5 reduce, but on LD Shop, it'll be much less. What a deal. To claim one of these discounts, just select the item you're looking for and click top up to submit your payment. You'll need your Kuro linked account email, password, and username. This might seem a bit off, but remember that LD Shop already works with sensitive account information with their emulator, LD Player, so you can trust them for their services. They also have excellent reviews on Trustpilot. If you created an account with Gmail or Facebook, use the directions of the top-up menu to link your account to an email. After finalizing your payment info, wait a couple of minutes and your items will be on your account. New users can get a 15% discount and an additional 5% using my sponsored link, and first-time top-up bonuses are available as well. That means you can get some big discounts. Spending $80 or more will net you a VIP membership, which can get you a free 30-day Lunite subscription. So try LD Shop today. Okay. I am on the edge of bankruptcy. Now, we got level up her weapon, and this is going to be potentially a huge mistake. So, ladies and gentlemen, one thing you might have noticed is that I actually don't have that much weapon experience. So you might see me going into a couple of shops because I don't think what I have right now is going to take me all the way. I don't know. Maybe I'm underestimating how much I have.
Yo, Maj. I'm playing Uma Musume. Yep. I'm gonna play a actually good game. All right, y'all ready? How many of y'all still playing this shit? Genuine question. Dude, I can't stop. I genuinely cannot stop. It's so good. I don't care if anybody says this shit's gay. They're saying it's gay because they don't get it. And that's the truth. Yo, when the f is that new character? The Black Flash character coming out? You know what I'm talking about? That really OP shit. The enemies are better. Yeah, we'll watch it on Kick too. I've been playing this whole time while having you on my side monitor. Oh, yeah. Dude, I've beaten the career mode 4 times. Yo, when is a new character coming out that I can actually roll on? Because this character's lame as Wait, where are all my gems? Why do I have 6,000 gems on my phone, but I only have 2,500 on my PC? You can only use them on the device you bought them. Okay, but I still have them. Okay, great. Okay, all right. Then I'm gonna do a tempo for fun then. I'll do it for fun. We still have it, it's fine. For the love of God, give me a 3-star, bro. Rainbow. You, hold on, it'll take us out. We'll get a rainbow. Come on. Hit it. Fake out, fake me out, baby. Fake me out. Yep, fake it. I love Hanu. I don't give a anybody says, she's so cute. Dude, El Condor is also so dope. Fake out. Whatever. Okay. But hold on, one more. Fake out. Who do we get? Who is this? Oh, it's the dork. Oh, is she good or no? I don't know if I'm crazy about her. Is she good or no? What is she? Who is this? No, she's okay. Oh, she's mid? Oh, well, I'm glad that, okay, whatever. I still got her. Okay, now we really don't need to play her again. Okay, yeah, Mary, yeah, that's a win, man. I don't care. We'll do one more for fun. The free one. Fake out. Whatever, fun. Is Ice and Flash good? I've heard that name before. Hey, we'll still, that's a W though. It's good. Oh wait, really? Oh, that's so good, really. Okay, great. Who should we do today? Okay, look at that. You see that? My stamina's low. It's because I used it. You see that? Because I've been doing it. Yep, I've been playing a game off stream. Yep. How do I show y'all what I've done? Yeah, I've done this one. Oh, should we do Meijino McQueen? Meijino seems cool. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I understand how to do front runners. I don't really understand how to do anybody else. I think I'm just kind of dumb when it comes to that. I really want to do El Condor. Try one with Rice Shower. Do Rice Shower for the funny, but Condor's fun. I think I want to do Condor because I actually really like Condor. I think we'll do an El Condor playthrough real quick. Yeah, let's try El Condor. All right, El Condor pasa. She's so cute, bro. She is. She's so cute. Okay, it's good. Shut the hell up. Short all events. Shut the hell up. She's so cute. I'm gonna save my skill points. Okay, we're gonna f their ass here. Only speed. That's all we need, bro. 302 speed off on my first race. Do we do pace or do we do front runner? What do we think here? I think we do front run. 302 speed. First is really good. Pace, front. She's bad in front. Pace. Really pace? All right. Okay, I'll trust you guys. We'll stay on pace. All right, pace. Go with the least if possible. Okay. All right. Well, here we go. First El Condor pasta. This does give me anxiety not being a front runner. I don't like it. It makes me nervous. So what, do pages just chill in the back and then once at their time they just sprint? I mean, if you guys say so clutch, I'll believe you. So, El Condor pasta, you're gonna pop off, right? You're gonna pop off, right? You're gonna break out, right? Yeah? You're gonna ult? Why are we ulting? Hey, El Condor! Yep! From the top! Wait, where's your top rope move? Oh my god, wait, we ult! What the f? Oh, she did, man, okay. Now Matt using end floors like cold and anxiety goes to the roof? Yeah, I bet. Wait, why is there a puppy here? Mango. Hold on, we did it. Buddy. Hey, buddy. Mango! What have you been doing today, buddy? Look at how good my dog is. Watch this shit. Watch. Mango. Sit. Good boy. Come on.
Going against wind.
What is this? Give me that. Give me my sweater. Give me that. Give me that thing. What are you doing? This isn't yours, man. This isn't yours. Give me that sweater back. Give me that sweater back. Let go of it. Let go. Mango, you're being a bully. What's up, buddy? Oh. Oh, there's PvP. Okay, Eggy versus Mango to win. Okay, let's get it. El Condor Pasa with their first victory. The crowd goes wild. Big day.
Let the winds roar.
All right, we're hoping for 3-star sparks. I have not got one yet. That means I don't deserve one yet because I barely beat enough careers. All right, top 5, we can do that. It should be easy. Let me do a race. What does she excel in? G1 gives mats. We have pre-op and we have G3. G2 turf medium should be fine. This one's recommended, so I'll just listen to him. See how this goes. Why do I feel like I'm about to get dubbed?
Such is
Hopefully we don't get up here. Trust El Condor? Okay, you're right. I trust my horse. I trust her. Okay. Oh, yo, this music kind of Basado. Yeah. Okay. She's honestly chilling right now. I mean, she's supposed to be a pace runner, but she's keeping up with the front runners. Man, maybe this Condor can fly, boys. Yeah. She's like a shark and she sees her prey, and when she takes the opportunity, she's going to take advantage of him. I mean, pass him. Yep, she's going to take advantage of the situation. Okay, El Condor. Pace runner, and she's in second place before the final curve, bro. Oh my God. Wait, she's going for the front this early? Holy shit, bro. El Condor is insane. Yeah, baby. Maybe there's no front runner? No, there was 2. Well, okay, now there is a front runner. Her name is El Condor Pasa. Hit the ult, baby. We don't even need it. How do we get the one where she does a fucking backflip? Oh, we bodied him. It wasn't even close. Dude, she's so sick. Yeah, 3-star? Okay, we gotta get that one. So cute. So cute. She's actually so cute, bro. Oh my God, hell yeah. Big dub. Ooh, hell yeah. Early boost of 5K fans. That's not too bad, boys. That is not too bad. All right, hell yeah. We're level 4 speed, Jesus. We have 306 skill points. What can we hit? Slightly decreased fatigue mid-race. I feel like blue would be better just for stamina. So what if we're getting standing by because it's blue and it's 30% off? That's end closure. Oh, so we would want a pace chaser one. So then we don't really have anything good to get right now, huh? Although the view from the lead is mine, I really enjoy getting it. It's 20% off. Stamina to spare skill. Get the view from the lead. I'm gonna get this because it's 20% off. And then hopefully we'll unlock some better shit. All right, we need big sleep soon. Oh, let's get it. 8 on pace. Oh my God. All right, this is gonna be a slugfest, dude. You get all the predictions if it shows you lagging, so you can use your skills to compensate. Yeah, that's fair.
The night's challenge has arrived.
Let's get it. El Condor Pasa. Is this El Condor's theme song? Okay. We're exactly where we want to be. Yep. We're exactly where we want to be. Here we go. Here we go. She has it lined up. Yep. Hit it. Hit. 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 Yep. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's over. Yep. GG. It's too easy, guys. It really is. It's so easy. She's so cute. Oh, I love it. How many we give that? 6K, not bad. Great, great, great. G3 race is easy. Oh, yeah, we're owning. Okay, big ups. We sleep. We are hurting. We are hurting bad. And, oh my God, a triple rainbow day? Oh my God. Plus 62 speed? Oh my God. Jesus. Stamina to spare? Yeah, I'm down. It's not on sale, but I really don't want to risk anything. Honestly, I think we were fine on skill points right now. I feel like we're low-key like owning. Like, this is like, if we lose this, we're just retarded. Or we got horribly unlucky. All right, let's get it. I would have liked to save on sale, but like, best possible scenario, we save 54 skill points, which like, I feel like we probably just would have ended up econing those at the end anyways. All right, here we go. Let's get to the end. She's cute, what the hell? All right, El Condor. She is the back of Goody Cap leading the charge. But if there's one thing I know about El Condor, that she never quits. She's yet to hit the super. Now is her time to break out. Here it comes. Corazon Ardiente going to do the breakout. Caught up to Goody Cap, but it's close. Oh, never mind. She's gone. My God. Another clutch, baby boys. Yep. Yep. We kill Fillion once again. Oh my God, the front flip. God, she's so sick. She's so fucking good, it's crazy. Yep. Big day, big day, big day. Nice. How many days we got? Nice, nice, nice. 58 new skill points, great. Okay, top 5, big day. We gotta hit top 5. Oh, this will be easy. Oh, yeah, we got this shit, boys. Oh, are we going again? Oh, shit. Easy song. More energy, great. This way we can train harder. It's already time to race. Okay, we go again. All right, here we go, guys. I guess we're just getting straight into it, huh? Okay. We have no stamina. That is really bad. And we're super dumb. Okay. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll probably be fine. Number 2? Who has more fans than me? What? Is El Condor the best character in the game? I feel like she's just unbeatable. Like, none of these races have been even close. Not really. I feel like she's so dope. Oh, Goody Cap? Dude, I wish I had a Goody Cap. Wait! Stop! Hit it! Go! Go! No! Oh my god. Was that third? Glue. Elder glue. Pure glue. Absolutely not. Yeah, we need stamina. Yeah, we fucked up. We still passed, but no, that's bullshit, man. That's bullshit. Yeah, we need stamina. We need stamina. We need stamina. Okay, next time change some of your card, because currently your support deck is probably not paid. I don't really know what to build for other cards. Like, the only cards I'm using, the only cards I've built. Maybe we need other cards. Listen, here's the reality. We're gonna win, it's not gonna be pretty, and then we're gonna hit a 3 spark on speed, and it's gonna be fine. Right? We're gonna hit the 3 spark on speed, it'll be fine. It'll be alright. You have any more tanky? Yeah, I know. Watch, we'll hit number 1 right here. Yeah. El Condor possibly ready. Pop the alt Corazon out there. She's kicking. It's gonna be close, but not close enough. Here. Another day, another W. Good. Got him. Yes, sir. Is there any point of getting Legend and Top Star? Nice suit. Nice suit. Okay. All right, we need first every time now, so failing is not an option. We have 16 days to train. Oh my god. Okay, our speed is almost like too high. Is there anything good we can get for... Increased performance over standard is vulnerable 400. I wonder if that's good. My increased performance Henshin race, I don't know if we're even at that. Corner efficiency. Beeline burst would be great to save up for. I'm gonna... Corner recovery?
Buoyant and languid.
I'll hit a discount. I don't need it. Yep, I'll hit a discount. We'll just beat it. We'll get free skill points, and then we'll buy it next time. Yeah, we're fine. Watch. Number 3 favorite is horrifying. Okay, here we go. And they're off. We have an absolute metric ton of speed, but we have no stamina. Good news is, we already hit a proc for stamina to spare. So that's huge. But this is going to be a race of attrition. I believe we have to hit first place. So far, no negative debuffs. And we're exactly where we want to be. We're playing a little bit risky because we believe we're going to hit a discount on skills. Are we racing for first place or are we racing to the glue factory? All right. We're slowing down a little bit, but now we're just taking our time to fight. We're actually getting the kick. We're right behind the front runners. We're about 3 horse lengths away from third, 5 horse lengths away from first, and we need first. We're currently in 4th place. We have yet to ult. El Condor's been getting the kick. We are a nose away from third. We can overtake at any second, and we do. Top 3. We got 2 more to overtake. But third is not secure by any means. We begin to kick. Velocity up. We're pushing. We're in first. We haven't even ulted. Oh my god. We didn't even ult? Oh. She's out of there. She's out of there. She's out of there. She's gone. My god. Okay, easy. Yep. Okay. I can't believe I've never seen us not ult. I thought ult happened every time. That's crazy. Yeah, that's our top one. Okay, that's huge. All right, big dub, big dub, big dub. No, it's based on what? Okay, so yeah, we were too stupid ult. Well, now we know. Okay. Can we train a bit more? 9 turns. Okay, thank God. We need to become smart. Okay. We should be able to get something big now. Swinging Maestro with a discount. That's huge. Yeah, give me that. That's huge. Yeah, because we have a big stamina issue, so this will make up for that. We need 100 more to finish up. All right, let's get it, baby. Let's go. You're El Condor Pasa. Let's get it. All right.
晴れ渡る空の下
Crack road.
今スタートが切られました各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
サイレンス鈴鹿会長に飛ばして行きますさあ花に立ったのはサイレンス
Hit that all, girl. Come on. Number one. It's over. It's f***ing over, dude. Oh, it's not even close, dude. Oh my God, she's gone. Jesus Christ. Oh, no, going to the glue factory. It's really that easy. Yep. Man, it's too easy. Flat W. Nice. Okay. Yeah, no, that speed is insane. Okay, that's one great run. You on it, Black? All right. One turn. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. Big day. We're fine. We're fine. We don't need it. We'll just go. We'll just win. Wait for corner. Yeah, we'll get to him Sam in the corner before we end. Surely. All right, hit it. At least it's speed as it's lost. Sure. Yeah, we'll get there. Everything has all been going pretty damn good this race. All right, we're gonna crack at it. Yep.
Buoyant and languid, where will the wind take you?
Oh, トレーニングかお
Buoyant and languid, where will the wind take you? Oh, smells so good.
Hi. サイレンス鈴鹿ですここは負けられない一番駆け抜けます
晴れ渡る空の下スタート絶好の立ち上がりを見せたのは1番続いて2番
この2人のレース運びに注目ですね。
サイレンス鈴鹿と1番この2人が競り合っているぞサイレンス鈴鹿会長に飛ばして行きます
気持ちよかった。Time for a little nap. Let's call it a night's great harvest. I can fly too. Such is their blessing. My nightly instinct says this way. Just like the treasure chest from the stories.
Come on, Showkeeper, come on. Showkeeper.
Such is their blessing. はい、サイレンス鈴鹿です。Oh, smells so good. Oh, トレーニングか? Oh, トレーニング. Oh, トレーニングか?
レースにエントリーするのか？
駆け抜けます。晴れ渡る空の下行うスタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはサイレンス鈴鹿、14番4番サイレンス鈴鹿、快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭気持ちよかった。ムーンライトショーではマニーをたくさん獲得できますよ。
My nightly instinct says this way. My nightly instinct says this way.
はい、サイレンス鈴鹿です。
4番人気は3番サイレンス鈴鹿。
My nightly instinct says this way.
駆け抜けます。
曇り空の下スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは桜爆心号、サイレンス鈴鹿、7番苦しい戦いを強いられているキングヘイロー。ここからどう出る？サイレンス鈴鹿、快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭はサイレンス鈴鹿、単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは10番、内の方から6番、外を通りまして17番、7番、5番手、少し離れて桜爆心号、そして外目をつきましては9番、3馬身離れて2番、さらにはキングヘイロー、そしてその内を回って5番、内を回りますナイスネイチャー、その外並んで11番、外15番、そして16番、2馬身離れて18番、内を回って12番、後方2番手に14番、ポツンと1人13番、意気揚々と先頭を行きます。サイレンス鈴鹿、どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが、
第4コーナーカーブ、
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
先頭は見合ったまま、このまま直線での争いになるのか。キングヘイロー、外で足を溜めています。さあ内から先頭を伺うのはサイレンス鈴鹿、400を切りました。さあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入ったキングヘイロー、突っ込んでくる。抜け出したのは桜爆心号だが後続も追いすがる。200を通過、キングヘイロー完全に抜け出した。先頭キングヘイロー、しかしその差はわずか。1着はキングヘイロー、最後意地を見せて栄冠を手にしました。勝ったのはキングヘイロー、2着桜爆心号、3着はサイレンス鈴鹿。
悪くはないのでしょうが、まだムーンライトショーではマニーをたくさん獲得できますよ。はい、サイレンス鈴鹿です。
人生とはお、トレーニングか。
お、トレーニングか。よし、目指すか。お、トレーニングか。よし。
駆け抜けましょう、共に。誰よりもちょっとだけ、この制服もちょっとだけ恥ずかしいですね。
人生とは予習復習の。
はい、サイレンス鈴鹿です。
ここは負けられない1番人気4番サイレンス鈴鹿。
実力は完全に上位ですね。貫禄すら感じてしまいます。トップスピード、瞬発力ともにいいものを持っていますね。
駆け抜けます。晴れ渡る空の下を。さあ、ゲートが開いた。各馬娘。
Today's story is the great battle between a righteous knight and the wicked Thénardier. And the victor is Courtesy of the Night.
気持ちよかった。レースもいよいよ終盤。到着した状態で各馬娘が第3コーナーへ差し掛かります。盾の栄誉を手にするのは1番人気メジロマックイーンか、はたまた他の馬娘か。伝わってくるよ、マックイーンの天皇賞にかける思い。私も本気でそれに応える。
メジロライアンがペースを上げてきた。前を行くマックイーンとの差が徐々に縮まっていきます。最終コーナー残り600のところで後続も次々と差を詰めてきた。メジロマックイーンはここまでか。
ここまでのはずありませんわ。勝利に向けて二人三脚でやってきた成果見せて差し上げます。早い。
ここでメジロマックイーン一気に 末脚のキレなら負けない。勝負だ。内からライアンも上がってきた。ものすごい末脚で前へ迫る。しかしマックイーンのスピードも落ちない。追いつけない。そうどころか離されてる。マックイーン先頭。ライアンも必死に追い上げるがその差は広がっていく。これは届かないか。いやー、先頭はメジロマックイーンだ。メジロマックイーン優勝。やりましたメジロマックイーン。見事春の天皇賞を制しました。
It's just a train. Just like the treasure chest from stories.
Nope.
The night's challenge has arrived. Let me be your blade. Tempest! Collapse! Hey! Be gone, wicked souls! The fruit of Abertyne! Shall we take a look? Buoyant and languid. Where will the wind be?
イベントが始まってるわよ。一番目指して駆け抜けなきゃ。響けサンサ達成。確認を忘れずにな。
レースにエントリーするのか？お、トレーニングか？
できること増えた気がします。私頼れる馬娘になれたかも。
お、レースにエントリーする。
デイリーレースに必要なチケットは毎朝ムーンライトショーではマニーをたくさん獲得。はい、サイレンス鈴鹿です。
Speeding up.
11番サイレンス鈴鹿4番人気です。
ライバルたちは強力ですが構想を期待したいですね。芝のコースで力を十分発揮できそうですね。
駆け抜けます。
曇り空の下、京都レース場スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはダイワスカーレット、17番3番期待色。
これで満足はできません。ムーンライトショーではマニお、トレーニングか。ほら達成。確認を忘れずにな。 人生。お
サポートは任せてなの。
馬娘たちとの素敵な思い出。サイレンス鈴鹿です。
注目の一番人気。
駆け抜けます。美しい青空が広がる京都レース場。ターフも絶好の両馬場になりました。
名勝負になる舞台は整いましたね。
人気と実力を兼ね備えた。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘。気持ちよかった。
Puta mali.
サイゲームス馬娘プリティダービー。